Hello there, dear friends. As the day winds down, it's time to cozy up and let our gentle narration whisk you away into a world of delightful and calming stories. We're so grateful that you've chosen to spend your evening here with us. Relax and enjoy, knowing that these tales are the perfect way to wind down and prepare for a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Thank you for being here and sweet dreams. Story 1. The old stone cottage sat nestled against the edge of Whisperwood, its chimney puffing soft gray curls into the twilight. Inside, young Clara traced rain droplets sliding down the window pane, her reflection a quiet ghost over the darkening forest. Her family bustled behind her papa, mending fishing nets by the hearth, Mama humming over a bubbling stew, her brothers arguing about frog-catching techniques. Clara felt like a misplaced stitch in their lively tapestry, too soft-spoken to be heard over the cheerful chaos. Her only solace was the woods, whose rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets meant just for her. One crisp autumn morning, while gathering acorns near the mossy boundary stone, Clara noticed something glinting beneath a cluster of amber ferns. It was a smooth, palm-sized stone, milky white, with veins of liquid silver swirling within. As her fingers closed around it, warmth pulsed against her skin like a tiny heartbeat. The forest air shimmered, and where there had been only tangled undergrowth, a path unfurled a ribbon of luminous moss glowing with soft gold light. The stone, she realized with a gasp, was a key. A glimmerglass, revealing what eyes alone could never see. Curiosity tugging her forward, Clara stepped onto the glowing path. The air grew sweeter, thick with the scent of honeyed pine and crushed mint. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns that danced across her skin, warmer than the fading autumn sun outside. Trees stretched taller here, their bark etched with spirals that pulsed faintly violet. Giant moths with stained glass wings drifted lazily through shafts of light, and mushrooms emitted soft chimes when the breeze stirred them. This was Lumina, the heart of Whisperwood, hidden from ordinary sight. But beauty was fraying at the edges. Patches of the glowing moss lay dull and brittle. Flowers hung their heads, petals edged with brown. A sadness permeated the air, a discordant note in the forest's melody. That's when Clara heard a whimper. Tucked beneath the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak, a creature shivered. It was no taller than her knee, covered in velvety russet fur, with enormous, bat-like ears that drooped mournfully and eyes like liquid moonlight. A thorn was deeply embedded in its tiny paw. "Please," it whispered, voice like wind through reeds. "It hurts." Clara knelt, her movements slow and deliberate. "I'm Clara," she said softly. "May I help?" The creature flinched as she reached out, but the glimmerglass in Clara's pocket pulsed reassuringly. She gently cradled the small paw. With careful fingers and a soothing hum her grandmother used to sing, Clara eased the thorn free. A drop of silvery blood welled, then vanished as the wound sealed instantly. The creature stared, wonder replacing fear. "I am Pip," it said, ears perking slightly. "You have the heartstone, and you are kind." Pip explained it was a mothskin, a caretaker of Lumina's living light. But the light was fading. "The heart of the forest weakens," Pip murmured, pointing a tiny claw towards the distant, shadowed peaks. The song fades. Without it, Lumina dies. Clara felt the glimmerglass warm against her leg. "Can we help it, the heart?" Pip's eyes widened. No human had ever offered. Hesitantly, Pip nodded. "The way is perilous. We must follow the silver thread river to the singing stones, then through the veil of whispers to the heartroot tree. But the river, it is ill." Their journey began along the banks of the silver thread. Once a vibrant ribbon of liquid light, it now flowed sluggishly, choked with murky sludge. The water's usual melodic babble was a sickly gurgle. Near a bend they found the source, a jagged shard of broken glass from the human world, wedged deep into the riverbed, oozing a viscous, dark substance that poisoned the water. Tendrils of decay spread from it, killing the luminous moss. Pip whimpered, paws covering its eyes. The black sap it spreads despair. Clara, however, felt a surge of determination. Remembering Papa's thick gardening gloves tucked in her pocket, she pulled them on. The sludge stung even through the leather, cold and clinging. She braced her feet against slippery rocks, the glimmerglass pulsing encouragingly in her pocket as she heaved. With a sucking gasp, the glass came free. Instantly, the dark substance dissolved like smoke. The river gurgled, then laughed a clear, bright sound. Light rippled back through its waters, and the moss along its banks began to glow anew. Pip danced on tiny feet, its fur shimmering with reflected light. You healed it with your hands. Clara smiled, realizing her quiet strength had purpose here. Days blurred into a tapestry of wonder and gentle challenge. They sheltered in hollow trees lined with velvet moss, feasting on berries that burst with flavors of starlight and rain. They crossed meadows where flowers chimed harmonies as they passed. Yet Lumina's distress deepened. The air grew colder, the light dimmer. The glimmerglass became their compass, its inner light flaring whenever the hidden path diverged or danger neared, like the patches of creeping shadow vine that tried to snare their ankles with thorny tendrils, only retreating when Clara held the stone aloft, its light a protective shield. One evening they reached the singing stones, towering monoliths carved with ancient runes that should have hummed with the forest's harmony. But silence hung heavy. The stones were gray and mute, covered in a layer of grime. Pip slumped, devastated. Their song connects the roots and the stars without it. Clara walked among the giants, her boots crunching on dead leaves. She placed her palm on the cold stone. Nothing. Then, remembering the thorn, the river, she closed her eyes. She didn't try to force a song. Instead, she poured her feelings into the stone, her awe at Lumina's beauty, her sorrow for its pain, her hope for its healing. She hummed her grandmother's lullaby, a simple, human melody of comfort. The glimmerglass at her chest blazed. A single, pure note resonated from the stone beneath her hand. Then another and another, echoing through the circle. The grime flaked away, revealing glowing runes. The stones awoke, their song a deep, resonant chord that vibrated through the earth and up into the darkening sky, weaving threads of light. Pip wept shimmering tears. You listened, it breathed. You gave your song. Their bond deepened as they navigated the Vale of Whispers, where mournful breezes carried the forest's fading voice. Pip taught Clara to decipher the rustles, the thirst of the leafkin trees, the fear of the shybloom flowers hiding their petals. Clara shared stories of her world, of crackling fires and family laughter, of the ache of feeling unseen. Pip, in turn, spoke of the intricate web of Lumina, where every creature, every plant was a note in the great song. The heartroot tree is the singer, Pip explained. Its roots drink the earth's dreams, its branches cradle the sky's breath, but something silences it. The final ascent to the heartroot clearing was arduous. The path vanished, replaced by treacherous scree slopes. An icy wind, thick with the scent of decay, bit at their faces. Shadow vines snaked aggressively from cracks, forcing Clara to keep the glimmerglass raised constantly, its light a beacon but also draining her strength. Pip, small but agile, scouted ahead, finding footholds and warning of loose rocks. When Clara stumbled, scraping her hands raw, Pip pressed cool, glowing moss to her wounds, its touch instantly soothing. They were two halves of a whole now, Clara's human resilience and Pip's innate connection to the wild magic. At dawn, exhausted but resolute, they reached the summit. The sight stole Clara's breath. The heartroot tree was magnificent, its trunk wider than her cottage, its branches spreading like a canopy over the world. but it was also dying. Great sections of bark were sloughing off, revealing wood ashen and crumbling. Its leaves, normally shimmering opalescent, were dull and falling like tears. Worse was the source, a deep crack at its base, oozing a thick, tarry substance, the same black sap from the river, but concentrated vile. It seeped from a fissure in the earth, a wound bleeding poison from the human world above. Pip crumpled, a small ball of despair. The black sap deepens, it chokes the roots. The song, it's almost gone. The air itself felt thin, the light leaching from Lumina like blood from a wound. The glimmerglass in Clara's hand blazed with urgent, almost painful light. She understood. The river's poison, the stone's silence, the forest's whispers of fear, it all stemmed from this. And the source was her world. Shame washed over her, hot and bitter. Tears welled. Pip nudged her hand. "Do not despair, Clara. You brought the Heartstone. You brought you." Pip's unwavering trust was a lifeline. Clara wiped her tears. She could help. She must. Remembering the singing stones, the river, she knew brute force wouldn't work. The tree needed connection, life, hope. Holding the blazing glimmerglass high, Clara approached the weeping fissure. The black sap recoiled slightly from its light, but the tree remained listless. Inspiration struck. She knelt, ignoring the cold, sticky ooze near her knees. She placed her bare hands, still scratched from the climb, directly onto the dying wood above the crack. She poured everything she had into that touch, her love for the whispering trees, her gratitude for Pip's friendship, her sorrow for the harm done, her fierce hope for healing. She whispered not a song but a promise. "You are not alone. We hear you. We are here." The glimmerglass flared, not just light, but pure, resonant energy. It flowed down Clara's arms into the tree, meeting the darkness. A battle raged, unseen light against despair, connection against poison. Clara trembled, her energy sapping, the cold sap numbing her hands. Pip pressed its small body against her leg, adding its own fragile light, a tiny star joining a sun. "Sing, Clara, sing the song," Pip urged. Clara took a shuddering breath. She sang. Not her grandmother's lullaby this time, but a new melody born of Lumina's whispers, the river's laughter, the stone's deep hum, and her own human heart. It was raw, imperfect, but utterly true. The glimmerglass amplified it, turning her voice into a wave of pure, golden sound that washed over the heartroot. The effect was instantaneous. The black sap hissed and writhed, shrinking back into the fissure as if scalded. Where Clara's hands touched the tree, vibrant green life surged beneath the bark, spreading like liquid emerald. The fissure in the earth sealed with a soft sigh. The heartroot tree shuddered, then drew itself up, taller, stronger. New bark, smooth and gleaming like moonlight on water, flowed over the wounds. Leaves unfurled, not just opalescent, but shimmering with every color of dawn. A deep, resonant note pulsed from the tree, a single pure tone that shook the earth and soared into the sky. The song had returned. It washed over Lumina like a tidal wave of light and sound. The forest exploded into life. Flowers burst open in kaleidoscopic blooms, their chimes harmonizing with the heartroot's note. Trees straightened, their etched spirals blazing with color. The air warmed, thick with the scent of life renewed. Moths danced in jubilant spirals, trailing sparks of light. Pip leaped into the air, spinning, its fur radiating pure joy. You did it, the song, it's whole again. Clara slumped back, utterly spent but filled with a profound, singing peace. The glimmerglass in her hand had dimmed to a soft, warm glow, its purpose fulfilled. The heartroot tree seemed to lean towards her. A single perfect leaf, glowing with captured moonlight, drifted down and landed gently in her palm. It pulsed with gentle warmth, the forest's gratitude. Visions filled Clara's mind, Lumina thriving, its magic stronger than before, glimpses of her own world, showing how small acts of care, planting a seed, clearing a stream, listening to the wind, could weave threads of light back into the world. Humans and nature, not separate, but part of the same great, singing web. The journey back was a celebration. The silver thread river glowed like molten silver, singing merrily. The singing stones thrummed with powerful, joyful harmonies. Creatures Clara hadn't seen before emerged shy, glittering fish in the river, tiny owls with starlight feathers blinking from branches, all bowing or chirping greetings. Pip walked proudly beside her, no longer a timid guide, but a cherished friend. Emerging from the Whisperwood near the boundary stone felt like stepping between worlds. The glimmerglass path faded, but Clara knew Lumina was still there, thrumming just beneath the surface. She tucked the glowing heartroot leaf safely into her pocket beside the now dormant glimmerglass. The cottage door burst open as she approached. "Clara, there you are." Mama swept her into a hug, smelling of herbs and bread. Papa ruffled her hair. Her brothers babbled about a giant frog that got away. Later, sitting by the crackling fire, Clara felt different. She wasn't just the quiet one anymore. She had crossed into wonder and brought back its echo. When she described the real frog her brothers had missed near the willow stump, her voice held a new warmth, a quiet confidence that made them listen. When Papa grumbled about the chilly draft, Clara quietly placed the heartroot leaf on the windowsill. It didn't banish the cold, but a subtle, soothing warmth radiated from it, and the draft seemed to lessen. Mama noticed, giving Clara a curious, gentle smile. Every evening thereafter, Clara would sit by her window, gazing at the Whisperwood. The forest no longer felt like an escape, but a friend. Sometimes she'd see a familiar flash of russet-furred near the boundary stone, or hear a tiny chime carried on the breeze. She'd smile, knowing Pip was there. The glimmerglass rested on her nightstand, a smooth, cool stone once more, but holding the memory of magic. The heartroot leaf glowed softly in the dark, a gentle nightlight and a constant reminder. Clara found her voice not in shouts, but in quiet observations about the budding trees, the busy bees, the way the light changed on the meadow. Her family began to pause, to look, to listen with her. She planted seeds in the cottage garden, humming Lumina's song as she worked. Her brothers, intrigued, helped water them. Papa started mending his nets outside, listening to the wind in the pines. Mama placed a bowl of milk near the wood's edge for the little creatures. One twilight, sitting on the mossy boundary stone, Clara felt a familiar presence. Pip appeared, its fur dusted with pollen, moonlight eyes bright. No words were needed. Pip placed a tiny, glowing acorn in her hand, a seed from the heartroot itself. Clara planted it near the cottage, a bridge between worlds taking root in her own soil. As the first stars blinked awake, Clara knew her adventure had changed everything. She wasn't just Clara anymore. She was a keeper of whispers, a weaver of light, forever connected to the hidden heart of the Whisperwood and the small, furry friend who had shown her that the greatest magic wasn't in grand spells, but in kindness offered, friendships forged, and the quiet courage to listen to the world's song, then sing back with all your heart. The fireflies danced in the gathering dusk, their tiny lights mirroring the stars above and the warm glow spilling from the cottage windows, weaving a tapestry of peace that stretched from the hearth to the heartroot and back again. Story 2. The twin moons of Serenia cast silvery light across the valley of whispering ferns, where the air hummed with the gentle thrum of distant geothermal vents. Here, beneath skies streaked with the violet and amber hues of nebulae, two souls from distant stars found themselves stranded. First was Kalin, whose homeworld of Veridia lay far beyond the spiral arm. Their slender form, woven from crystalline fibers and soft moss, glowed with a faint emerald luminescence as they cautiously brushed aside a curtain of hanging vines. Each movement released the scent of rain-drenched forests and petrichor. Kalen's heart, a pulsing core of warm light beneath their chest, quivered with anxiety. Their people spoke through shifting patterns of light on their skin, a silent language lost in this unfamiliar wilderness. Nearby, beside the wreckage of a sleek, water-scarred pod half submerged in a glowing azure pool, stirred wren. Hailing from the ocean depths of Aquaria, their bodies shimmered with iridescent scales that caught the moonlight like scattered pearls. Gills fluttered softly at their neck as they emitted low, melodic clicks and whistles, a song of distress unheard by any kin. Wren's webbed hands trembled while salvaging a cracked navigation tablet. To them the world felt too dry, too quiet, too still. When Kalen's glowing form suddenly pierced the fern shadows, Wren startled, splashing backward with a sharp trill that echoed like shattered glass. Kalen flinched, their light flaring crimson in alarm, a Veridian signal for danger. They retreated, vines curling protectively around their limbs. Wren's response was a barrage of rapid, high-pitched notes, Aquarian for stay back. Neither understood the other's warning, each saw only strangeness. Kalen perceived Wren's shimmer as a threat display, like the venomous sky snakes of Veridia. Wren mistook Kalen's gentle glow for the predatory lure of deep-sea anglers. For days they circled the valley like wary moons, gathering berries and sipping from thermal springs, stealing glances filled with mistrust. Kalen slept nestled in the hollow of a luminous mushroom, dreaming of Veridia's singing trees. Wren curled in their pod, humming old ocean lullabies, both aching with loneliness. The turning point came when Serenia's wrath awoke. Electric storms, common in the moon's volatile atmosphere, crackled to life without warning. Violet lightning split the sky, followed by pounding rain that hissed as it struck warm rocks. Kalen, sheltering under a broad-leafed canopy, watched in horror as a mudslide surged toward Wren's pod. Without thought, their body blazed like a beacon, golden this time, the Veridian signal for help. Wren, struggling to anchor their shelter, saw the light. It wasn't aggression, it was urgency. With a guttural cry, Wren lunged, pulling Kalen from the collapsing foliage just as the mud engulfed it. They tumbled together into the azure pool, where Wren's instincts took over. Holding Kalen afloat, they sang a low, calming drone, the Aquarian rhythm for safe harbor. Shivering, Kalen's light softened to a grateful blue. Tentatively, they traced a pattern on Wren's damp forearm, a simple Veridian glyph for thank you. Wren blinked, then carefully mimicked the shape with a webbed finger. A bridge, fragile as a spider's silk, had formed. They spent the storm huddled in Wren's pod, sharing dried kelp and sweet, glowing fungi. Kalen learned to hum, Wren learned to glow. Misunderstandings melted like ice in spring. Kalen discovered Wren's clicks-mapped emotions, joy like bubbling streams, sorrow like receding tides. Wren saw Kalen's light paint stories, amber for memories of home, silver for hope. Their true test arrived with the geothermal quakes. Serenia's crust groaned, splitting the valley with fiery chasms. To survive, they needed to reach the Star Meadow, a high plateau where rescue beacons might function. The journey demanded their combined strengths. Kalen navigated using the subtle light pulses of underground fungi, their gentle glow guiding them through treacherous caves glittering with amethyst crystals. Wren, with innate knowledge of pressure and flow, detected unstable ground through vibrations in the water-filled pools they passed. When a rockslide blocked their path, Wren's agile swimming retrieved vital minerals from an underwater crevice, while Kalen used their fibrous tendrils to weave a sturdy rope bridge. Yet the greatest challenge lay within. Crossing a field of sonic flowers, blooms that emitted disorienting frequencies, Wren crumpled, overwhelmed by the noise. Kalen, though unaffected, glowed fiercely, wrapping Wren in a cocoon of light-dampening moss. Breathe with me, Kalen pulsed in soft greens and golds, their own rhythm steady as a heartbeat. Wren focused on that light, their panicked clicks slowing to match its pulse. Later, when toxic spores threatened Kalen's delicate systems, Wren sang a cleansing Aquarian hymn, their voice purifying the air like a fresh ocean breeze. In those moments, they weren't Viridian or Aquarian, they were simply together. At last, they reached the Star Meadow, a highland blanketed in bioluminescent grasses that shimmered like a fallen galaxy. As they activated Wren's beacon, the twin moons hung low, bathing them in ethereal light. Kalen glowed a question, "Will you remember?" Wren responded with a melody woven from their journey, the storm's fury, the cave's silence, the flower's song, and ended with the softest, sweetest note, "Always." Rescue ships descended, one of polished coral for Aquaria, one of living wood for Viridia. As they parted, Kalen pressed a seed pod into Wren's hand. It would bloom with Viridian light wherever planted. Wren gave Kalen a seashell that hummed with ocean waves when held to the ear. No words were needed. Their friendship had been forged in shared silence and storms, a testament that understanding blooms not from sameness, but from the courage to reach across the stars. Years later, beneath Viridia's great trees, Kalen would watch a coral plant bloom with familiar iridescence. And deep in Aquaria's trenches, Wren would smile as a shell pulsed with soft, verdant light. Across the cosmos, they carried the warmth of Serenia's valley, a reminder that even the loneliest souls could find harmony, one gentle glow, one shared song at a time. And so, under the watchful eyes of Nebula, the universe felt a little smaller and infinitely kinder. Story 3. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stood like patient sentinels and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, lived a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here, beneath roots woven like sleeping dragons and amidst ferns that unfurled like emerald scrolls, the hidden folk went about their lives in quiet harmony. Moss-covered stones served as benches for elderly hedgehogs, sun-dappled clearings were dancing floors for fireflies, and the babbling silver-thread brook held counsel with the pebbles it smoothed over centuries. At the heart of this realm lay the heartspring. It wasn't merely water bubbling from the earth, it was the forest's pulse, its breath made liquid. Its waters shimmered with an inner light, shifting hues with the seasons, the fresh green of new leaves in spring, the deep sapphire of summer skies, the burnished gold of autumn, and the crystalline silver of winter frost. The creatures knew its rhythms as intimately as their own heartbeats. When the heartspring sang, the forest thrived. Its water fed the roots of the eldest trees, nurtured the shyest mushrooms, and whispered secrets to the wind that carried pollen and promise. One unusually crisp autumn morning, a young rabbit named Thistle noticed something amiss. As she nibbled dew-kissed clover near the spring's edge, the water seemed quieter. Its usual vibrant amber glow was muted, tinged with a worrying gray. Instead of its merry chuckle, it gurgled weakly, like a creature catching its breath. Worse, the leaves drifting onto its surface sank immediately, heavy and dull, instead of dancing merrily downstream as they always did. A shiver colder than the morning mist ran down Thistle's spine. She scampered to Ripple, an elder river otter whose fur was silvered with age, and whose eyes held the deep calm of countless seasons watching the silver thread flow. Ripple lay on a sun-warmed rock, her gaze fixed on the troubled spring. "The heartspring fades, little Thistle," Ripple murmured, her voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "I felt the shift in the current last night. The forest holds its breath. But why?" Thistle's nose twitched nervously. "The autumn colors are bright, the nuts are plentiful." "The balance trembles," Ripple explained gently. She gestured with a webbed paw towards the northern ridge. Beyond the Whisperwood's oldest boundary, where the great stones slumber, the veil grows thin. The frost nymphs stir earlier than they should. Their cold breath, meant for deep winter, is seeping through, chilling the heartspring source. Thistle understood the frost nymphs were not malevolent, merely forces of nature, beautiful, crystalline beings whose dance brought the necessary sleep of winter. But their power, unleashed out of season, was a creeping frostbite on the forest's lifeblood. If the heartspring froze too soon, the deep roots wouldn't store enough strength for spring's awakening. The delicate mosses would wither, the sleeping seeds beneath the soil would perish, and the gentle magic that bound the hidden folk would fray. "We must warn the others," Thistle exclaimed. "Warning is not enough, little one," Ripple said, her gaze thoughtful. "The veil needs mending. An old song, passed down from otter to otter since the first snow fell, tells of a warmth that can soothe a premature frost. The sunstone." She described a stone not large, but radiating a gentle, golden heat, said to be a fragment of the very first dawn, hidden long ago within the Whisperwood for safekeeping. "It lies where the moonbeam falls kiss the earth at midnight, guarded by the silent watcher." Thistle knew the moonbeam falls, a cascade that shimmered with liquid moonlight only visible under a full moon. But the silent watcher. Fear prickled her fur. "Wisdom, not strength, calms the silent watcher," Ripple advised, seeing her trepidation. "And you do not go alone, the forest shares its burden." As if summoned, a rustle came from the hazel bushes. A badger named Bramble, stout and steady, emerged, his black and white stripes stark in the dappled light. Beside him fluttered Fern, a dragonfly whose wings were like stained glass, catching the weak sun in flashes of emerald and sapphire. "The roots whisper of cold," Bramble grunted, his voice gravelly but kind. "The badger tunnels feel the chill creeping down." "And the air tastes thin like winter's first bite," Fern chimed in, her voice a delicate hum. "We will seek the sunstone together." Their journey began as the weak autumn sun climbed higher, painting long, cool shadows. Thistle led, her nose close to the ground, following the subtle scent path only rabbits knew, a ribbon of crushed thyme and damp loam. Bramble moved with powerful deliberation, clearing fallen branches with a swipe of his broad claws. Fern darted ahead, a living jewel, scouting the path from above, her multifaceted eyes seeing the world in a mosaic of light and movement. Ripple swam alongside them in the silver thread, her sleek form parting the water with barely a ripple, keeping pace and offering guidance from the water's perspective. They traversed landscapes woven with magic. They skirted the Glimmerglade, where patches of ground phosphoresced with a soft blue-green light even in daytime, nourished by fallen stardust. They crossed the Bridge of Roots, a natural arch formed by two ancient, entwined beaches, its surface worn smooth by generations of tiny paws and claws. The air grew colder as they climbed towards the northern ridge. Frost, premature and cruel, began to etch delicate, deadly patterns on ferns and mosses. The cheerful chirping of crickets was replaced by an unnerving silence, broken only by the crunch of frost under Bramble's heavy steps and the worried buzzing of Fern's wings. Finally, as dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and oranges, they reached the Moonbeam Falls. True to its name, the waterfall was invisible by day, merely a rocky cliff face draped in thick moss and ivy. But as the first stars pricked the darkening sky and the full moon rose, vast and luminous, a transformation occurred. Moonlight struck the cliff, and water not ordinary water, but liquid, shimmering silver began to cascade down, silent as a sigh, pooling in a basin that glowed like captured moonlight. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet the air around it was frigid, the frost thicker here, creeping towards the luminous pool. And there, seated on a flat rock beside the pool, was the silent watcher. It was an owl, but unlike any other. Its feathers were the deep, velvety black of a moonless night, scattered with tiny points of light that mimicked the constellations. Its eyes were vast and swirling pools of silver, holding the reflection of the moon itself. It didn't hoot or call, it simply watched, radiating an ancient, profound stillness that was neither hostile nor welcoming, but deeply, powerfully present. The cold seemed to emanate from it, or perhaps it was merely observing the frost's advance. Thistle's heart hammered against her ribs. Bramble lowered his head, a respectful rumble in his chest. Fern landed trembling on Thistle's ear. Ripple hauled herself onto the bank, water streaming from her fur, her gaze fixed on the owl. Remembering Ripple's words wisdom, not strength, Thistle took a deep, shaky breath. She didn't approach the imposing bird. Instead, she hopped slowly towards the glowing pool of moon water. She dipped her nose not to drink, but to gently blow across the shimmering surface, creating tiny, rippling constellations. She then turned towards a patch of frost-nipped moss near the silent watcher's perch. With infinite care, using her small paws, she began to brush away the frost crystals, revealing the vibrant green beneath. She worked silently, her small body radiating focused gentleness. Bramble understood. He moved ponderously to a cluster of frosted ferns. Instead of tearing them, he breathed warm air from his broad muzzle over them, the frost melting into glistening droplets. Fern, summoning her courage, flew delicate patterns in the air above the moonwater pool, her wings catching the liquid light and scattering it like falling stars over the frost-rimed rocks near the owl. Ripple slid back into the moonwater pool, not disturbing its serenity, but swimming slow, deliberate circles, her movements creating currents that seemed to weave warmth back into the luminous flow. They didn't speak to the silent watcher. They spoke to the forest. They spoke through quiet acts of care, tending to the frozen bits of their world, honoring the moonlight, demonstrating the harmony they sought to protect. They showed the balance they lived by. The silent watcher watched. Its swirling silver eyes followed Thistle's careful pause, Bramble's warm breath, Fern's glittering dance, Ripple's fluid movements. The profound silence stretched, filled only by the imagined sigh of the moonwater and the soft sounds of their work. The biting cold lessened fractionally. The frost's advance seemed to hesitate. Then the owl blinked. Slowly, deliberately, it turned its great head towards a crevice in the cliff face behind the falls, hidden by curtains of glowing moonwater. It didn't gesture, but an understanding flowed from it, clear as spring water. There. With Bramble carefully shifting rocks and Thistle clearing frost from the crevice entrance, they found it. The sunstone was smaller than Thistle imagined, fitting perfectly in her paw. It wasn't fiery, it was warm, like a sunbeam captured in amber, radiating a gentle, golden heat that immediately pushed back the clinging cold in their immediate vicinity. It pulsed softly, like a tiny, contented heartbeat. They bowed low to the silent watcher, whose constellation-speckled feathers seemed to gleam with a deeper light for a moment. Then, as silently as it had watched, it spread its vast, starry wings and lifted into the night sky, vanishing into the tapestry of stars above. Holding the sunstone carefully, the group hurried back towards the heartspring. The journey felt warmer now, the stone's gentle heat radiating outwards. Frost retreated from their path, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief as they passed. They reached the heartspring as the first true light of dawn began to blush the eastern sky. The spring was barely a trickle now, its glow almost extinguished, the gray tinge ominous. Reverently, Thistle placed the sunstone at the very source, where the water first wept from the ancient rock. She nestled it amongst the roots of the guardian oak, the oldest tree in the Whisperwood, whose branches cradled the stars. A soft, golden light bloomed from the stone, spreading like liquid honey through the water. The gray tinge dissolved. The weak gurgle deepened, strengthened, becoming the familiar, cheerful chuckle of the heartspring. The amber glow returned, brighter than before, infused with the sunstone's warmth. As the light touched the frosted edges of the pool, the ice melted instantly. Life surged back into the surrounding mosses and ferns, their colors deepening with vibrant vitality. The scent of thawing earth and fresh water filled the air, rich and sweet. A cheer, soft but heartfelt, rose from the gathered hidden folk who had kept vigil: hedgehogs, mice, squirrels, voles, beetles, and spiders. Fireflies, their light strengthened, danced joyous patterns above the restored spring. The guardian oak seemed to stretch its branches higher, its leaves catching the dawn light with renewed vigor. Ripples slid into the now warm water, letting the revitalized current flow over her. "The balance is restored," she announced, her voice resonating with peace. "The frost nymphs will return to their slumber beyond the veil, waiting for their true season. The heartspring sings again." Bramble gave a satisfied grunt, nudging Thistle gently with his nose. "Gentle paws and a brave heart, little one, wisdom indeed." Fern landed on the sunstone, now nestled permanently among the roots, its warmth a constant, gentle presence. "It remembers the first dawn," she hummed. "Now it guards our spring." As days turned into weeks, autumn deepened properly. Crisp air, golden leaves, and the busy gathering of nuts replaced the unnatural frost. The sunstone pulsed softly at the heartspring's source, its warmth ensuring the water never chilled too deeply, protecting the forest's vital core through the approaching winter. The silent watcher was seen occasionally, perched high in the guardian oak on moonlit nights, a silent guardian overlooking the realm. Thistle often sat by the heartspring at twilight, watching the water reflect the colors of the sky: rose, amber, violet. She listened to its song, a melody of resilience and harmony. She remembered the creeping cold, the fear, and the quiet power of tending to what was frozen. She remembered the starry owl and the warmth of the first dawn held in her paw. One evening, as the first snowflakes of true winter began to drift down soft, feathery, and welcome, now Ripple joined her. The old otter watched the snow settle on the moss like a downy blanket. "The forest breathes, little Thistle," Ripple murmured, her breath misting in the cold air. "It rests as it should. The cold has its purpose, its time. The heartspring sleeps, but dreams of spring, kept warm by the memory of the sun. Remember this journey. Remember the strength in gentleness, the power in harmony, and the warmth held in trust. Pass it on when your fur turns silver like mine." Thistle nodded, snuggling closer to the otter's warmth. The snow fell silently, covering the Whisperwood in a hush of white. The heartspring, beneath its blanket of snow and roots, pulsed with a deep, warm, golden light, visible only as a soft glow from the sunstone's resting place. The air was crisp and clean, smelling of snow and pine. Fireflies, now hibernating, had left behind their luminous cousins, tiny ice crystals that sparkled like captured starlight on every branch and twig. High above, a silent shape with starry wings glided across the moon, watching over the slumbering forest, where the hidden folk slept soundly in their burrows and nests, dreaming of thawing earth and the heartspring's joyful song to come, safe in the enduring balance of their ancient, enchanted world. The only sounds were the soft sigh of the wind through snow-laden boughs and the deep, contented rhythm of the forest itself, breathing in peaceful harmony with the turning stars. All was quiet. All was well. All was as it should be, held in the gentle, golden memory of dawn. Story 4. The first true snow fell softly that evening, blanketing the world outside Maya's window in a hush of pristine white. It muffled the distant sounds of the town, wrapping her small, timber-framed house in a cocoon of silence. Inside, the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing orange shadows on the walls, but a familiar pang of loneliness settled over Maya. Her parents were away visiting relatives over the mountains, and the house felt too big, too quiet. Bundling up in her thickest woolen sweater and scarf, she decided fresh air might help. Pulling on her sturdy boots, she stepped out into the glittering twilight. The snow crunched satisfyingly underfoot as she wandered past the frost-laden rose bushes towards the old stone wall, marking the edge of their property. Beyond it lay the whispering expanse of Silverwood Forest, its skeletal branches etched black against the luminous sky. Maya loved the forest, especially in winter, when it seemed to hold its breath. As she traced the mossy stones with her mittened hand, her fingers brushed against something cold and smooth, half buried beneath a fresh drift by the wall's base. Curious, she brushed the snow away, revealing a perfect sphere of flawless, thick glass, no bigger than her palm. It felt strangely warm against the winter chill. Inside, miniature snowflakes swirled in an eternal, silent dance around a tiny, intricate model of a snow-capped castle, nestled among impossibly delicate, frosted trees. It wasn't just a snow globe, it felt like holding a captured dream. Mesmerized, Maya tilted the globe. The flakes swirled faster, catching the fading light, and the castle seemed to shimmer. She held it closer, peering into its depths. The details were astonishing: tiny icicles hanging from miniature eaves, a bridge arching over a frozen stream made of crystal-clear glass, paths winding between trees dusted with diamond-like frost. As she stared, the world outside the globe seemed to soften, the sounds fading further. The swirling snow within seemed to expand, filling her vision. A sudden gentle tug, like a snowflake landing on her nose, pulled at her consciousness. She blinked, and when her eyes opened again, she wasn't standing by the stone wall anymore. She stood in the heart of the miniature landscape. Towering trees, their bark like polished silver and their branches heavy with real snow and glistening icicles, surrounded her. The air was crisp and clean, smelling of pine and frost, but carried a strange, underlying scent of worry. A deep, resonant silence hung heavy, broken only by the soft sigh of wind through the frozen boughs. Before her stood the castle, no longer miniature but breathtakingly real, its turrets piercing the twilight sky, its walls shimmering with embedded crystals that caught the ambient light. This was the kingdom of Glimmerfrost, and she was inside the snow globe. Before Maya could fully grasp the wonder or the impossibility, a flash of white darted from behind a frost-encrusted bush. It stopped a few feet away, regarding her with large, intelligent eyes the color of glacial ice. It was a fox, but unlike any fox she'd ever seen. Its fur was pure white, shimmering faintly with an inner light, as if woven from moonbeams and fresh snow. Tiny crystals sparkled like diamonds on its ears and along the tip of its bushy tail. "Hello," Maya whispered, her breath puffing white in the cold air. What are you?" The fox tilted its head, its icy blue eyes wide with surprise, and something else a flicker of desperate hope. "You see me," the voice was soft, like the whisper of snow falling, and seemed to resonate directly in Maya's mind. "You are not of Glimmerfrost." I found a snow globe," Maya stammered, holding out her hands, though the globe itself was gone. "By the stone wall, my name is Maya." "I am Lumi," the fox replied, taking a cautious step closer. Its crystalline fur brushed against her boot, surprisingly warm. "You are an outsider. We have not seen one in many frosts." Lumi's gaze swept the magnificent, yet strangely still, forest, "But you arrive at a time of fading." "Fading," Maya echoed, looking around. Now that she paid attention, she saw subtle signs. The shimmer on the trees seemed duller in patches. Some branches, instead of holding sparkling snow, looked brittle and gray. The ambient light felt weaker, the shadows deeper and colder. The scent of worry was stronger. "What's happening?" "The heart of Glimmerfrost weakens," Lumi explained, her mental voice filled with sorrow. "Deep within the whispering caves, beneath the crystal spire of the castle, lies the frostfire gem. It is the source of our light, our warmth, our very life. Its glow sustains the eternal snows, the shimmer on the trees, the sparkle in the ice. But its light grows dimmer with each passing hour. Without it," Lumi shivered, though not from cold, "Glimmerfrost will fade into gray nothingness, forever." "But why can't you fix it?" Maya asked, her own heart clenching at the thought of this magical world turning gray and silent. "The caves are guarded by riddles woven from ice and shadow," Lumi said. "Riddles meant for minds that understand both the world outside and the heart of winter. My kind, we feel the magic, we live it, but the ancient riddles, they baffle us. We need wisdom from beyond the frost. She looked intently at Maya. You arrived when hope was nearly gone. Perhaps you are the key. Maya felt a flutter of panic. She was just a girl who felt lonely, solving magical riddles to save a hidden kingdom. I don't know anything about riddles or magic. But you see me, Lumi insisted gently. You found the threshold globe, you stepped into the story. That is a magic all its own, and you have a warm heart, Maya. I can feel it like a small sun. The fox nudged her hand with her cool, velvety nose. Will you journey with me to the Whispering Caves? Without the Frostfire gem's light, I fear I will fade too. The vulnerability in Lumi's crystalline eyes, the thought of this beautiful creature and her world dissolving, stirred something deep within Maya. Her loneliness melted away, replaced by a fierce desire to help. This unexpected friendship, born in a moment of magic, felt more real than anything she'd known. Okay, Lumi, she said, her voice firmer now. I'll try, show me the way. Their journey began under the watchful gaze of the crystal spire. The castle loomed ahead, majestic but silent, its windows dark. Lumi led Maya along a path paved with smooth, luminous stones that glowed faintly under a thin layer of snow. The air grew colder the deeper they ventured into the forest, the unnatural dimness more pronounced. They passed frozen waterfalls, their cascades captured in mid-motion like intricate sculptures. They crossed the glass bridge Maya had seen in the globe. Looking down, she saw shapes moving far below in the icy stream, fish made of swirling light and liquid sapphire. They weren't alone. Maya caught glimpses of other inhabitants, small, furry creatures with coats like spun silver darting through the undergrowth, their eyes wide with fear. Elegant, deer-like beings with antlers of glittering frost, watching them pass with solemn, ancient eyes, even shimmering moths that fluttered like living snowflakes. All seemed subdued, their natural luminescence muted, watching the strange girl and the snow fox with a mixture of curiosity and desperate hope. No one spoke, but their silent presence was a weight Maya could feel. After what felt like hours, though time seemed fluid in Glimmerfrost, they reached the base of a towering cliff face. Veins of glowing blue crystal pulsed weakly within the dark rock. Set into the cliff was an arched entrance, framed by jagged icicles that dripped with cold light. This was the entrance to the Whispering Caves. A palpable sense of ancient magic, tinged with deep cold and a profound sadness, emanated from the dark mouth. The whispers began as they approached. Faint, sighing voices carried on the frigid air, murmuring half-heard words that seemed to slip away like melting ice. The riddles begin at the threshold, Lumi warned, her fur fluffing up slightly. Listen carefully, speak your answer true. They stepped into the cavern entrance. The air inside was still and bitingly cold. Immediately, the whispers coalesced into a single, resonant voice that seemed to come from the very walls. I am born of cold, yet hold warmth deep within. I fall without sound, a delicate twin. I blanket the world in a silence so deep, yet vanish with touch, secrets I keep. What am I? Maya frowned, concentrating. Born of cold, holds warmth. Falls without sound, blankets the world, vanishes with touch. Lumi looked at her anxiously. It's snow, Maya said suddenly, the answer clicking into place. A snowflake is born of cold air, but when lots fall together, they insulate the ground, holding warmth beneath. They fall silently, they blanket everything in quiet, and they vanish when you touch them or when the sun comes out. A soft chime echoed through the cavern. The oppressive cold lessened slightly, and the blue veins in the walls pulsed a fraction brighter. The path before them, previously shrouded in gloom, revealed itself for a few yards, lit by the faintly glowing crystals. Well-reasoned outsider, the whispering voice acknowledged, its tone less frigid. Proceed. They walked deeper into the mountain. The tunnel twisted and turned, branching occasionally, but the faint glow of the crystals seemed to guide them towards their destination. The air grew colder still, the whispers more insistent, forming a constant susurration that tugged at Maya's thoughts. They reached a wider chamber where the path forked 3 ways. Above each archway, frost formed shimmering, shifting symbols. The whispering voice spoke again. 3 paths lie before you, only one is true. One leads to darkness, cold and blue. One leads to echoes, lost and alone. One leads to the heart, the gem's ancient throne. Choose by the sign that speaks of the light. That returns after darkness, ending the night. Maya studied the symbols. Above the left arch, frost swirled into the shape of a closed eye. Above the middle, it formed a perfect, echoing circle. Above the right, it shimmered into a shape like a tiny, radiant sun just peeking over a horizon. It speaks of light returning after darkness, Maya murmured to Lumi. Ending the night, that sounds like dawn, the sun rising. She pointed to the symbol above the right-hand arch. That looks like the sun coming up. Lumi's tail gave a hopeful twitch. The dawn sign, yes. As they stepped towards the right-hand arch, the frost symbol flared brightly, confirming their choice. The whispers sighed with what sounded like reluctant approval. The path sloped downwards, the air growing so cold Maya could see her breath crystallize instantly. The walls glittered with thicker deposits of the blue crystal, pulsing with a slow, weakening rhythm like a fading heartbeat. The sense of sadness was overwhelming now, a tangible weight pressing down on them. Lumi pressed close to Maya's leg, seeking warmth and reassurance. Finally, they emerged into a vast, cathedral-like cavern. Stalactites and stalagmites of pure, clear ice met and merged, forming crystalline pillars that soared towards a ceiling lost in darkness. In the very center of the cavern, atop a natural dais of glowing blue crystal, sat the frost-fire gem. Or rather, what was left of it. It was a large, multifaceted stone, easily the size of Maya's head. But its light, which Maya imagined should have been a brilliant, warm white or perhaps icy blue, was feeble. Only a faint, sickly yellow glow pulsed erratically from its core, barely illuminating the cavern. Jagged cracks, dark as obsidian, marred its surface. The heart of Glimmerfrost was dying. Before the dais, the frost on the cavern floor swirled and thickened, forming words that glowed with a cold, final light. The final riddle. I am the spark that never ignites, the warmth unseen on coldest nights. I mend the broken, bridge the gap. I hold the world within my lap. Though not a flame, I conquer fear, and bring lost hope when darkness is near. What am I? Maya stared at the dying gem, feeling the profound despair radiating from it, seeping into her bones. She thought of her loneliness back home, the quiet ache in the empty house. She thought of Lumi's fear of fading, of the subdued creatures in the forest, their light dimming. She thought of the desperation that had driven Lumi to trust an outsider. The answer wasn't about fire or physical warmth. It was deeper. It's kindness. Maya whispered, the word feeling almost too small for the cavern. Or love. She thought harder. The spark that never ignites not a destructive flame, but something gentle. Warmth unseen a feeling inside. Mends the broken, bridges gaps like friendship. Holds the world compassion. Conquers fear, brings hope. It's hope, she said more firmly. Hope is the spark that doesn't burn, the warmth you feel inside even when it's cold. It mends broken spirits, bridges loneliness. It holds the promise of the world getting better. Hope conquers fear. Hope brings light when things are dark. She stepped forward towards the dais. The answer is hope. The final word echoed through the cavern, surprisingly loud. The dark cracks on the frostfire gem flared with a sudden, intense light, not yellow, but pure, blinding white. Maya and Lumi shielded their eyes. A sound like 1,000 icicles shattering harmoniously filled the air, followed by a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. When the light subsided, Maya lowered her hand. The frostfire gem blazed. Not with the sickly yellow, but with a glorious, swirling light that held both the pure white of fresh snow and the warm gold of a winter sunrise. The cracks were gone, sealed as if they had never been. Waves of pure, revitalizing energy pulsed outwards, visible as shimmering ripples in the air. The cold retreated, replaced by a comforting, gentle warmth that seeped into their very bones. The blue crystals embedded in the cavern walls blazed with renewed vigor, casting the entire space in a breathtaking, ethereal glow. The oppressive sadness lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and profound, singing joy. Hope, the whispering voices sighed, now sounding like a gentle breeze through summer leaves, filled with wonder and gratitude. Yes, hope is the light that never dies. Lumi leaped with pure joy, a blur of shimmering white, her crystalline fur catching the gem's light and scattering rainbows across the ice. You did it, Maya, you saved Glimmerfrost. She nuzzled Maya's hand, radiating pure happiness and warmth. The heart beat strong again. The journey back through the whispering caves was transformed. The whispers were now soft, melodic murmurs of thanks. The path glowed brightly, welcoming. When they emerged from the cliff face, the change in Silverwood Forest was immediate and miraculous. The trees shimmered with renewed vigor, their bark gleaming like polished silver, their snow-laden branches sparkling with diamond-bright frost under a sky that now held the first hints of a luminous dawn. The air hummed with life and subtle, joyful sounds, the cheer-up of unseen creatures, the gentle chime of icicles in a soft breeze. Creatures watched them pass, their eyes bright once more, their fur or feathers gleaming with inner light. Some bowed their heads in silent gratitude as Maya and Lumi passed. By the time they reached the edge of the forest near where Maya had entered, the crystal spire of the castle blazed like a beacon, its light pure and strong, reflecting off the snow in a million points of dancing brilliance. The hidden kingdom was alive, vibrant, and filled with restored magic. Lumi stopped by the old stone wall, now dusted with fresh, sparkling snow that seemed to glow with its own light. She looked up at Maya, her ice-blue eyes filled with deep affection. The threshold globe will take you back, now that the heart is whole. Step through the place where you arrived, holding it in your heart. Maya felt a pang. Will I ever see you again, Lumi? The snow fox smiled, a warm expression in her eyes. Glimmerfrost is always here, Maya. Held within the frost on your window pane, the sparkle of sunlight on fresh snow, the quiet beauty of a winter forest, and the hope you carry now. That is a magic you take with you, a light that will always connect us. Look for me in the quiet moments, in the beauty of your own winter world. You are forever a friend of Glimmerfrost. Lumi nudged her hand one last time, a gesture filled with warmth and unspoken understanding. Then she turned and bounded away, a streak of luminous white disappearing into the shimmering trees, her joyful energy leaving a trail of sparkling frost in the air. Maya took a deep breath of the crisp, magic-tinged air. She thought of the snow globe, the feeling of warmth it had given her. Focusing on that feeling, on the image of her own backyard, she took a step forward towards the spot where she had first appeared. The transition was gentle, like stepping out of a vivid dream. One moment she was surrounded by the glittering magic of Glimmerfrost. The next she was standing in her own snowy backyard, the familiar shape of her house outlined against the night sky. The stone wall was just a wall. The snow globe was gone. But in her hand she felt a lingering warmth, and nestled in the snow at her feet was a single, perfect snowflake-shaped crystal, glowing faintly with a soft, inner light. She picked it up carefully. It felt warm against her skin, humming with a gentle, familiar energy. She walked back to the house, no longer feeling its emptiness. The fire still crackled in the hearth, its light warm and welcoming. She sat by the window, the snowflake crystal held gently in her palm. Outside, the snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in peaceful silence. But Maya saw it differently now. She saw the intricate beauty of each flake catching the moonlight. She saw the way the snow sparkled like millions of tiny diamonds. She saw the quiet magic inherent in the frozen world. The loneliness was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace and connection. She had journeyed to a hidden world, made an impossible friend, faced a fading heart, and rekindled it with the simplest, yet most powerful magic of all, hope. She placed the snowflake crystal on her windowsill, where it caught the firelight, scattering tiny rainbows on the wall. It was a reminder. A reminder of Lumi, of Glimmerfrost, of the light that dwells within kindness and courage, and the enduring warmth of hope, even on the coldest, darkest nights. As she drifted off to sleep that night, wrapped in the cozy warmth of her room, the gentle glow of the crystal on the sill was the last thing she saw. And in her dreams she ran through a forest of shimmering silver trees, the air filled with joyful chimes, alongside a friend whose fur was woven from moonlight and snow, in a kingdom where the heart of winter glowed forever bright. The snow fell softly outside, a silent lullaby for a world rediscovered, both within and without. Story 5. The village of Stillbrook nestled in a valley where the wind sighed through ancient oaks and sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered gold coins. It was a place of quiet routines, where cobblestones knew the rhythm of familiar footsteps and chimney smoke curled lazily into the crisp, clean air. Yet within its peaceful heart lived a boy named Finn, who felt like a single, misplaced note in a harmonious melody. Finn was quiet, observant, but painfully shy. Words often tangled in his throat, leaving him feeling invisible amidst the boisterous laughter of other children. His greatest solace was found not in the village square, but at the very edge of the known world where the wild, untamed Whisperwood began. One chill autumn afternoon, the weight of loneliness heavier than usual, Finn sought refuge in his favorite spot, the hollow base of a colossal, lightning-struck oak known as Grandfather Bark. He traced the gnarled roots, whispering his small sorrows to the patient wood. As his fingers brushed against a patch of damp, crumbling earth beneath a root, something cool and smooth met his touch. He dug carefully, his breath catching as he unearthed an object wrapped in burlap so old it crumbled at his touch. Beneath the disintegrating cloth lay a lantern. Not the ordinary tin kind used in Stillbrook, but one wrought of what looked like silvery, moon-touched glass. It was shaped like a closed flower bud, delicate and cool to the touch. There were no hinges, no visible opening, and no place for a candle or wick. Yet as Finn held it, a soft, pearlescent light began to pulse within its core, faint at first, then growing steadily warmer, casting gentle, shifting patterns on the mossy ground around him. It felt alive in his hands, humming with a silent, comforting song that resonated deep within his chest, quieting the ache of his solitude. This, he thought, cradling it close, is magic. That night, unable to sleep, Finn crept from his cottage, the silver lantern clasped tight. Its soft light painted a path through the sleeping village, drawing him irresistibly towards the dark fringe of the Whisperwood. Usually the woods at night held a certain intimidating majesty, but tonight, bathed in the lantern's gentle glow, they seemed different. The towering pines seemed less like sentinels and more like welcoming guardians. The rustling leaves sounded less like whispers of warning and more like invitations. The lantern's light didn't just illuminate, it seemed to reveal. Where the light touched the bark of trees, intricate patterns Finn had never noticed before shimmered into view spirals of silver, veins of gold like hidden constellations mapped onto wood. Moss glowed with an emerald intensity, and dewdrops on spiderwebs sparkled like captured stars. Deeper he ventured, guided by the lantern's gentle pulse. It was as if the wood itself was guiding him. He crossed a murmuring brook where the water sang over smooth stones, its surface reflecting the lantern's light like liquid moonlight. He passed through a grove of willows, whose long, trailing branches seemed to bow gracefully as he approached. The air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp earth. He felt no fear, only a profound sense of wonder and a growing kinship with the ancient trees. Then he saw it. A flicker of movement, swift and silent, high in the branches of a great beech tree. It wasn't a bird or a squirrel. It was a creature of pure, mesmerizing light. About the size of a small cat, it resembled a fox, but woven from strands of shimmering blue and silver radiance. Its large, luminous eyes, the color of deep twilight, were fixed on Finn, filled with an intelligence that startled him. It didn't flee. Instead, it tilted its head, regarding him and the lantern with intense curiosity. Finn froze. His usual shyness threatened to overwhelm him. But the lantern pulsed warmly in his hands, a silent encouragement. He took a tentative step forward. The light fox flinched slightly but held its ground. Finn slowly raised the lantern higher. The creature's eyes widened, reflecting the silver light. It let out a sound, not a bark or a growl, but a soft, chiming melody, like tiny bells stirred by a breeze. It was the most beautiful sound Finn had ever heard. He tried to speak, but his voice failed him. Instead, he simply stood, holding the lantern, pouring his wonder and his loneliness into his gaze. The light fox seemed to understand. It descended from the branch with impossible grace, landing soundlessly on the forest floor a few paces away. It took another step closer. Finn knelt. The creature approached cautiously, then nudged the lantern with its shimmering nose. A cascade of brighter light flared within the glass, illuminating Finn's face and casting the creature's radiant form in stark relief. It let out another, softer chime. Finn found his voice, a mere whisper. Hello. The word felt fragile in the vast quiet of the wood. The light fox chimed again, a sound that felt like acceptance. It circled him once, a trail of shimmering motes left in its wake, then darted off a few yards, stopping to look back. An invitation. Finn, his heart pounding not with fear but with exhilarating possibility, followed. The light fox, whom Finn silently named Lumina, led him deeper still, into a part of the Whisperwood Finn had never dared explore. They navigated paths only Lumina seemed to see, winding through thickets that parted like curtains before them, crossing streams on stepping stones that glowed faintly under the lantern's light. Finally, Lumina stopped at the base of an enormous, ancient yew tree, its trunk wider than Finn's cottage. The lantern flared brightly. Lumina placed a glowing paw against the gnarled bark. Where it touched, the wood shimmered, and a doorway, perfectly arched and woven from living roots and vines, appeared. It hadn't been there a moment before. Lumina chimed softly and slipped through. Finn, breathless, followed. He stepped into a hidden glade bathed in perpetual twilight. Giant, luminous mushrooms dotted the ground like glowing stepping stones. Flowers bloomed with petals that emitted soft pulses of colored light blues, violets, soft golds. Trees with bark like polished moonstone reached towards a sky that wasn't sky, but a swirling canopy of slow-moving constellations, casting a gentle, ethereal radiance. The air hummed with a low, harmonious sound, the combined breath of the hidden world. This was the Heartwood Glade. Lumina led him to the center of the glade, where a pool of water, clear as crystal and seemingly bottomless, reflected the swirling constellations above. Around the pool sat other creatures of light, smaller, rabbit-like beings with flickering ears, a stag woven from amber radiance with majestic, branching antlers, flitting, hummingbird-sized sparks of pure color. They all turned their luminous eyes towards Finn and Lumina. There was curiosity, but no hostility. Lumen chimed a complex melody, and the other creatures responded with soft hums and chimes, a language of pure resonance. Finn felt a wave of awe so profound it brought tears to his eyes. He wasn't invisible here. He was seen. He belonged in a way he never had before, simply by being himself, quiet Finn with his quiet magic lantern. He sat by the pool, placing the lantern beside him. Its light mingled with the ambient glow of the glade, pulsing in time with a harmonious hum. Lumen curled up beside him, a warm, comforting presence of pure light. For hours Finn simply existed, watching the light creatures move with silent grace, listening to their chiming language, feeling the profound peace of the heartwood seep into his bones. He didn't need words here. His presence, his wonder, his gentle spirit communicated everything. But the peace was fragile. Days turned into weeks of secret visits. Finn learned to navigate the Whisperwood with confidence, guided by the lantern and Lumen. He learned that the light creatures were the Sylvanara, guardians of the ancient magic woven into the Whisperwood's roots. Lumen was his guide, his first true friend. Finn shared his silent thoughts, his small joys, and his deep-seated loneliness with Lumen, who understood with luminous empathy, responding with chimes that resonated with Finn's feelings. One evening, as Finn approached Grandfather Bark, the lantern's light flickered strangely. It pulsed erratically, dimming and flaring. A sense of unease prickled over him. Lumen, waiting as usual, met him with agitated chimes. The usually serene creature darted nervously, its light flaring bright with alarm. It led Finn not deeper into the woods, but towards the village edge, stopping near the old mill stream. Lumen pointed a glowing muzzle towards the water. Finn gasped. Where the stream flowed near the mill, the water looked sickly, tinged with an unnatural, oily green. The plants along its bank were wilting, their vibrant greens turning sallow. A faint, acrid smell hung in the air, clashing violently with the forest's natural perfume. The lantern pulsed weakly, its light seeming to recoil from the polluted stream. Lumen chimed a mournful, urgent melody. The magic of the Whisperwood, the very lifeblood of the Sylvanara, was being poisoned. Finn felt a surge of protective anger mixed with deep fear. This hidden world, his sanctuary, his friend, was threatened. The challenge was immense. He was just Finn, the quiet boy. How could he possibly fix this? Who would listen to him? The weight of his shyness threatened to crush him again. Lumen nudged him gently, its light warm against his leg. It chimed softly, a sound of unwavering trust. It looked at him, then at the lantern, then back at the poison stream. The lantern pulsed in response, a flicker of its former strength, but a flicker nonetheless. Finn understood. The lantern had revealed the hidden world to him. Perhaps it could help him reveal this danger to others. But it needed strength. It needed the pure magic of the heartwood. And Finn needed courage he wasn't sure he possessed. He spent the next day in a state of nervous agitation. He tried to tell his parents about the stream, but his words stumbled and faltered. The water near the mill, it looks bad, he managed, his face flushing. His father, kind but practical, patted his shoulder. Probably just some runoff, lad. Old man Hemlock's been tinkering with his dyes again. It'll clear. They hadn't seen the oily green sheen, the wilting plants. They hadn't smelled the acrid tang. Finn felt despair creeping in. That night, clutching the dim lantern, he met Lumen at Grandfather Bark. The Sylvanara's light was noticeably dimmer, its movements sluggish. The urgency in its chiming melody spurred Finn into action. He needed proof. He needed the lantern strong again. He needed to show the heartwood what was happening. Show them, Finn whispered to Lumen, pointing towards the poison stream. show them in the glade. Lumen understood. It led Finn back to the Heartwood glade, moving slower than usual. The glade itself felt different. The luminous mushrooms were dimmer, the swirling constellations above moved sluggishly. The harmonious hum was strained, discordant. The Sylvanara gathered around the pool, their lights flickering with distress. Lumen chimed urgently, gesturing towards Finn. Finn stepped forward, holding the lantern towards the pool. He focused all his will, all his fear for his friend and this magical place, into the lantern. He thought of the oily green water, the dying plants, the acrid smell. The lantern, resting on the mossy bank beside the pool, began to react. Its dim light flickered, then steadied. As Finn poured his intention into it, the lantern's glow intensified, not just illuminating, but projecting. Onto the surface of the clear pool, images formed, the sickly green stream, the wilting reeds, the unnatural slick on the water's surface. The Sylvanara gasped in their chiming language, recoiling from the vision. They saw the poison, the threat to their home, reflected in their sacred pool. A profound silence fell over the glade, filled only by the strained hum and the distressed flickering of the Sylvanara's lights. The stag of amber light stepped forward, lowering its magnificent head towards Finn. It chimed a deep, resonant note that vibrated through Finn's bones. It wasn't words, but understanding flowed into him. The poison was coming from the mill. Something was wrong there, something seeping into the earth and water, poisoning the roots that connected to the heartwood. They needed Finn to be their voice. They needed him to stop it. The stag touched its glowing antler to the lantern. A surge of pure, warm energy flowed into it. The lantern blazed with renewed brilliance, its silvery glass glowing like captured moonlight. Finn felt the energy surge through him too, not a roar, but a quiet, steady warmth, a deep-rooted strength he'd never known he possessed. It wasn't the courage of loud proclamations, but the courage of conviction, the courage to protect what he loved. He knew what he had to do. He couldn't stumble over his words in the village square. He needed undeniable proof, and he needed someone who would listen. He thought of Alara, the village elder. She was old, sharp-eyed, and deeply respected. She knew the old stories, the whispers about the Whisperwood. She might believe. The next morning, Finn walked through Stillbrook with a new sense of purpose. He carried a small, covered pail. Inside was water from the poison stream, shimmering faintly with its unnatural green hue. The lantern was tucked securely under his arm, its light hidden by a thick cloth, but he could feel its steady warmth against his side, a constant reminder of Lumen and the Sylvanara. He walked past the other children playing stickball, past the baker calling out fresh loaves, straight towards Elder Alara's cottage, nestled under two ancient hawthorns. His heart hammered against his ribs. The familiar knot of shyness tightened in his throat. He stood before her blue-painted door, trembling. He raised his hand to knock, hesitated, then remembered Lumen's trusting eyes, the dimming light of the Sylvanara, the sacred pool showing the poison. He knocked, 3 firm raps. Elder Alara opened the door, her eyes bright and curious behind spectacles. "Finn, what brings you, lad? You look like you've seen a sprite." Finn swallowed hard. The words felt like stones. He held up the pail, his hand shaking slightly. The stream by the mill. He faltered. He pulled back the cloth covering the pail. The faint, unpleasant odor wafted out, and the oily green shimmer was visible even in the daylight. Alara's smile vanished. She peered closely, her expression turning grim. "Show me," she commanded, her voice firm but not unkind. Finn led her silently to the edge of the poison stream. He pointed wordlessly at the dying reeds, the unnatural slick on the water's surface near the mill's outflow pipe. Alara knelt, dipped a finger, sniffed, and recoiled. By the stars, she murmured. This isn't dye runoff. She looked at Finn, her gaze piercing. How did you know, lad? How did you find this? This was the moment. Finn took a deep breath, drawing strength from the lantern's hidden warmth. He didn't try to explain the Sylvanara or the Heartwood glade. Instead, he said, I found something, a lantern, an old one it showed me. He carefully unwrapped the silver lantern. Even in the daylight, its unique craftsmanship was evident. As Alara's eyes widened in recognition, perhaps remembering an old village tale, Finn focused. He held the lantern towards the poisoned water. He thought of the Sylvanara's distress, the stag's plea, Lumen's fading light. The lantern responded. Its pearlescent light flared, not blindingly, but intensely. Where the light touched the polluted water, the oily green shimmer seemed to recoil, momentarily clearing in its path. It illuminated the sickness with an undeniable, magical clarity. More importantly, it illuminated the source, a crack in the old stone foundation of the mill, near the outflow pipe, where a thick, viscous, dark green sludge was slowly seeping into the earth. Alara gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. The old vat, she exclaimed. Hemlock's been storing his new experimental dyes in that cracked old vat in the cellar. He must not have realized. She looked from the seeping poison to the lantern, then to Finn's earnest, determined face. This lantern, it's from the tales, the Whisperwood's light. She placed a weathered hand on Finn's shoulder. You have the sight, boy, and the courage to use it. Come. With Alara's authority and Finn's undeniable evidence, the poisoned water, the visible seepage, and the lantern's revealing light, the village quickly mobilized. Old man Hemlock, horrified and apologetic, hadn't realized his new, unstable dye mixture was corroding the ancient vat and seeping into the ground. Villagers worked together, sealing the crack, safely removing the toxic sludge, and diverting the mill stream temporarily to cleanse the polluted section. Finn, guided by the lantern's subtle pulses near the Whisperwood's edge, showed them where the poison had reached the oldest roots, helping them treat the soil with cleansing herbs Alara knew from old lore. The cleanup took days. Finn visited the Heartwood glade each night, lantern blazing brightly, showing the Sylvanara images of the villagers working, the poison being contained, the clean water beginning to flow again. Hope returned to the glade. The mushrooms brightened, the constellations swirled with renewed vigor, the harmonious hum regained its pure, resonant tone. Lumen's light blazed with joyful energy, dancing around Finn, chiming melodies of pure gratitude. One clear, starlit night, after the last of the sludge was safely removed and the stream ran clear and sweet once more, Finn returned to the Heartwood glade. The transformation was complete. The air vibrated with vibrant life. The Sylvanara gathered around the pool, their lights brilliant and steady. The stag of amber light stepped forward. It bowed its magnificent head low before Finn. Then it touched its glowing antler, not to the lantern this time, but gently to Finn's chest, just over his heart. A wave of pure, golden warmth flooded through him. It wasn't just warmth, it was understanding, acceptance, and a deep, unbreakable bond. Finn saw fleeting images, the Whisperwood thriving, the Sylvanara dancing under the moon, Lumen watching over the village edge. He understood he was now a guardian too, a bridge between the world of Stillbrook and the hidden magic of the Whisperwood. The stag chimed a single, profound note that echoed through the glade and resonated deep within Finn's soul. As he walked back through the Whisperwood towards Stillbrook, Lumen trotted beside him, its light a beacon in the peaceful dark. Finn no longer felt like a misplaced note. He felt like a necessary chord in the grand melody of the world. He carried the lantern, its light steady and strong, but he also carried something new inside, a quiet confidence, a deep-rooted sense of belonging, and the unwavering friendship of a creature of light. He had found his voice, not in loud proclamations, but in quiet observation, in the courage to act, and in the magic of a shared purpose. The journey into the hidden world hadn't just changed the woods, it had changed Finn, revealing the strength and light that had always been within him, waiting for the right key to unlock it. He reached Grandfather Bark, the lantern's light soft on the ancient roots. He placed a hand on the gnarled wood, no longer whispering sorrows, but sharing a quiet, profound gratitude. He knew he was home in both worlds, forever changed, forever connected. Lumina chimed softly beside him, a lullaby of friendship beneath the watchful stars, and Finn smiled, a quiet, radiant light of his own shining from within. The lantern's glow seemed to deepen, content its purpose fulfilled, its silent song now a duet with the boy who had learned to listen. Story 6. Deep in the heart of the elder grove, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches toward the sky, and the air hummed with the quiet pulse of old magic, lived a young squirrel named Pip. His fur was the russet brown of freshly turned earth, and his eyes held the sparkle of dew on spiderwebs. Here the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as dragonfly wings. Each dawn Pip would scamper along the great root road, a winding path of gnarled tree roots carpeted in emerald moss, to listen to the whispering leaves. These were no ordinary leaves, they shimmered with soft light, changing hues with the seasons and murmuring secrets only the forest's creatures could understand. In spring they glowed petal pink and sang of blossoms unfurling. In summer they deepened to jade green, rustling tales of sun-warmed berries and burbling streams. Autumn set them ablaze in amber and crimson, humming lullabies of migration and harvest. Winter turned them silver-white, whispering of rest and roots dreaming beneath the snow. Pip's grandfather, Old Thistle, a badger whose fur was silvered like moonlight on frost, taught him the forest's oldest wisdom. Every rustle, every scent, every shift in the wind is a thread in the elder grove's great tapestry, Thistle would rumble, his voice as comforting as stones smoothed by a river. When the threads fray, the magic dims. Balance is our duty, little one. Thistle showed Pip how the firefly's dance guided the rains, how the badger's digging aerated the soil for shy mushrooms, and how the deer's gentle footsteps spread seeds that bloomed into healing herbs. We are all keepers, Thistle said, nuzzling Pip's head, just as the stars keep the night. But one autumn, as the whispering leaves began their usual fiery transformation, a creeping chill seeped into the elder grove. The air grew unnaturally still, smelling of iron and frozen earth. Frost, sharp and glittering like shattered glass, spread across the forest floor weeks too early, silencing the crickets' evening songs and stiffening the ferns into brittle sculptures. The whispering leaves faltered, their amber glow flickered weakly, their murmurs fading to confused, fearful sighs. Pip watched, heart pounding, as berries withered on their vines, and the squirrels' hoarded acorns grew moldy in their hidden stashes. Even the wise old owl, whose feathers held the patterns of storm clouds, hooted anxiously from her hollow. The seasons are tangled, she lamented. The heartstone sleeps too deeply. The heartstone, Thistle explained, was a crystal as large as a badger's den, hidden deep within the grove's core. It pulsed with the forest's lifeblood, its rhythm syncing with the turning seasons. Generations ago, the first forest keepers had woven their magic into it, ensuring harmony. But now, something had disturbed its slumber. Without its warmth, the frost will devour us, Thistle sighed, his breath misting in the cold air. We must wake it, Pip, and only a journey to the stone's chamber can do so, a path no creature has walked in 100 years. Pip's paws trembled, but Thistle's steady gaze filled him with courage. Trust the forest and it will guide you, the badger whispered, placing a dried sprig of star thistle, a plant that glowed softly in darkness, into Pip's tiny paws. Remember what the leaves whisper, in stillness listen, in darkness seek the light within. So Pip set out, the star thistle casting a frail blue halo around him as he ventured into the frozen woods. The world felt hushed and fragile, like a breath held too long. Icicles hung like crystal daggers from branches, and the wind carried the lonely cry of a distant fox. Yet the elder grove, though wounded, offered aid. A family of rabbits, their fur fluffed against the cold, guided Pip through a tunnel of brambles where the frost hadn't reached. "We remember the warmth," said the eldest doe, her nose twitching. "Follow the scent of pine resin, it leads to the stone." Deeper in, a brook, usually chuckling over pebbles, lay still and silent under a pane of ice. But a family of patient beavers had kept a small channel open, their teeth chiseling a path for Pip. "Water remembers flow," one grunted, nudging him onward. "Tell the stone to remember too." As Pip neared the forest's heart, the cold grew biting. His star thistle's light dimmed, and doubt gnawed at him. What if he failed? What if the frost swallowed everything? Then through the gloom he heard a faint, familiar hum, not from leaves, but from the earth itself. It was the Heartstone's chamber, a cavern veiled by cascading willow roots. Inside, the stone lay dormant, its usual golden pulse dulled to a faint gray flicker. Frost coated its surface like lace. Pip approached, placing his paws upon it. It felt lifeless, like a fallen star. Thistle's words echoed, "In stillness, listen." Pip closed his eyes, ignoring the cold seeping into his bones. He breathed in the sense of damp soil and ancient rock and listened, not with his ears, but with his heart. He remembered the rabbit's kindness, the beaver's strength, the owl's worry. He thought of Thistle's warmth, the firefly's dances, the taste of summer blackberries. Slowly, softly, he began to hum, a wordless tune the whispering leaves had sung in happier times. The star thistle in his paws glowed brighter, its light seeping into the stone. Outside, the forest held its breath. The owl paused her anxious pacing. The rabbits huddled close. Thistle, waiting at the cavern's edge, whispered a prayer to the wind. Then a tremor. A single warm pulse radiated from the Heartstone, melting the frost on Pip's whiskers. Another pulse followed, stronger, washing the cavern in honey-gold light. The stone awoke, its rhythm swelling like a heartbeat, returning to a slumbering body. The frozen brook outside cracked and gurgled back to life. Above, the whispering leaves blazed anew, not just amber, but a riot of golds and scarlets and ambers, their murmurs swelling into a joyous chorus, balance restored. Keeper remembered. By the time Pip emerged, dawn was painting the sky in peach and lavender. The frost had retreated, leaving the air crisp but kind. Ferns unfurled tender fronds, and the last of the autumn berries glistened, plump and ripe. Thistle gathered Pip close, his fur radiating warmth. "You wove the threads back together, little one," he rumbled, pride softening his voice. "Not with strength alone, but by listening to the forest's song." That night, as the elder grove settled into peaceful darkness, Pip sat with Thistle beneath the whispering leaves. Their glow bathed the clearing in gentle light, and their murmurs wove tales of Pip's bravery into the wind. Fireflies drifted like living stars, and the scent of pine and thawing earth wrapped around them like a blanket. Pip nuzzled into Thistle's side, the badger's steady breaths a lullaby. "The forest's magic is in its connections," Thistle whispered. "Every creature, every season, every breath, they are all part of the same great story. Remember this, and the grove will thrive long after my paws have turned to soil." Pip watched the leaves shimmer, their light reflecting in his eyes. He felt the forest's pulse in his own small chest, a rhythm of resilience, kindness, and the quiet wisdom of roots reaching deep into the earth. As sleep tugged at him, the last thing he heard was the leaves' soft sigh, weaving a promise into the night. "Rest now, little keeper. The balance holds." And under the watchful stars, wrapped in the elder grove's eternal embrace, Pip dreamed of spring. Story 7. Silas traced the rim of his worn wooden bowl, watching dust motes dance in the single sunbeam piercing their cottage window. Outside, the once lush valley of Whispers sighed under a relentless sky. For 3 moons, not a single drop of rain had kissed the cracked earth. Father's voice, usually warm as hearth smoke, now carried a rasp of worry. The creek's naught but pebbles, lad, even the oldest oaks are drooping. That night, as Silas lay restless on his cornhusk mattress, Grey Tant Millicent's words floated back. When the land thirsts beyond bearing, seek the shepherd's spire. But mind the mists, child, they guard more than sheep paths. At dawn, Silas filled his goatskin pouch with oat cakes and slipped father's tarnished compass into his pocket. The spire stood northwest, where jagged mountains bit the sky. His journey began through fields of brittle goldenrod, their dry rustle the valley's only whisper. By midday he reached the Whisperwood. Ancient pines stretched skeletal branches, their needles carpeting the ground in silence. Suddenly a fluttering sigh echoed above. A scrap of gray cloud, no larger than Silas's hand, darted between trees. It shimmered like trapped starlight, trailing raindrop sparks that vanished before touching earth. "Wait," Silas called, voice swallowed by the trees. The cloud paused, quivering. Its form shifted, revealing 2 luminous eyes blinking from its vapor. "You're crying," Silas whispered. The cloud sprite, for that's what it must be, emitted a sound like wind through reeds. "Lost. Broken. Home." It darted northeast toward the spire. Silas followed, compass forgotten. The forest thinned into high moors where the air grew thin and cold. Ahead, the shepherd's spire stabbed skyward, a granite needle wrapped in perpetual mist. As Silas approached, the mists parted like theater curtains, revealing a hidden veil cradled between peaks. Emerald grass glistened with dew, waterfalls cascaded down mossy cliffs, and wildflowers bloomed in impossible hues. Yet at the vale's heart stood a sight that chilled Silas, a stone pedestal holding a colossal, ornate weather vane shaped like a shepherd tending sheep. But its copper surface was dull, its arrow trembling erratically, and where the shepherd's crook should point skyward, the tip was snapped clean off. The cloud sprite zipped to the weather vane's base, circling a jagged shard of copper half buried in clover. Home broken. Rain's sleep. Silas knelt, brushing dirt from the shard. It hummed faintly against his palm. "This belongs to the crook, doesn't it?" The sprite bobbed urgently. "Fix. Fix. But how?" The pedestal was twice Silas's height. As if sensing his doubt, the sprite swelled suddenly, condensing into a small, sturdy cumulus. "Climb." Gripping tufts of cool, damp vapor, Silas scaled the sprite's cloud body. At the pedestal's summit he saw the damage. The crook's fracture was crusted with gritty black residue. He scrubbed it with his sleeve, revealing gleaming metal beneath. Pressing the shard into place, he willed it to hold. Nothing happened. The sprite whimpered, dimming. Despair coiled in Silas's chest until he remembered Grey Tant Millicent mending a cracked jug with pine resin. "Stay with me," he urged the sprite. Scooping resin from a nearby fir, he packed the fracture until the shard fused seamlessly. A resonant hum vibrated through the spire. The weather vane glowed like captured sunset. With a groan of awakening metal, the shepherd turned decisively northwest, towards Silas's valley. The cloud sprite swirled joyfully, swelling into a thunderhead. Rain burst forth, drenching Silas, but it was warm and sweet as summer honey. Across the vale, other sprites emerged from waterfalls and dew-laden ferns, joining the downpour. Their combined rain flowed over the vale's edges, becoming 1,000 glittering streams rushing downhill. Silas returned home 7 days later. Where cracked earth had lain, tender green shoots now unfurled. Father stood knee-deep in the rushing creek, laughing as silver fish leapt. The rains came the night you left, lad, like a miracle. Silas smiled, pocketing the compass he hadn't needed. High above, a familiar gray cloud winked between sunbeams, sprinkling a single glistening drop onto Silas's upturned palm. A secret thank you from a friend who'd taught him that sometimes the bravest journeys begin by following a broken heart, and the greatest magic blooms when we mend what the world has forgotten. That night, as crickets sang beneath a diamond-dusted sky, Silas slept deeply, dreaming of copper crooks guiding gentle rains home. Story 8. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking gently into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now, it was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The Queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb light the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral, and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The deep star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The deep star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the deep star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the deep star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the deep star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown. Story 9. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the canopy, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest. The air hummed with a quiet magic, a gentle thrum felt in the roots beneath your paws and the rustle of leaves overhead. Here the boundary between the seen and unseen was as thin as a spider's silk on a dewy morning. Among them was a young fox kit named Fern. Her fur was the color of autumn bracken, tipped with russet, and her eyes held the bright curiosity of spring's first buds. Fern often felt a restlessness, a pull towards the deeper, shadowed glades where the oldest trees stood sentinel. Her grandmother, a wise vixen with eyes like polished river stones, would tell her tales by the light of glowworms nestled in hollow logs. "The forest breathes, little Fern," she'd murmur, her voice a soft rasp like dry leaves skittering. "It dreams in seasons and speaks in the language of rain and wind. To live here is to listen." One crisp autumn evening, as the air turned sharp with the scent of frost and decaying leaves, Fern felt the forest's breath change. The usual comforting whispers of the wind through the pines grew strained, carrying a faint, discordant note, a sigh that sounded almost like pain. High in the canopy, the squirrels chattered nervously, their acorn gathering unusually frantic. Even the patient badger, Bramble, who lived beneath the roots of the great sentinel oak, poked his gray-muzzled head out, sniffing the air with deep concern. "The harmony stone," Bramble rumbled, his voice thick with sleep and worry. "Deep in the heart glade, its light flickers. I felt it in my bones, a chill that doesn't belong." The harmony stone was a legend whispered through generations. Not a stone one could hold, but a place, a natural formation of quartz and moss deep within the oldest part of Whisperwood. It pulsed with the forest's life force, its gentle light waxing and waning with the seasons, ensuring balance. Its dimming meant the delicate weave of the forest's magic was fraying. Fern felt a surge of determination, cool and bright like a mountain stream. "I must go," she said, her voice small but steady. "Grandmother said to listen. The forest needs us." Her journey wasn't undertaken alone. A young owl named Pip, whose feathers were the soft gray of twilight mist, glided silently down to land beside her. "The wind carries troubled songs," Pip hooted softly. "I will see the paths from above." A slow, steady tortoise named Moss, whose shell was patterned like ancient lichen, emerged from the ferns. "The earth trembles faintly," Moss murmured in his deep, unhurried voice. "I know the safe trails. I will guide your paws." Their path led them deeper than Fern had ever ventured. The air grew thick with the perfume of damp earth and decaying wood, sweet and heavy. Moonlight, filtering through breaks in the canopy, painted silver pathways on the forest floor. They navigated by the soft glow of foxfire fungus clinging to rotting logs and the gentle pulse of luminous moss carpeting stones. Fern felt the forest's ancient magic thrumming beneath her paws, a low, resonant vibration that spoke of deep roots and slow time. They encountered the hidden lives. Shimmering moths, their wings dusted with starlight, guided them around treacherous sinkholes masked by ferns. Tiny, iridescent beetles, guardians of the dew, showed them where the clearest spring water bubbled from mossy rocks. A family of stoats, usually shy, watched with bright, intelligent eyes from the shadows, their sleek bodies tense with shared concern. The forest was alive not just with creatures, but with a collective consciousness, a shared breath. As they neared the Heart Glade, the magical phenomena grew more pronounced. They passed through a grove where the leaves shimmered with captured moonlight, raining soft silver dust whenever a breeze stirred. Further on, they crossed a stream whose water flowed upwards in a gentle spiral, defying gravity before cascading back down in a shower of liquid diamonds. Pip reported seeing a glade where autumn leaves swirled in complex, beautiful patterns, guided by unseen currents of air, painting ephemeral pictures against the night sky. These were the forest's expressions, its joys and sorrows made visible. Finally, they reached the Heart Glade. It was a small clearing dominated by a massive, ancient oak, its trunk wider than 3 badgers. Nestled within a cradle of its enormous roots was the Harmony Stone. It wasn't a single rock, but a cluster of milky quartz veins erupting from the earth, covered in a thick, velvety blanket of luminous green moss. Normally it pulsed with a soft, steady light, like a captured moonbeam. Now its glow was sickly, flickering erratically, and a deep crack had appeared in the largest quartz vein. From the crack seeped not darkness, but a chilling, unnatural gray mist that seemed to leach the warmth and color from the surrounding air. The vibrant moss around it was wilting, turning brittle and brown. Fern's heart clenched. The discordant sigh she'd felt earlier was a palpable ache here. The glade felt heavy, suffocating. Bramble had spoken of the stone, but Moss, whose memory stretched back decades, shared deeper lore. "The stone draws its strength from connection," he murmured, his voice heavy. "Roots speak to roots, mycelium whispers beneath the soil, the rain shares its secrets. This crack, it severs the whispers, the forest forgets how to sing together." Pip fluttered down. The gray mist gathers strongest where the oldest roots of the sentinel oak touch the stone. It spreads like frost. Fern remembered her grandmother's words. Wisdom is often held in the quietest voices and the simplest acts. Balance is restored not by force, but by mending the connections. She looked at the flickering stone, the dying moss, the chilling mist. Mending the connection. How? She padded closer, ignoring the unnatural cold emanating from the crack. She pressed her small nose against the wilting moss near the stone. It felt brittle, lifeless. Despair threatened to rise, but then she felt a faint vibration beneath her paws. Not the stone's discord, but something else. A thread of warmth, incredibly faint, pulsing from the ancient oak itself. She looked up its mighty trunk, towards the canopy lost in darkness. "Pip," she whispered, "can you find the highest leaf, the one touched by the first star?" Pip tilted his head, then launched himself silently upwards, disappearing into the inky blackness. Minutes stretched, filled only by the stone's erratic flicker and the chilling hiss of the gray mist. Then a soft rustle, and Pip landed gently, holding a single, perfect oak leaf in his beak. It was drenched in starlight, shimmering with captured constellations. Fern took the leaf carefully. She remembered Moss speaking of mycelium, the vast fungal network connecting trees. "Moss," she said, "can you find where the strongest roots of the oak touch the earth, away from the mist?" Moss, with his deep connection to the soil, slowly ambled to a spot several paces from the stone, where thick roots nodded above the ground. "Here," he rumbled. "The heartwood speaks clearly here." Fern carried the starlit leaf to the spot Moss indicated. She laid it gently upon the root, where the bark was warm and alive. Then she pressed her small paw against it. "Listen," she breathed, not just to her companions, but to the forest itself. "Remember the sky, remember the stars, remember the rain." She closed her eyes, pouring all her focus, all her love for the Whisperwood into that touch. She felt Pip land softly beside the leaf, adding his silent watchfulness. She felt Moss settle his heavy shell against the root, lending his deep, earthy stability. She felt the collective hope of the watching moths, beetles, and stoats from the shadows. And the forest listened. From the starlit leaf a thread of pure, cool light snaked down the root. It met the deep, resonant warmth rising from Moss's connection to the earth. Pip's silent vigilance added a thread of focused clarity. Together these threads flowed along the root, beneath the soil, towards the fractured harmony stone. As they reached the crack, they didn't attack the gray mist. Instead, they wove around it a tapestry of starlight, earth strength, and quiet focus. They touched the wilting moss. Where the threads touched, the moss began to glow faintly, a weak but determined green. The glow spread strand by strand, moss blade by moss blade, reclaiming the ground around the stone from the gray chill. The quartz veins began to hum, a low, resonant sound that grew stronger. The erratic flickering steadied. The gray mist recoiled, thinning like frost under a rising sun. As the last tendrils dissolved, the crack in the quartz shimmered, not sealing shut, but filling with a soft, golden light, the light of connection restored. The harmony stone pulsed once, strongly, then settled into a steady, warm glow that filled the glade with a sense of profound peace. The air lost its chill, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp earth and healthy moss. The heart glade breathed again. The ancient oak rustled its leaves in a sigh of deep relief. High above, unseen but felt, the wind resumed its gentle, harmonious song through the pines. Exhausted but filled with a quiet joy, Fern curled up at the base of the sentinel oak, the restored warmth of the stone radiating comfort. Pip nestled into her fur, and Moss settled contentedly nearby. The shimmering moths drifted like falling stars, and the fireflies emerged, their tiny lanterns blinking in a peaceful, synchronized rhythm. The stoats slipped away, their mission complete. Fern watched the steady pulse of the harmony stone, its light reflecting in her tired eyes. She understood now. The hidden lives weren't just neighbors, they were threads in the same tapestry. The magic wasn't just in grand phenomena, but in the quiet whispers of roots, the shared strength of companions, the simple act of listening and remembering. The wisdom passed down wasn't complicated. It was the understanding that balance came from connection, from each creature playing its part, however small. The forest settled into a deep, contented silence, broken only by the chirp of a single cricket and the distant hoot of an owl Pip's father, perhaps calling the night watch. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and damp earth, cool and clean. The moon, high now, bathed the heart glade in silver, making the quartz veins gleam and the healthy moss glow like emerald velvet. Fern felt the steady, reassuring thrum of the forest's life force beneath her, a gentle lullaby woven from starlight, earth, and the quiet pulse of the mended stone. Her eyelids grew heavy, the adventures of the night softening into dreams of rustling leaves and warm, golden light. The Whisperwood held its breath in peaceful slumber, its ancient song of harmony flowing once more, deep and true, cradling all its hidden lives in the quiet magic of the night. And Fern, nestled safe within its heart, drifted into sleep, knowing she belonged to something vast, beautiful, and eternally balanced. The forest hummed its contentment, a sound felt more than heard, as deep and peaceful as the roots that cradled the sleeping earth. Story 10. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten things, a scent like old books and dried lavender that tickled young Theo's nose as he pushed open the creaking door. Rain pattered steadily against the roof, casting the cramped space in a cozy, gray gloom. Theo wasn't looking for anything specific, just exploring on a quiet afternoon, his fingers brushing over dusty trunks, stacks of yellowed newspapers, and the smooth curves of a porcelain doll with one chipped eye. Then, tucked beneath a moth-eaten shawl, he felt something cool and metallic. He pulled it free, a small, tarnished brass compass. It was heavier than it looked, its glass face smudged, the needle beneath a dull, quivering sliver of gray. Unlike the bright, modern compasses Theo had seen, this one had no markings for north, south, east, or west. Instead, etched faintly around its edge were symbols: a tiny, curled leaf, a droplet of water, a simple star, and a softly glowing ember. Odd, Theo murmured, turning it over in his hands. It felt strangely alive, humming with a quiet vibration against his palm. On impulse, he held it flat. The gray needle shuddered, then spun wildly before settling, not pointing towards the attic door or the window, but directly towards the far corner, where an ancient, shrouded grandfather clock stood silent. Curiosity, warm and insistent, bloomed in Theo's chest. He pushed aside boxes until he reached the clock. Behind it, half hidden by shadows, was a small, carved wooden box he'd never noticed before. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, lay a single perfect acorn, its cap polished smooth by time. As Theo picked it up, the compass needle gave a little jump, then spun again, pointing resolutely towards the attic stairs. Thus began Theo's quiet adventure. The compass didn't point north, it pointed towards things. Lost things. Forgotten things. Things humming with a gentle, secret magic. The acorn felt warm in his pocket, a tiny pulse of life against his leg as he descended the stairs, the compass guiding him out into the rain-slicked streets of his small town, Bracken Hollow. His first stop wasn't far. The needle led him to Mrs. Willow's overgrown garden gate. Mrs. Willow was as ancient and kind as the willow tree she was named after, her fingers perpetually stained with earth or thread. She sat on her porch, mending a tear in a brightly colored quilt, her spectacles perched on the end of her nose. "Why, hello, Theo, come to brave the jungle," she chuckled, her voice like rustling leaves. Theo showed her the compass, its needle now pointing firmly towards a tangle of ivy climbing her garden wall. "It led me to an acorn in the attic," Theo explained, feeling a bit shy. "Now it seems to like your ivy." Mrs. Willow's eyes, bright as robin's eggs, twinkled. "Ah, the whisper compass, bless my soul, I thought it was lost forever. Belonged to my great-aunt Agatha. She used to say it didn't find places, Theo, it found possibilities. Lost possibilities, hidden wonders." She peered at the ivy. "Well, don't just stand there, see what it's whispering about." Pushing aside the thick leaves, Theo discovered a small, rusty bird feeder, shaped like a tiny house, completely hidden. It was empty, its perch broken. The compass needle gave a satisfied little wiggle. "It's broken," Theo said sadly. "Broken things can be mended, Mrs. Willow said wisely, handing him a small tin of birdseed from her apron pocket. "And hungry things need feeding, possibilities, Theo. Sometimes they just need a little attention." She smiled. "You keep that compass close, and if it leads you somewhere puzzling, you come find me, or perhaps old Mr. Finch down at the library. He knows a thing or two about whispers from the past." The compass led Theo next to the hushed sanctuary of Bracken Hollow's library. It was a place of towering oak shelves, the air thick with the comforting scent of paper and polish. The needle pulled him past rows of books, past the stern-looking librarian, Miss Primrose, who merely raised an eyebrow, and straight to a secluded corner table where an elderly man with a wild shock of white hair and spectacles balanced precariously on his forehead was meticulously repairing a torn map. Yes, lost are you." Mr. Finch mumbled without looking up, his voice dry as parchment. Then his eyes caught the compass in Theo's hand. He froze. Slowly, he lowered his magnifying glass. "Well, I'll be the Whisperer. Haven't seen one of those since, before your time, young man, before my time, practically." He gestured for Theo to sit. "Show me." Theo placed the compass on the table. The needle, which had been pointing steadily at Mr. Finch, now quivered towards a high shelf behind him. Mr. Finch followed its direction, his bushy eyebrows knitting together. Section 793, Miscellaneous Curiosities. He fetched a small step ladder and climbed up, his fingers tracing the spines until they stopped on a slim, unassuming volume bound in faded blue cloth. "The Almanac of Small Magics," he read aloud, blowing dust from the cover. "Thought this was catalogued under folklore, HMPH. He brought it down and opened it carefully. Inside, pressed between pages describing the language of bees and the mending properties of spider silk, was a single, perfectly preserved four-leaf clover. It was lost, Theo breathed. The book was in the wrong place. "Lost knowledge is a terrible thing," Mr. Finch said gravely, carefully placing the clover back. "The compass didn't just find the clover, it found the book it belonged in, restoring order, connecting things." He tapped the compass. "This isn't just a finder, Theo, it's a mender. It points towards things that need putting right, possibilities that need tending. But," he added, his voice dropping to a whisper, "it requires wisdom to understand what it's truly showing you. The symbols, they hint at the nature of what's lost. Leaf for growth, water for feeling, star for hope, ember for warmth." He pointed to the ember symbol, which seemed to glow faintly as he spoke. The compass became Theo's constant companion. Guided by its subtle needle and the symbols that glowed softly in response to what was near, he found lost spectacles for Mrs. Gable, the baker symbol, star hope restored, a dropped silver locket containing a faded baby picture by the duck pond symbol, water tears dried, and even a missing, much-chewed slipper for old Buster, Mr. Finch's sleepy basset hound symbol, leaf new growth of teeth marks, perhaps. With Mrs. Willow's gentle wisdom and Mr. Finch's scholarly insights, Theo learned to interpret the whispers. He wasn't just retrieving objects, he was mending little tears in the fabric of his town, bringing comfort and small joys. He felt himself changing, growing quieter, more observant, seeing the hidden stories in ordinary corners. One crisp autumn afternoon, the compass behaved differently. The needle spun wildly, not settling, while all four symbols, leaf, water, star, and ember, glowed with an urgent, pulsing light. It pulled Theo not towards the town, but away, down a winding lane he rarely took, towards the overgrown edges of Bracken Hollow, where the woods began to gather. The feeling wasn't of a single lost item, but of a deep, resonant wrongness, a sadness that hung heavy in the golden air, sharper than the scent of fallen leaves. He found Mrs. Willow and Mr. Finch already there, standing at the boundary of what looked like an abandoned garden. It was hidden behind a tumble-down stone wall, choked with brambles. Inside, Theo could glimpse the skeletons of rose bushes, the choked remnants of a path, and a stone birdbath lying cracked on its side. The air here was still and cold, devoid of birdsong. "The old Thornton garden," Mrs. Willow sighed, her usual cheer dimmed. "Old Maud Thornton tended it like a child. When she passed, years ago now, it just closed up, like a heart broken." Mr. Finch adjusted his spectacles. "The compass brought you here too, strong pull, all symbols lit, that's unprecedented. It senses the garden itself is lost, not just an object within it, but its very spirit, its possibility." The challenge was immense. The garden wasn't just overgrown, it felt wounded. The brambles were vicious, the soil hard and lifeless, the silence oppressive. Theo felt a wave of helplessness. He couldn't pull up all the weeds. He couldn't magically fix the cracked bird bath. He looked at the compass, its needle still trembling wildly, the symbols glowing with desperate light. Wisdom, not force, he remembered. What was the compass truly showing him? Not the broken things, but the lost possibility. It needs remembering, Theo said slowly, the idea forming like a bud opening. Old Maud Thornton loved it. The garden isn't lost, its story is. Mrs. Willow's eyes softened. Oh, Theo, that's it exactly. It needs its story told again. Mr. Finch nodded vigorously. Reconnection, yes, not force, but resonance. So began their gentle mending. They didn't attack the brambles with shears. Instead, they brought things the garden had lost, guided by the compass's now calmer needle and the glowing symbols. For the leaf growth, they brought sacks of rich compost from Mrs. Willow's own pile. For the water feeling, Theo carefully cleaned out the cracked bird bath and filled it with fresh water, placing it near the spot the compass indicated. For the star hope, Mr. Finch brought a small, smooth stone painted with constellations, placing it where a bench might have been. And for the ember warmth, Mrs. Willow brought a thermos of warm cider and poured a little libation onto the cold earth, humming an old tune Maud Thornton used to sing. They sat on the tumbled stones outside the wall, sharing the rest of the cider and Mrs. Willow's ginger biscuits. Theo held the compass. Its needle had finally settled, pointing peacefully towards the center of the garden. The symbols still glowed, but softly now, like candlelight. They talked. Mrs. Willow told stories about Maud Thornton, her prize-winning roses, the way she'd leave sugar water for the hummingbirds, her fierce protection of the first spring crocuses. Mr. Finch recited a poem about gardens sleeping, not dying. Theo simply listened, adding his own quiet thoughts about the sadness he'd felt and the hope stirring now. As they spoke, remembering, something shifted. A faint breeze, warm and sweet-smelling, sighed through the brambles. A single brave sparrow landed on the refilled bird bath, took a drink, and chirped. Then another. Where Theo had poured the compost, a tiny, determined green shoot, no bigger than his fingernail, pushed through the hard earth near the painted stone. It wasn't much, but it was alive. The crushing silence lifted, replaced by the gentle sounds of returning life. Birdsong, the rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of the town. The deep, aching wrongness was gone. In its place was a fragile peace, a sense of potential rekindled. The garden was still wild and overgrown, but it no longer felt forsaken. It felt remembered. Sleeping, perhaps, but ready to dream of spring. Walking home in the fading afternoon light, the compass felt warm and quiet in Theo's pocket. The symbols had dimmed to their faint etchings, the needle pointed steadily forward, no longer tugged by urgent loss. He looked back at the old stone wall, now bathed in the golden glow of sunset. He didn't see just brambles anymore. He saw the ghost of roses, the echo of birdsong, the possibility waiting beneath the earth. He felt different, too. Quieter inside, but also fuller, like he understood a secret language whispered by old compasses in forgotten places. That night, as the fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls, Theo placed the whisper compass on his bedside table. It wasn't just a magical object anymore, it was a friend, a teacher. It had shown him that magic wasn't about grand spells, but about noticing, about tending, about the quiet courage to mend what was broken with kindness and memory. He knew the compass might hum again, might point him towards another lost possibility. And when it did, he'd be ready with his own growing wisdom and with friends like Mrs. Willow and Mr. Finch beside him. Outside his window, under a sky dusted with stars, a single nightingale began to sing in the direction of the old Thornton garden, a soft, sweet sound that wove itself into Theo's dreams, a lullaby of rediscovered magic and the comforting certainty that even the most forgotten things hold the ember of a new beginning, waiting only for a gentle hand and a remembering heart to coax it back to life. And as sleep claimed him, Theo smiled, safe in the knowledge that wonder wasn't just in faraway lands. It was hidden in the dust of attics, the quiet corners of his town, and the quiet compass of his own, newly awakened heart. Story 12. Deep in the rolling hills of Meadowshire, where the wildflowers nodded secrets to the breeze and ancient oaks stretched their gnarled fingers toward the clouds, lived a quiet girl named Anya. She felt as invisible as a dandelion seed drifting on the wind, especially compared to her boisterous older brothers. Her solace was the sprawling Whisperwood bordering her village, a place where sunlight dappled the mossy floor in emerald patterns, and the air hummed with the songs of unseen creatures. Few ventured beyond the first few trees, for tales spoke of shifting paths and strange lights that could lead wanderers astray. But Anya felt the woods calling her, a gentle tug behind her ribs. One crisp autumn afternoon, while searching for fallen chestnuts near the wood's edge, Anya stumbled upon something extraordinary. Half buried beneath a carpet of russet leaves, and nestled between the roots of a grandfather oak, lay a pendant. It wasn't crafted of gold or silver, but of smooth, warm wood the color of caramel, shaped like a curled leaf. At its heart glowed a tiny, captured piece of sunlight, or so it seemed. As Anya picked it up, a wave of profound calm washed over her, like sinking into a warm bath. The pendant hummed faintly against her palm, a vibration more felt than heard. She looped its simple vine cord around her neck, the warm wood settling comfortably against her skin. Instinctively, she knew this was no ordinary trinket. It felt alive, ancient, and deeply connected to the Whisperwood itself. That night, under a sky dusted with early stars, the pendant revealed its magic. As Anya lay in bed, feeling her usual loneliness creep in, the leaf-shaped wood began to emit a soft, golden light. It wasn't bright like a lamp, but warm and comforting, like the embers of a dying fire. Tiny, shimmering motes of light, resembling miniature fireflies, swirled gently around her pillow. When Anya tentatively thought of her sadness, the light dimmed slightly, the swirling motes slowing. But when she remembered the scent of damp earth and pine needles from the woods, the light pulsed warmly, and the motes danced faster. A whisper-thin thought, not her own, brushed her mind: comfort. Connection. The heartwood pendant, she understood its name without knowing how, responded to the emotions around it, seeking harmony and offering solace. It was a conduit for the forest's own quiet spirit. The pendant's magic became a secret companion. It would glow softly when her mother hummed a lullaby, pulse with shared joy when Ben, the baker's cheerful son, shared a warm cinnamon bun, and dim protectively when old man Hemlock grumbled his usual warnings about the tricky woods. Yet, the strongest pull always came from the Whisperwood. The pendant would grow warm against her skin whenever she looked towards the trees, its light shimmering with an almost pleading intensity. It was as if the forest itself was whispering a distress call only she could feel. The call became impossible to ignore when the woods began to sicken. The vibrant greens of the ferns dulled to a listless gray. The cheerful birdsong dwindled to scattered, mournful chirps. Even the air lost its crisp, piney freshness, turning heavy and stale. The villagers muttered about bad omens and cursed ground, avoiding the tree line entirely. But Anya, guided by the pendant's insistent warmth and the quiet ache in her heart, knew she had to enter the Whisperwood. The heartwood pendant wasn't just a comfort, it was a key. It belonged to the forest, and the forest needed it back. Gathering her courage like scattered acorns, Anya packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and her worn water flask. The pendant glowed steadily against her chest as she stepped beneath the ancient canopy, its light pushing back the unnerving gloom that had settled over the first few trees. The familiar, welcoming hum of the woods was gone, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the dry rattle of dying leaves. The path she vaguely remembered seemed blurred, shifting under her gaze. Fear prickled her skin, colder than the autumn air. The pendant dimmed slightly in response to her fear, but then pulsed firmly, projecting an image into her mind, a sturdy, moss-covered stone near a bend in a half-remembered path. Trusting the pendant's guidance, Anya followed the mental nudge, finding the stone and the path beyond. The heartwood pendant was her compass in the fading woods. Her journey led her deeper than any villager had ventured for generations. She crossed babbling brooks where the water ran sluggish and murky, navigated thickets where thorny branches seemed to clutch at her cloak, and past towering rock formations carved by wind and time into solemn faces. The pendant's light was her constant beacon, flaring brightly when she hesitated, revealing hidden animal tracks or safe footing across treacherous moss. It showed her edible berries untouched by the blight and clear springs bubbling up from deep within the earth. As she walked, a profound sense of being watched settled over her. Not a hostile gaze, but a curious, ancient one, filled with a deep melancholy that mirrored the sickly forest. One twilight, exhausted and near a crystal-clear pool reflecting the bruised purple sky, Anya encountered the source of that gaze. A creature emerged from behind a curtain of weeping willow branches. It stood about as tall as Anya's shoulder, its body seemingly woven from the forest itself. Thick, velvety moss covered its sturdy frame like a coat, vibrant emerald green, despite the surrounding decay. Twigs and small, glossy leaves sprouted from its back and shoulders like natural epaulets. Its face was surprisingly expressive, dominated by large, luminous eyes the color of deep forest pools, shimmering with an inner light that held both profound sadness and cautious curiosity. It had long, slender fingers ending in root-like tips, and it moved with a silent, deliberate grace. This was Bramble, the guardian of the Whisperwood. Anya froze, her heart pounding like a trapped bird. The village tales spoke of monstrous, tree-like beasts that stole children. But the creature before her radiated no malice, only an immense, weary sorrow. The heartwood pendant flared brilliantly, bathing both girl and guardian in warm, golden light. A wave of understanding washed over Anya, not through words, but through pure emotion conveyed by the pendant. Sorrow. Loss. Friend. Bramble tilted its head, moss shifting softly. Its large eyes fixed on the glowing pendant, a soft chime-like sound, like wind through crystal leaves, emanating from it. The sound resonated with the pendant's hum. Bramble took a hesitant step forward, then another. Anya, bolstered by the pendant's steady warmth and the absence of fear it projected, held her ground. Slowly, trembling only slightly, she extended her hand, palm open. Bramble paused, then gently touched one root-like fingertip to her palm. A jolt of pure connection surged through Anya, the cool resilience of ancient stone, the patient strength of deep roots, the fragile hope of a new sprout, and beneath it all, a crushing grief for the dying forest. Tears welled in her eyes, mirroring the shimmer in Bramble's. Through the heartwood pendant's empathetic link, Bramble shared its story. Images and feelings flowed into Anya's mind. The Whisperwood was a living tapestry woven by earth magic, sustained by the collective spirit of its plants and creatures, and guarded by Bramble's lineage for millennia. Deep within its heart lay the Glimmerwell, a sacred pool fed by starlight and earthsong, where luminous, magical fireflies known as stardust sprites danced. Their light was the lifeblood of the forest, nurturing the magic that kept everything vibrant and the paths true. But recently, a creeping shadow blight, a cold, draining magic born of forgotten sorrows and neglect, had seeped into the Glimmerwell. It dimmed the sprite's light, choked the magic, and caused the forest's slow fading. Bramble, bound to the Glimmerwell, felt its pain acutely, but was powerless to stop the blight alone. The heartwood pendant, Anya learned, was a focus, a piece of the Glimmerwell's purest essence, lost long ago. It had called to her because her quiet heart, her innate kindness, resonated with the forest's own spirit. She was the key to restoring the light. The journey to the Glimmerwell became a shared pilgrimage. Bramble guided Anya through paths known only to the forest's guardian, paths that shimmered faintly under the pendant's light. They navigated valleys filled with giant, bioluminescent mushrooms now dimmed to a sickly gray, crossed stone bridges arching over streams choked with slime, and past groves of ancient trees whose bark was peeling away like dead skin, revealing wood as gray as ash. The shadow blight thickened the deeper they went, a tangible coldness that seeped into their bones and made the air taste metallic. The pendant's light became their shield, pushing back the oppressive gloom and the whispers of despair that seemed to coil at the edges of perception. Bramble, though radiating deep sorrow, proved an invaluable companion. It used its deep connection to the earth to sense safe paths through treacherous, blighted marshes and calmed agitated, shadow-touched creatures with soft chimes and gentle touches. Anya, in turn, shared her simple human warmth, her stories whispered under the dim canopy, and her unwavering belief in their quest, amplified by the pendant's hopeful glow. Their friendship, born of shared purpose and nurtured by the pendant's empathy, became a tiny flame of defiance against the encroaching darkness. After days of travel, guided by the pendant's increasingly urgent pulse, they reached the Heartroot Vale. It was a hidden basin surrounded by impossibly large, intertwined tree roots that formed natural walls, pulsing with a faint, dying light. At its center lay the Glimmerwell. Once it must have been breathtaking, a pool of liquid moonlight, swirling with constellations of stardust sprites. Now it was a tragedy. The water was viscous and dark, like spilled ink. Only a few pitifully dim sprites flickered weakly above its surface, their light guttering like dying candles. A palpable aura of cold despair radiated from the well, the source of the shadow blight. Bramble let out a low, mournful chime that echoed through the vale, its mossy shoulders slumping. The shadow blight wasn't merely physical, it was a manifestation of profound sorrow and neglect. The pendant showed Anya fleeting, painful images, a long-ago betrayal by humans who tried to harness the forest's magic, the slow forgetting of the Whisperwood's sacredness by the villagers, Bramble's own centuries of loneliness and helplessness watching the decline. This accumulated sorrow had festered, becoming the parasitic blight. Simply pouring the pendant into the well wouldn't work, the darkness would swallow its light. The blight needed to be countered, not just destroyed. It needed the antidote to sorrow, shared joy, remembered kindness, and pure, selfless courage. Anya knew what she had to do. Holding the heartwood pendant tightly, she closed her eyes, reaching deep within herself and through the pendant's link to Bramble and the dying sprites. She didn't try to banish the sorrow, she acknowledged it. She focused on every moment of kindness she'd ever felt or given, the warmth of her mother's hug, Ben's infectious laugh, the patient way Bramble guided her, the simple joy of sunlight on her face, the comforting scent of rain on dry earth. She poured these memories, these feelings, into the pendant, amplifying them with all her hope and courage. The pendant blazed with an intense, pure golden light, so bright it illuminated the entire vale, pushing back the physical shadows. "Remember," Anya whispered, her voice trembling but clear, echoing strangely in the silent basin. "Remember the sun on the leaves, remember the sound of the brook, remember the taste of wild strawberries, remember friendship, remember hope." She then stepped to the edge of the Glimmerwell. Taking a deep breath, fueled by trust in her friend and the forest, she gently dropped the heartwood pendant into the dark, viscous water. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Bramble made a sound of pure despair. Then a single, brilliant golden point pierced the Inkai's surface. Then another, and another. Like stars igniting in a dark sky, the light spread. The viscous darkness recoiled, hissing like steam, as the pure, amplified essence of kindness, joy, and courage infused the water. The few surviving Stardust sprites, sensing the shift, fluttered weakly towards the light, their own dim glows beginning to brighten as they touched it. The golden light spread outwards in shimmering waves, flowing up the well's sides and out into the vale. The effect was instantaneous and miraculous. Where the light touched the blighted roots forming the basin walls, the gray ash-like texture sloughed away, revealing healthy, vibrant wood beneath, pulsing with soft, internal light. The air warmed, the oppressive cold lifting like a physical weight. The dark sludge in the Glimmerwell dissolved, replaced by clear, luminous water that shimmered with captured starlight. New Stardust sprites born from the restored magic began to emerge from the water, tiny points of brilliant white, gold, and silver light, swirling and dancing in joyous, complex patterns. Their light washed over Bramble, and the Guardian straightened, its moss glowing a vibrant, healthy green, its eyes shining with pure, unadulterated relief and wonder. A deep, resonant hum filled the vale, a sound of pure, revitalized earth magic, the forest singing again. The transformation rippled outwards from the Heartroot Vale, faster than Anya could comprehend. As she and Bramble made their way back, the forest greeted them like a kingdom reborn. Lush green ferns unfurled where gray sludge had been. Flowers burst into bloom in impossible colors, their sweet scent perfuming the air. Birds filled the branches, their songs a jubilant chorus. Clear water rushed in streams that had been stagnant. The paths were clear and true, bathed in dappled sunlight that felt warmer, kinder. The Whisperwood was alive, vibrant, and humming with magic once more. When Anya finally emerged from the tree line near her village, the change was visible even from afar. The forest stood tall and proud, radiating health and color under the afternoon sun. Villagers had gathered, drawn by the impossible sight of the restored woods. They gasped, pointing at the vibrant canopy, the clear air. Anya walked towards them, Bramble stepping silently beside her, no longer hidden. The villagers stared wide-eyed at the moss-covered guardian. Old Man Hemlock stepped forward, his usual scowl replaced by awe. "Anya, what happened, and what is that?" he asked, his voice hushed. Anya, no longer the invisible girl, but standing tall with the quiet confidence of one who has faced the dark and brought back the light, smiled. She placed a gentle hand on Bramble's sturdy shoulder. The guardian chimed softly, a sound like wind chimes and rustling leaves, its large eyes calm and kind. "This is Bramble," Anya said, her voice clear and strong, carrying easily in the sudden silence. "Guardian of the Whisperwood, the forest was sick because its heart was shadowed by sorrow. We healed it together." She told them the story not of monsters and curses, but of a neglected heart, a creeping blight born of forgotten connections, and the power of kindness, courage, and friendship to mend what was broken. She spoke of the Glimmerwell, the Stardust sprites, and the Heartwood pendant that had chosen her, not for strength, but for the quiet capacity for kindness within her. She spoke of Bramble's loneliness and steadfast guardianship. The villagers listened, rapt, their fear of the woods melting into wonder and dawning respect. They saw the vibrant proof before them, and the gentle nature of the creature beside the girl they'd overlooked. The Heartwood pendant, Anya explained, had dissolved into the Glimmerwell, becoming part of the forest's restored magic. Its work was done, but its legacy remained. The villagers, humbled and awed, vowed to tend to the Whisperwood with respect, leaving offerings of song and tended saplings at its edge. Bramble, no longer alone or unseen, became a revered, though still elusive, presence, a symbol of the deep, ancient life within the woods. Anya found her quiet strength recognized. She became a bridge between the village and the Whisperwood, often found sitting beneath the grandfather oak, sharing stories with Ben and others, or simply listening to the forest's renewed song. Years later, under a canopy ablaze with autumn fire, Anya, now a young woman known for her wisdom and quiet connection to the land, walked a familiar path with Bramble. The guardian moved with a lightness that hadn't been there before. They stopped at the edge of the Heartroot Vale, now a place of pilgrimage tended by both villagers and forest creatures. The Glimmerwell shimmered, alive with countless stardust sprites dancing in a mesmerizing ballet of light. High above, the leaves rustled a soothing lullaby. Anya touched the spot where the pendant once lay warm against her skin. She felt no loss, only a profound connection. The pendant's magic hadn't vanished, it had multiplied. It was in every rustling leaf, every sparkling dewdrop, every beam of sunlight filtering through the canopy. It was in the newfound respect of the villagers, the enduring friendship between a human and a guardian, and the quiet courage that now lived within her own heart. The Whisperwood thrived, a testament to their enduring power hidden within kindness, the strength found in unexpected friendship, and the light that can always be found, even in the deepest shadows, when one has the courage to seek it and the wisdom to share it. As the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, mirroring the dance of the sprites below, Anya felt a deep, abiding peace settle over her, as warm and comforting as the glow of the Heartwood pendant had once been, a gentle reminder that true magic always begins within, and true healing always blooms from connection. The forest hummed its ancient song around her, a lullaby of resilience, friendship, and light restored, singing her gently into the quiet embrace of the night. Story 13. The starship Stardust Weaver drifted through the velvet expanse of the Carina Nebula, its engines humming a soft, drowsy lullaby. Inside its cozy observation dome, bathed in the nebula's ethereal peach and apricot glow, sat its sole human occupant, Captain Eris Thorne. He traced constellations on the cool, transparent surface, a familiar ache of solitude settling in his chest. The vastness of space, usually a comfort, felt immense and empty tonight. Suddenly proximity alarms chimed, not with urgency, but a gentle chime. Eris scanned the instruments. A small, organic vessel, resembling a dandelion seed spun from moonlight and spider silk, tumbled erratically near an asteroid cluster. Its energy signature flickered weakly. Protocol dictated caution with unknown craft, but Eris saw no weapons, only distress. Guiding the Stardust Weaver with gentle thruster bursts, he extended a magnetic docking arm. Inside the airlock, Eris found the vessel's pilot, a creature unlike any he'd encountered. About the size of a large cat, it resembled a living nebula fragment. Its body was covered in fur that shifted hues like captured starlight deep indigo swirling into soft lavender. 4 delicate limbs ended in dexterous, 6-fingered hands. Large, luminous eyes, the color of molten gold, regarded him with profound terror. It huddled in a corner, emitting a high-pitched, panicked chittering that resonated in Eris's bones. He saw no translator device. "Easy there," Eris murmured, keeping his voice low and movements slow. He knelt, placing a ration bar and a small cup of water nearby. "You're safe. My name's Eris." He pointed to himself. The creature flinched, pressing further back. Its fur darkened to a stormy gray. It gestured frantically towards the Stardust Weaver's gleaming metal walls, then back to its own woven ship, making sharp, clicking sounds. Eris frowned. Was it afraid of metal? Of technology? Days passed. Eris named the creature Lumen. He learned its fear stemmed from a deep misunderstanding. On Lumen's homeworld, Kithera, sentient life evolved symbiotically with crystalline flora and bioluminescent fauna. Technology was grown, not forged. Metal was rare, found only in deep, dangerous places, associated with destructive mining by a long-gone, violent species. To Lumen, the Stardust Weaver wasn't a haven, it was a terrifying monument to destruction. Eris's attempts to show kindness, offering replicated Kithaeron fruits, identified by the ship's database, playing soft music, sketching star maps, were met with wary suspicion. Lumen communicated through intricate patterns woven from light filaments it produced from its fingertips, patterns Eris struggled to decipher. The gentle hum of the ship's engines, soothing to Eris, vibrated painfully in Lumen's sensitive inner ears. The turning point came during a routine navigation through the Viridian Belt. A rogue wave of microasteroids, invisible to sensors until too late, pelted the Stardust Weaver. Alarms blared. The ship shuddered violently. Eris fought the controls as warning lights flashed crimson. A critical power conduit ruptured near the engine core, spitting sparks and filling the corridor with acrid smoke. Panicked, Eris grabbed his toolkit, rushing towards the breach. He slipped on a loose panel, wrenching his ankle painfully. Smoke stung his eyes, making navigation difficult. He fumbled with the sealant applicator, his hands clumsy with pain and urgency. Failure meant losing life support. Then a soft, cool light pierced the haze. Lumen stood at the corridor entrance, trembling but resolute. Its fur pulsed with soft blue light, illuminating the swirling smoke. Its large golden eyes fixed on the ruptured conduit, then on Eris's injured ankle. Fear warred with something else in its gaze concern. Lumen darted forward, surprisingly agile despite its fear of the metal floor. It pointed its delicate hands at the sparking conduit, emitting a series of rapid, melodic clicks. Then it began weaving light filaments into a complex, shimmering net. Eris, understanding instinctively, held up the heavy sealant applicator. Lumen guided the net of light around the conduit, its filaments somehow interacting with the energy discharge, dampening the sparks just long enough. With Lumen holding the chaotic energy at bay, Eris applied the sealant with shaking hands. The sputtering ceased. The smoke began to clear. Exhausted and soot-streaked, Eris slumped against the wall. Lumen cautiously approached, its fur now a soft, worried lavender. It gently touched Eris's swollen ankle with a cool, six-fingered hand. A wave of soothing coolness spread through the pain. Lumen then pointed towards the med bay, its click softer now, almost questioning. Tears pricked Eris's eyes, not from pain, but from the profound gesture. "Thank you, Lumen," he whispered, his voice thick. "You saved us." Lumen tilted its head, then slowly, deliberately, wove a new pattern in the air. A simple, glowing circle, intersected by two curved lines, unmistakably the symbol for a binary star system Eris had shown it days before. Then it pointed first to Eris, then to itself. Friendship. The concept, finally understood. The shared crisis dissolved the barrier of fear. Lumen, trusting Eris's gentle nature over its ingrained fear of metal, began to explore the ship. Eris learned to interpret Lumen's light weaving, complex constellations for stories of Kithaeron's luminous forests, gentle ripples for contentment, sharp zigzags for discomfort. He adjusted the ship's ambient lighting to softer hues, dampened engine harmonics, and replicated textured surfaces Lumen found comforting. Lumen, in turn, showed Eris how to grow small, edible light vines in the hydroponics bay, their soft glow adding a cozy warmth to the ship's interior. Their journey continued towards Eris's destination, a remote outpost on the icy moon of Thalassa. As they neared, a distress signal crackled over the comms. A Kithaeron research pod studying Thalassa's unique auroras was trapped in a sudden ice storm, its organic hull freezing rapidly, threatening to shatter. The pod's occupants were Lumen's people. Lumen's light patterns became frantic swirls of panic and grief. Eris didn't hesitate. "We'll get them, Lumen. Show me how." Lumen wove a complex schematic of the Kithaeron pod structure, highlighting its vulnerabilities to extreme cold. The Stardust Weaver wasn't designed for delicate rescue in an ice storm, but Eris piloted it with fierce determination, navigating the punishing winds and razor-sharp ice shards. He used the ship's powerful but precise tractor beam, guided by Lumen's frantic light directions, to gently nudge the freezing pod towards the shelter of a nearby ice cavern. But the pod was critically damaged. Its organic hull was brittle, its internal temperature plummeting. The Kitharans inside were fading, their light dimming. The Stardust Weaver's medical bay couldn't interface with their biology. Lumen whimpered, a sound of pure despair. Eris remembered the light vines. "Lumen, you're weaving. Can you transfer warmth, like you did for my ankle?" Hope sparked in Lumen's golden eyes. It nodded vigorously. Eris suited up and braved the howling storm to attach a tether line between the Stardust Weaver's airlock and the fractured pod. Inside the pod, 3 lumens huddled together, their fur pale and dull. Eris carefully carried them one by one through the tempest back to his ship's observation dome, now converted into a makeshift sanctuary with soft mossy mats and the thriving light vines. Lumen immediately went to work. Sitting amidst its kin, it began to weave. Not patterns of light, but intricate lattices of pure, gentle warmth drawn from its own core and amplified by the ambient energy of the light vines. It wove shimmering blankets of comfort over the shivering forms, threads of revitalizing energy flowing into them. Eris watched, awestruck, as colors slowly returned to their fur, a soft lavender glow replacing the deathly pallor. He provided warm, nutrient-rich steam generated by the ship's recyclers, which Lumen guided towards its recovering people. For hours, Lumen wove, its own light dimming slightly with the effort. Eris stayed close, offering quiet support, adjusting the environment, his presence a steady anchor. When the first rescued Kitharan opened its eyes, blinking golden orbs at the unfamiliar metal surroundings, it flinched. But then it saw Lumen weaving, and Eris sitting calmly nearby, offering a cup of gently steaming liquid. Lumen wove a quick, calming pattern. The binary star symbol for friendship pointed towards Eris. The fear in the newcomer's eyes softened into wary curiosity, then profound gratitude. Weeks later, under Thalas's breathtaking aurora's curtains of emerald and sapphire light dancing across the icy sky, Eris stood with Lumen near a newly grown Kitharan vessel, ready to take its people home. The icy winds howled, but inside the shared warmth of their bond, it felt like silence. Lumen wove a final, intricate pattern in the frosty air, the Stardust Weaver, the Kitharan vessel, and the binary star symbol, all intertwined by threads of shimmering gold light. Friendship. Across stars. Across worlds. Across understanding. Eris placed a hand gently on Lumen's shoulder, the shifting fur warm beneath his touch. "True friends," he said softly, his breath misting in the cold, "find each other not because they are the same, but because they learn to see the universe through each other's eyes. You taught me that, little light." Lumen pressed its head against Eris's hand, a soft, contented hum vibrating through its small form. It wasn't goodbye, they both knew. The galaxy felt smaller now, woven together by the threads of their unlikely bond. As the Kitharan vessel, glowing with recovered vitality, lifted silently into the aurora-streaked sky, Eris felt no loneliness, only a deep, resonant warmth spreading through him. He walked back to the Stardust Weaver, its familiar hum now a comforting melody, a reminder that even in the vast, silent dark, friendship was the truest gravity, holding hearts steady and lighting the way home. Inside, the light vines glowed softly, casting gentle shadows on the walls, a cozy, enduring echo of the small starlight creature who had taught him the meaning of connection. The ship sailed on, a tiny, warm hearth in the infinite night, carrying the quiet certainty that no one was ever truly alone. Story 14. In the cozy valley of Whisperwood, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with mossy roofs and chimneys puffing vanilla-scented smoke, strange disturbances began each dawn. Young Theo, who tended his grandmother's moonpetal garden, first noticed it. A cluster of indigo blossoms had migrated overnight from the flower bed to perch atop the rain barrel like startled birds. Soon other oddities surfaced. Mrs. Bramble's prized copper kettle hung upside down from her apple tree, Farmer Gilroy's scarecrow sat knitting with corn husks, and every sundial in the village spun lazily like misplaced compasses. Nothing was broken, only rearranged. As if the world had sighed in its sleep and shifted things about. The villagers murmured over steaming mugs of honey chamomile tea. Poltergeists, wondered the baker, dusting flour from his apron. Just high-spirited pixies, insisted the weaver, though her loom now wove strands of dandelion fluff instead of wool. Theo, with his quiet curiosity and a pocket always full of sketching charcoal, decided to unravel the mystery. He spent afternoons mapping the changes, a trail of misplaced objects forming a winding path toward the ancient Everwood forest. One twilight, Theo sought old Hemlock, the village's reclusive star reader who lived in a treehouse woven from living branches. Hemlock's beard was mossy green, his eyes like polished river stones. Ah, he chuckled, stirring a pot of starlight-infused soup that smelled of rain and rosemary. The forest whispers of unrest, but mischief without harm often carries a message. He gifted Theo a magnifying glass forged from frozen dawnlight, its lens humming with warmth. Observe, child, truth hides in details overlooked. That night Theo hid beneath a quilt of twilight shadows near the village square. Moonbeams painted everything silver. Suddenly soft chimes filled the air as dozens of crystalline creatures emerged, lumini, tiny beings woven from glass and moonlight, who mended cracks in the world's magic. They fluttered like living prisms, lifting misses, Bramble's teapot onto a fence post and spinning the sundials. Theo noticed their light flickered anxiously, their movements jerky as unsettled fireflies. Through Hemlock's glass he saw something else, faint hairline cracks spreading across their fragile bodies as if they were fracturing. Hooting softly, Hemlock's owl companion, Sila's, landed on Theo's shoulder. "They're hurting," Theo whispered. Silas nodded, his feathery face grave, and led Theo to the forest's edge where the lumini vanished each dawn. There Theo found the source, a great moss-covered stoneheart, the forest's ancient guardian, lay half-buried by a landslide. Its rhythmic pulse, which usually harmonized the valley's magic, sputtered erratically. The lumini, sensing the imbalance, were desperately trying to fix the disorder by rearranging the village, their own forms straining under the stoneheart's distress. With Silas guiding him, Theo gathered the villagers. "They're not pranksters," he explained, sketching the cracked lumini and the ailing stoneheart. "They are healers who have lost their rhythm." Together they cleared the landslide, revealing the stoneheart, a monolith humming with dormant power. Old Hemlock arrived, bearing a melody spun from wind chimes and hummingbird wings. As the villagers joined in, the song wove around the stoneheart like a gentle embrace. Slowly, the monolith's pulse steadied. The lumini gathered, their fractures sealing as they absorbed the restored harmony. With joyous chimes, they danced one last rearrangement, placing every displaced object perfectly where it belonged, then settling atop the stoneheart like a crown of stars. At dawn, Whisperwood awoke to a deeper tranquility. Gardens bloomed brighter, the air hummed with contented magic, and the lumini, now whole, resumed their invisible mending. Theo found a single moon-petal blossom on his windowsill, placed right side up, glowing with gratitude. Old Hemlock smiled from his treehouse. "Well done, little noticer," he murmured. "The greatest mysteries are often kindnesses waiting to be understood." As Theo drifted to sleep that night, Silas perched on his bedpost, the owl's soft feathers brushing his cheek. Outside, the lumini's chimes blended with the wind, a lullaby of order restored. And high in the everwood the stoneheart pulsed steadily, its rhythm a promise. In a world brimming with gentle magic, even the strangest disturbances were but whispers of care, waiting for a patient heart to listen. Story 15. The little village of Meadows Rest nestled between rolling hills, where the river Silver Stream hummed lullabies over smooth stones. Young Finn spent his days helping in the gardens, yet his heart fluttered like a trapped bird whenever he gazed westward. There beyond the old stone bridge lay the Whisperwood, a place villagers spoke of in hushed tones, woven with tales of shimmering lights and forgotten pathways. Curiosity plants the bravest seeds, his grandmother would say, tucking a sprig of lavender into his pocket each morning. One twilight, as fireflies painted the air gold, Finn felt the lavender pulse warm against his heart. He knew it was time to cross the bridge. Stepping into the Whisperwood felt like diving into a pool of liquid moonlight. Ancient trees arched overhead, their bark etched with glowing silver veins that pulsed like sleepy hearts. Moss, soft as kitten fur and bright as emeralds, carpeted the ground, springing back with each footstep. The air tasted of rain-kissed pine and wild strawberries, and everywhere tiny lights drifted, will-o'-the-wisps dancing to a silent tune. Finn's breath caught as a path unfurled before him, paved with luminous pebbles that chimed like distant bells when touched. "Well now," murmured a voice like rustling leaves. A creature no taller than Finn's knee emerged, a hedgehog with quills like spun moonlight and eyes like polished obsidian. "Lost your way, wanderer." "I'm Finn," he said, kneeling. "And I'm not lost, just exploring." The hedgehog's quills shimmered brighter. "Call me Thistle, explorers are rare these days, the glimmer folk have grown timid." Thistle explained that the heart of Whisperwood, the crystal glade, was dimming. Once it pulsed with light that fed the forest, but fear had settled like fog after a shadow beast's rumored return. "Nonsense," Thistle huffed. "But courage needs a spark." Finn offered his lavender sprig. Thistle sniffed it, sneezed a tiny silver spark, and declared Finn the glade's best hope. Their journey wove deeper into wonders. They crossed a bridge of woven light where fish with wings soared beneath them, scales flashing rainbow hues. In a meadow of singing flowers, petals humming harmonies when the wind stirred, they met a family of badgers weaving starlight into cloaks. "The glade's light fades our thread," sighed the eldest badger, her paws moving slowly. Finn shared his grandmother's honey cakes. The badgers gifted him a starlight compass, its needle pointing toward courage. Next, a grove of crystal trees chimed warnings, "Beware the echo caves." Thistle shivered. "Where whispers twist and frighten." Finn's pulse quickened, but he recalled his grandmother's words, "Fear is a guest, not a master." The caves loomed, a jagged mouth breathing cold air that carried fragmented voices. "Turn back, danger, alone," shadows slithered like liquid smoke. Finn faltered, clutching his lavender. Then he noticed Thistle trembling beside him. "You're afraid too," Finn whispered. The admission felt like unlocking a door. He knelt, meeting Thistle's dark eyes. "But we're not alone, we have each other." Thistle's quills flared, casting a beam of light that scattered the shadows. Together they stepped inside, Finn humming his grandmother's lullaby. The cave walls absorbed the tune, echoing it back pure and sweet, dissolving the fearful whispers. At the cave's heart lay a pool of liquid light, dim and still. Above it hovered the shadow beast, a wounded owl with one featherless wing, its eyes wide with pain. "I only wanted to drink," it rasped. "But my wing, the light stings when it flickers." Understanding washed over Finn. The owl wasn't a beast, but a guardian exiled by its own injury and the glade's instability. Finn waded into the pool, the warm light tingling his skin. He gently lifted the owl, while Thistle used his quills to mend the wing with strands of starlight from the badger's gift. As the owl's feathers regrew, shimmering midnight blue, it let out a soft hoot. The pool blazed to life, light spiraling up like a golden geyser. It surged through the caves into the woods, setting every silver vein and glowing moss aglow. The Whisperwood sang, a chorus of chimes, hums, and rustling joy. Back in the crystal glade, the forest gathered. Winged fish leapt in celebration, singing flowers bloomed in symphonies, and the badger's cloaks now glimmered like captured galaxies. The owl, introduced as Nimbus, bowed to Finn. "You saw my fear, not a monster," it said. Finn smiled. "Exploration showed me the truth." As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, the luminous path led Finn home. Thistle pressed a moonquill into his hand. "For next time, explorer." Crossing the stone bridge, Finn found his grandmother waiting, her eyes crinkling. She didn't ask of wonders, only opened her arms. That night, as Finn drifted to sleep, the moonquill glowed softly on his windowsill. And in his dreams, silver paths unfurled endlessly, reminding him that courage begins with a single step into the unknown, and every heart, even the trembling ones, holds light enough to guide the way. Story 16. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley kissed by perpetual autumn. Crisp air carried the scent of wood smoke and cinnamon, and rooftops wore thick blankets of golden leaves. Life here was gentle, predictable, and warmed by the glow of hearths and lanterns. That's why the disappearances caused such a ripple of quiet concern. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock's favorite blueberry scone vanished from his windowsill cooling rack. Then Mrs. Thimblewick's prized silver thimble, always kept on her knitting basket, simply wasn't there one morning. Next went young Benji's carved wooden badger, left overnight on his porch step. Each item disappeared without a sound, without a trace, leaving only a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer in the air where it had been. No forced locks, no muddy footprints, just an unsettling emptiness where cherished things should be. Among the villagers, young Pip, known for their quiet observation and gentle nature, felt a particular pang of worry. They loved the predictable rhythm of Willowbrook, the way the fireflies danced in predictable patterns at dusk, the reliable chime of the grandfather clock in the square. These vanishings felt like a tiny tear in the comfortable fabric of their world. Pip decided to pay attention. Sitting on a moss-covered stump near the Whispering Brook, Pip pondered. They recalled the shimmer mentioned by Benji. They remembered Old Man Hemlock complaining that the scone was still warm when it vanished. Mrs. Thimblewick had been adamant the thimble was polished bright, reflecting the lamplight perfectly. Pip chewed thoughtfully on a stalk of sweetgrass. Warmth, shine, reflection. These were the threads. Seeking wisdom, Pip climbed the winding path to the cottage of Master Thistlewood. Thistlewood wasn't a wizard in the flashy sense. He was a keeper of quiet things, an elderly man with eyes the color of moss and a beard like spun cobwebs. His cottage smelled of drying herbs, ancient parchment, and the deep, comforting scent of earth. Master Thistlewood, Pip began, settling onto a worn velvet cushion by the crackling fire. Things are vanishing, small things but important ones, and there's a shimmer. Thistlewood stirred a pot of fragrant tea, the steam curling like miniature ghosts. "Ah, the small absences," he murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling. I felt the disturbance, a ripple in the stillness. "Tell me, child, what do these lost things have in common?" Pip recounted their observations, the warmth of the scone, the shine of the thimble, the smooth, reflective surface of Benji's wooden badger. "It's like something drawn to light and warmth, but why take them?" "Not malice, Pip," Thistlewood said kindly, pouring tea into chipped porcelain cups. "Rarely is it malice in our woods, more likely curiosity or perhaps necessity. You notice the shimmer, that is the key. It speaks of fleeting passage, of beings woven from starlight and frost. Frost. Pip echoed, thinking of the crisp autumn air deepening towards winter. Indeed, Thistlewood nodded. The glimmer pixies stir earlier this year. Usually they slumber until the deep cold, but the frost has bitten sharply these past few nights, hasn't it? Pip remembered waking to find delicate ice crystals on their window pane. Yes, very sharp. The glimmer pixies, Thistlewood explained, sipping his tea, are creatures of pure, delicate light. They live deep within the frostwood, beyond the whispering brook. Cold strengthens them, but extreme cold. Before they are fully awake, it can be dangerous, like ice becoming brittle. They seek sources of gentle warmth and captured light to sustain them through this unexpected early chill. Your scone radiated heat, the thimble captured and reflected lamplight brilliantly. The polished wood of the badger held a soft gleam. So they are borrowing them for warmth? Pip asked, the mystery beginning to unravel. Borrowing, yes, understanding ownership, less so, Thistlewood chuckled softly. To a glimmer pixie, a source of comforting light or warmth is simply a gift to be found. They mean no harm, only survival. The shimmer is the trail of their passage, a residue of their own cold light. But how do we get the things back and stop them taking more? Pip worried about Mrs. Thimblewick's distress over her thimble. Ah, Thistlewood's eyes twinkled. Observation led you here, Pip. Cleverness and kindness must lead you further. They took the items because they needed them. So offer something they need more, freely given, and perhaps they will return what they borrowed. They are drawn to concentrated warmth and captured light. Pip thought hard. What could be warmer than a fresh scone? Brighter than a polished thimble? An idea sparked. Master Thistlewood, the sunstones, the ones that glow in the dark that we gather on Midsummer's Eve. Thistlewood beamed. Precisely, young Pip. A sunstone holds captured sunlight, radiating a gentle, consistent warmth, far better than a cooling scone or a reflective thimble. It's a gift they would treasure and perhaps trade for. That evening, as the indigo twilight deepened and the first frost began to glitter on the grass, Pip prepared. They placed a smooth, palm-sized sunstone, pulsing with a soft golden light, on a flat stone near the edge of the frostwood, right where the whispering brook burbled its secrets. Beside it, Pip left a small offering, a honey-drizzled oat cake, still warm from the hearth, and a tiny cup woven from a leaf, filled with dew gathered at dawn, the purest water. Then Pip hid behind a thick oak tree, wrapped in a cloak smelling of wood smoke and patience. The air grew colder. Pip's breath misted. They watched the sunstones glow, a small beacon in the gathering dark. Minutes stretched, filled only by the sigh of the wind in the pines and the brook's quiet song. Then Pip saw it. A shimmer like a ripple in moonlight near the offering stone. Then another. And another. Tiny figures, no taller than Pip's hand, materialized. They were breathtakingly delicate, seemingly woven from spun moonlight and frost crystals. Their wings were like frozen lace, catching the faint light of the stars and the sunstone. Their large, luminous eyes, the color of glacier ice, fixed on the glowing stone and the steaming oat cake with wonder. They moved with silent grace, hovering like snowflakes caught in an updraft. Pip counted 5, their forms shimmering faintly. One, slightly larger, with wings edged in silver frost, cautiously approached the sunstone. A tiny, crystalline hand reached out, hovering just above the warm surface. A soft, chiming sigh, like tiny bells, echoed in the stillness. The pixie looked towards the oatcake and the dew, then chirruped a series of high, clear notes. In response, the other pixies darted away, vanishing into the dark trees like motes of light extinguished. Pip held their breath. Had they frightened them? Moments later, the shimmering returned. The pixies reappeared, carrying the missing items with surprising ease for their size. The blueberry scone, still looking surprisingly fresh, was placed gently beside the sunstone. Mrs. Thimblewick's thimble, gleaming even in the faint light, was set down next to it. Finally, Benji's wooden badger was carefully deposited. The silver-edged pixie chirped again, a sound that held both apology and gratitude. Then with astonishing speed, the larger pixie wrapped surprisingly strong, cool little arms around the sunstone. With a collective shimmer and a faint chime like icicles tinkling, all 5 pixies vanished, taking the glowing stone, the oat cake, and the dew with them. Only the returned items and a lingering scent of frost and honey remained. Pip emerged, heart swelling with warmth despite the cold air. They carefully gathered the scone, the thimble, and the badger. The mystery was solved not with shouts or traps, but with observation, wisdom, and a gift freely given. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to a small miracle. Old Man Hemlock found his scone, mysteriously reappeared on his sill, still faintly warm and smelling of blueberries. Mrs. Thimblewick shrieked with joy, discovering her thimble nestled in her knitting wool. Benji whooped, hugging his wooden badger tightly. And Pip, quietly sipping cinnamon tea by their own hearth, smiled. Word spread of Pip's cleverness and kindness, guided by Master Thistlewood's wisdom. That evening, as the frost settled again, the villagers did something new. On windowsills, porch steps, and garden walls they placed little offerings, polished pebbles that caught the moonlight, tiny jars of honey, warm spiced cider in thimble-sized cups, and occasionally another precious sunstone for those who had them. And sometimes, just sometimes, if you looked very closely at dusk, you might see a faint shimmer near an offering, and the gift would be gone by morning. In its place might be a perfectly formed ice crystal that never melted, a tiny, impossibly intricate snowflake carved from wood, or simply the feeling that the frost itself held a friendly, grateful presence. The disappearances stopped. The strange occurrences became gentle exchanges, a silent understanding between the warm village and the frost-touched woods. Willowbrook learned that sometimes mysteries weren't problems to be feared, but puzzles to be understood with a kind heart and a watchful eye. The village felt cozier than ever, wrapped not just in autumn's golden embrace, but in a newfound connection to the quiet magic sharing their world. Pip often sat by their window in the evenings, watching the fireflies dance, knowing that somewhere in the frostwood, a small sunstone pulsed with gentle warmth, a beacon of friendship in the gathering cold. And as the first true snow began to fall, silent and soft, blanketing Willowbrook in peaceful white, the comforting glow of hearths and lanterns shone a little brighter, reflecting the warmth shared between two worlds, lulling everyone into a deep, contented sleep beneath the watchful, starlit sky. The gentle mystery had woven a thread of kindness into the very fabric of their lives, a quiet resolution as satisfying as the final note of a lullaby. Story 17. Leo had always been curious about the overgrown path behind Old Man Hemlock's orchard, the one villagers whispered about only appearing when the moon turned the color of forget-me-nots. That night, as sapphire light spilled through his window, Leo tugged on his coziest woolen sweater and crept outside. The path shimmered like woven starlight, and with a deep breath he stepped onto it. The air hummed with the scent of cinnamon and damp earth, and fireflies pulsed in sync with his heartbeat. The whispering woods unfolded before him, a forest where trees bore lantern-like fruits glowing amber, and streams flowed with liquid moonlight that cast dancing silver ripples on mossy banks. Velvety ferns brushed against Leo's ankles, releasing puffs of lavender-scented pollen. Suddenly, a cluster of pebble-shaped creatures tumbled into his path, chittering like wind chimes. They were mosskins, their bodies covered in emerald fur and eyes like polished citrine. One bumped Leo's shoe, dropping a tiny acorn cap filled with dewdrop nectar. For courage, it chimed before they scurried away. Deeper in the woods, Leo encountered the Bridge of Murmurs, a fragile arc of spider silk strung between two ancient willows. Below, a river sang lullabies in voices like melting snow. The bridge swayed perilously, and Leo's knees trembled. But he remembered the mosskin's gift. Sipping the nectar, warmth spread through him, and he stepped onto the strands. Each footfall made the silk hum softly, harmonizing with the river's song. Halfway across, the bridge began to unravel. Thinking quickly, Leo plucked a glowing fruit hanging nearby. Its light solidified the silk, weaving it back together. Courage, he realized, wasn't about being fearless. It was about finding light when shadows crept close. On the other side, Leo met Nimbus, a cloud-tailed fox whose fur shifted from twilight purple to dawn pink. Nimbus nuzzled his hand, leading him to a clearing where floating orbs of light waltzed around a stone archway veiled in ivy. "The Heartwood Gate," Nimbus whispered with a voice like rustling leaves. "It opens only for those who listen." The orbs drifted toward Leo, each pulsing a question. "What do you seek?" Leo closed his eyes. Not treasure or magic, he realized, but wonder. The archway glowed, ivy retreating to reveal a garden where flowers bloomed in constellations, and the air tasted of honey and stardust. In the garden center stood a tree with bark like cracked opal, its branches holding nests of slumbering songbirds made of glass. One bird awoke, trilling a note that spiraled into a soft breeze. It brushed Leo's cheek, carrying the scent of home, baking bread and rain-soaked soil. The tree's roots cradled a smooth, warm stone etched with a single word: return. Leo understood. The greatest adventures kindled gratitude for what waited in the familiar. Nimbus guided him back to the village's edge. As dawn painted the sky peach gold, the whispering woods faded like a dream. Leo tucked the etched stone into his pocket, its warmth a quiet promise. That night, as he drifted to sleep, he knew the woods would return when someone else needed to learn that exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but dancing with it, one curious step at a time. And in his dreams, fireflies pulsed to the rhythm of a bridge humming beneath his feet, forever unbroken. Story 18. The first frost arrived on silent paws, dusting the cobblestone path outside Sylvie's cottage with silver. Inside, the young girl traced the icy patterns on her window pane, her breath fogging the glass. Autumn had always been her favorite season, a blaze of amber and crimson, the forest floor crunching warmly beneath her boots. But now, as the trees shed their final leaves and the air grew sharp, a familiar dread settled in her chest. Winter meant stillness, darkness, and the aching quiet of things lost. Sylvie hated change. She tended her little herb garden by the hearth, basil, thyme, and lavender, each plant stubbornly green under her care. They were constants in a world shifting too fast. Outside, the Whisperwood forest seemed to hold its breath, branches skeletal against the twilight. Sylvie's grandmother had once told her the woods were alive with old magic, that they mirrored the hearts of those who walked them. But Sylvie felt no magic in herself, only a hollow worry that winter would steal the forest song forever. Her friend Pip, a squirrel with fur like polished chestnuts, scampered up to her windowsill. "The frost fairies painted the ferns," he chirped, twitching his nose. "Come see." Sylvie wrapped herself in a woolen shawl, its edges embroidered with forget-me-nots. "It's just cold, Pip. Everything's sleeping." "Sleeping isn't gone," Pip insisted, nudging her hand. "It's dreaming, and dreams grow in the quiet." But Sylvie only sighed, watching her breath plume in the air. Change felt like a door closing, locking away warmth and color. The next morning, a bitter wind rattled the cottage shutters. Sylvie's lavender plant, usually resilient, drooped listlessly. No matter how she sang to it or adjusted its soil, its leaves grayed at the edges. Panic fluttered in her throat. If she couldn't protect this small, rooted thing, how could she face the long winter? Pip returned, this time with a companion, an old badger named Thorn, his fur grizzled like storm clouds. Thorn's eyes, deep and knowing, crinkled at the corners. "Trouble in your garden, little one." Sylvie showed him the wilting lavender. It's dying like everything else out there. Thorn hummed, a low, earthy sound. Nothing dies in winter, it transforms. Watch. He placed a gnarled paw on the soil. Where his touch lingered, a single lavender bud pushed through, pale but alive. The magic isn't in fighting the cold, he murmured. It's in understanding its purpose. Sylvie frowned. What purpose does emptiness have? Rest, said Thorn simply, and preparation. As he spoke, Sylvie noticed a faint glow around her fingertips, soft as candlelight. Startled, she tucked her hands into her sleeves. Magic. Impossible. She was just a girl who missed the sun. That afternoon, Pip led Sylvie deep into the Whisperwood, where the ancient weeping willow stood. Its branches swept the frozen creek like a curtain of silver threads. She remembers everything, Pip whispered, even the first snowflake. The willow's voice rustled in Sylvie's mind, gentle as falling snow. You fear the season's turn, child. Why? Sylvie pressed her palm to the willow's trunk, rough and cold. Winter takes things away. Does it? The willow sighed, and a memory bloomed in Sylvie's thoughts, not her own, but the forest's. She saw roots delving deep beneath frost-locked earth, gathering strength. She saw seeds wrapped in ice, waiting for spring's call. She felt the quiet hum of life, persistent and patient. Change is not loss. It is the universe breathing. As Sylvie absorbed this, tiny green sparks flickered around her boots. Moss unfurled over the frozen ground, velvety and bright. Pip gasped. You're doing that. Sylvie pulled her hand back, the glow fading. It's just luck. But doubt whispered, what if it's not? Days passed, and Sylvie practiced in secret. She coaxed frost ferns into curling patterns on her window, shaped icicles into glimmering flowers. Yet her lavender still languished, and her heart ached. Magic, it seemed, couldn't force things to stay the same. Then came the night of the great freeze. A wind sharper than knives swept through the Whisperwood, icing ponds solid and snapping brittle branches. Animals huddled in burrows, shivering. Thorn arrived at Sylvie's door, frost clinging to his whiskers. The brook's frozen over. The water voles can't reach their food stores beneath the ice. Sylvie's stomach clenched. What can I do? Trust your gifts, Thorn urged. Not to stop winter, but to dance with it. Pip nudged her ankle. Remember the willow's roots, they're strong in the dark. Sylvie stood at the brook's edge, the cold biting her cheeks. Voles peered from icy cracks, eyes wide with fear. Closing her eyes, she imagined the willow's lesson, the hidden strength in stillness. She didn't fight the freeze, she listened to it. The ice wasn't an enemy, but a lullaby. Warmth kindled in her chest, not fiery, but deep and golden. She hummed low and steady, and pressed her hands to the frozen surface. Gentle light spilled from her palms, swirling like liquid honey. Where it touched, the ice thinned, not melting but transforming, into crystalline bridges arching over the water, glittering paths that led straight to the vole's hidden caches. Moss, thick and emerald green, carpeted the banks, radiating soft warmth. The voles scurried out, chirping thanks as they gathered food. Pip danced on Sylvie's shoulder. You're a winter weaver. Thorn rumbled approval. You let the season speak and answered with kindness. Back home, Sylvie approached her lavender. No longer did she beg it to stay evergreen. Instead, she cradled its pot and whispered, "Rest now, dream of spring." The plant sighed, its grayed leaves falling away. But at its heart a new bud swelled, small, resilient, and glowing faintly violet. It wasn't dying. It was becoming. As snow began to fall, blanketing the Whisperwood in white silence, Sylvie sat by her fire. Pip drowsed in her lap, and Thorn snored softly on the rug. Outside, her crystalline bridges shimmered under the moon, guiding night creatures safely home. The cold air smelled of pine and possibility. She'd learned that growth wasn't about clinging to what was comfortable, but embracing the quiet spaces where new things took root. Her magic hadn't conquered winter, it had befriended it, revealing beauty in frost-painted ferns and star-bright snow. Change, she realized, was the universe's way of whispering, "Something wonderful is coming. Be ready." Sylvie smiled, stroking Pip's soft fur. The lavender bud pulsed with light, a tiny beacon in the dim room. Winter wasn't emptiness. It was a canvas waiting for dreams, and Sylvie, no longer afraid, couldn't wait to see what hers would paint. Story 19. Story 19. The village of Willowbrook, nestled in the valley of whispering pines, was usually a picture of tranquil predictability. Chimneys puffed cheerful smoke, gardens bloomed in orderly rows, and the gentle chime of the windbells above Mistress Agatha's tea shop marked the passage of the day. But for the past 3 mornings, a quiet mystery had ruffled the peaceful feathers of Willowbrook. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock awoke to find his favorite, perfectly smooth river stone, the one he kept on his windowsill to catch the dawn light, was missing. Not stolen, he insisted, for nothing else was disturbed. Just gone. Then young Lily Fernwood discovered her newly knitted scarf, left to air on the garden fence overnight, had acquired several intricate, frost-like patterns woven into the wool patterns she swore she hadn't knit. Lastly, the baker, Mr. Bramble, arrived at his shop to find his sack of prized, extra-fluffy cloudberry flour completely empty, though the sack itself was neatly tied and showed no signs of tampering. Whispers as soft as dandelion fluff began to drift through the lanes. Watching these small disturbances with keen, gentle eyes was Silas. Silas wasn't the village elder nor a powerful mage, but he possessed a quiet wisdom and an extraordinary gift for noticing things others missed, the way sunlight caught a dewdrop, the specific song of a returning song sparrow, the faint scent of wild mint on an unexpected breeze. He also shared his snug cottage, tucked beneath a weeping willow near the brook, with a creature most villagers rarely saw, a whisperwing named Pip. Pip resembled a large, fluffy moth with iridescent wings that shimmered like oil on water, and large, luminous eyes that held ancient, gentle knowledge. He communicated not in words but in soft chimes, color shifts in his wings, and the faintest brush of air currents. "Curious happenings, Pip," Silas murmured one crisp autumn morning, sipping chamomile tea by his hearth. Pip, perched on a knothole in the wooden beam above, pulsed a soft, questioning lavender light. "First the stone, then Lily's scarf, now Bramble's flower. No malice I feel, just displacement, like something is borrowing, not stealing." Pip fluttered down, landing softly on Silas's shoulder, his wings emitting a series of tiny, bell-like notes that sounded like agreement. Silas smiled. "Shall we investigate, quietly of course, like listening to the wind?" Their investigation began with observation. Silas visited Old Man Hemlock, not to ask about the stone, but to admire his window-ledge garden. He noted the precise spot where the stone had sat, a small, dust-free circle. Nearby, nestled against the window frame, was a single, impossibly perfect dewdrop, sparkling like a diamond. Silas thanked Hemlock for showing him his geraniums and moved on. Next, he found Lily Fernwood trying to replicate the frost patterns on a new piece of knitting, looking perplexed. Silas admired the scarf. "Exquisite work, Lily. These frost patterns, they remind me of the lace ice that forms on the brook's edge on the very coldest mornings. So delicate." He gently touched one intricate swirl. It felt faintly cool, even indoors. Lily beamed. "They are pretty, aren't they? I just wish I knew how they got there." Silas noticed a few tiny, glistening specks like minuscule ice crystals clinging to the wool where the patterns began. He thanked Lily and moved towards the bakery. The bakery smelled heavenly, as always, of cinnamon and warm bread, but Mr. Bramble's face was stormy. Vanished my entire sack, my special cloudberry flour for the harvest moon pastries. Who would do such a thing? Silas offered sympathy and asked if he could see the sack. Bramble handed it over. It was sturdy canvas, the drawstring neatly cinched. Silas examined it closely. Inside, where the flower should have clung, the fabric felt strangely dry. Not just empty, but devoid of any dusty residue. Near the bottom seam, almost invisible, were 3 tiny, damp patches in a perfect triangle pattern. They smelled faintly of damp earth and morning frost. Silas returned home, Pip fluttering anxiously around him. He laid out his findings on his worn oak table. The memory of the dewdrop on Hemlock's sill, the ice crystals on Lily's scarf, the damp triangle and dry sack from brambles, and the scents frost, damp earth. Connections, Pip, Silas mused, stroking his chin. Water in unusual forms, dew, frost, damp patches. Displacement of objects, a stone, patterns appearing, flower vanishing, and a sense of borrowing, no forced entry, neatness. He looked out his window towards the whispering pines forest, where the trees held ancient secrets. Something small, something tied to the cold and the earth, something perhaps overlooked. Pip suddenly flared a brilliant, excited blue and darted to the bookshelf. He nudged a particular leather-bound volume with his head tome of tiny tidings, a compendium of lesser-known forest folk. Silas chuckled. Ah, the wisdom of the Whisperwing, of course. He pulled down the book, its pages thick and fragrant. He flipped past entries on dust bunnies and cobweb sprites until he found a page titled, Mosslings. The illustration showed a creature barely taller than a teacup, shaped like a soft, rounded pebble covered in velvety green moss. It had tiny root-like feet and large, dark eyes like polished river stones. The text read, Mosslings are shy, earthbound sprites drawn to quiet places and objects of simple beauty. They are deeply connected to moisture and frost. They borrow small, smooth objects they find pleasing, returning them eventually, often leaving behind intricate frost patterns as a token of appreciation. They are particularly fond of finely ground, pure substances like certain flowers, which they use to create miniature. Ephemeral sculptures that melt with the dawn, approach only with utmost gentleness in an offering of pure water. Silas closed the book, a warm understanding spreading through him. A mossling, and likely not just one, a small family perhaps newly awakened or moved near the village. They admired Hemlock's stone smooth and beautiful. They borrowed it. They loved Lily's soft wool and left their frosty art as thanks, and Bramble's flower, pure and fine, perfect for their tiny sculptures. He thought of the damp patches, their footprints. The dry sack mosslings were exceptionally tidy, leaving no trace of what they took. The dewdrop a calling card. The resolution needed to be gentle, respectful. Silas knew where to look. The damp triangle footprint pattern matched the type found near the old, moss-covered stone bridge over Willowbrook, a place of quiet beauty. That evening, as dusk painted the sky in lavender and rose, Silas and Pip made their way to the bridge. Silas carried a small, shallow dish made of smooth, dark stone. He filled it with crystal-clear water from the brook and placed it carefully on a bed of soft moss near the base of the bridge. Beside it, he laid a small, smooth pebble he'd polished himself and a tiny pinch of ordinary flour on a clean leaf. Then he and Pip retreated behind a large willow trunk and waited, breathing softly. The forest held its breath. Fireflies began their dance. Then ever so slowly, 3 tiny, moss-covered shapes emerged from beneath the bridge stones. They moved with deliberate, careful steps, their large, dark eyes reflecting the fading light. They approached Silas's offering. One examined the pebble, touching it with a tiny root hand. Another delicately traced the flower on the leaf with a fingertip. The third dipped its hand into the stone dish, bringing the water to where its mouth might be, a soft sighing sound like wind through reeds escaping it. Then they noticed the observers. They froze like startled hedgehogs. Silas didn't move. Pip dimmed his light to a soft, reassuring glow. Slowly, cautiously, the mosslings relaxed. The one who liked the pebble picked it up. Another scooped a tiny amount of flour onto its palm. The third seemed to study Silas and Pip for a long moment. Then with surprising speed, they vanished back under the bridge. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to solved mysteries and gentle magic. Old Man Hemlock found his river stone back on his windowsill, nestled beside a perfect miniature sculpture of ice shaped like a tiny willow tree. It sparkled in the dawn light, slowly melting into a single dewdrop that held the scent of the forest. Lily Fernwood discovered her scarf now had a beautiful new frost pattern along the edge, a delicate chain of interlocking snowflakes that didn't melt, but stayed cool and beautiful. And Mr. Bramble, opening his bakery, found his sack of cloudberry flour returned, resting neatly on his counter. It wasn't full, but it wasn't empty either. Inside, carefully arranged in the center of the remaining flour, was a miniature, intricate sculpture of a baker's hat, perfectly formed from packed flour. It was astonishingly detailed, down to the tiny puff of flour dust on top. As sunlight streamed through the window, it began to gently collapse, returning to the sack, leaving only a faint, sweet, earthy scent and a sense of wonder. Silas gathered the villagers near the brook that afternoon. He explained about the shy mosslings, their appreciation for simple beauty, and their harmless borrowing. He showed them the page in his book. They weren't causing trouble, Silas said, his voice as warm as the autumn sun. They were simply sharing our space, drawn by the quiet beauty of our homes and crafts. They borrowed what pleased them, leaving gifts in return art made of frost and flower. They meant no harm, only appreciation. Mr. Bramble chuckled, rubbing his flour-dusted apron. Well, I suppose if my flour helps make such fine art, they're welcome to a pinch now and then, better than any payment. Old Man Hemlock gently touched the dewdrop that remained from his ice sculpture. Beautiful, he whispered. Lily Fernwood ran her fingers over her scarf's new snowflake chain. It's the loveliest pattern I've ever seen, she breathed. From then on, a new, gentle tradition began in Willowbrook. Villagers would sometimes leave a small, smooth stone on a windowsill, or a pinch of fine flour on a clean leaf near the garden gate, or a shallow dish of clear water in a quiet corner. And sometimes in the morning they'd find a tiny frost flower blooming on a blade of grass, or a miniature flower sculpture of a bird or a flower gracing their doorstep, ephemeral gifts from their shy, moss-covered neighbors. The mystery had been solved not with alarm, but with observation, wisdom, and kindness, deepening the village's connection to the quiet magic that lived just beyond their hearths. And as the wind bells chimed softly over Mistress Agatha's tea shop, Willowbrook felt cozier, safer, and more wonderfully mysterious than ever before, a place where even the smallest secrets could bloom into gentle, shared wonders under the watchful eyes of a kind heart and a shimmering whisperwing. The fire crackled warmly in Silas's hearth that night, casting dancing shadows as Pip hummed a soft, lullaby-like chime, a perfect note of peace in the heart of the gently enchanted valley. All was well. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel, assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. The village of Meadows Whisper nestled in a valley where sunlight always seemed softer and the air hummed with a quiet, comforting magic. Clara, a girl with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart as curious as a sparrow, lived in a cottage with a thatched roof that sighed gently in the wind. Lately, however, strange little disturbances had ruffled the village's usual peace. It began with the butter. Every morning, Widow Honeysuckle would find her freshly churned butter, left overnight in its cool stone crock on the windowsill, mysteriously patterned with intricate swirls, like tiny, perfect whirlpools. Then the baker, Master Crust, discovered his best rolling pin, carved from smooth maple, missing every other morning, only to reappear later, polished to a gleaming shine and smelling faintly of wild mint. Finally, the cheerful clanging of the blacksmith's hammer, usually a steady heartbeat for the village, faltered when his smallest, most delicate tongs vanished from their hook, returning hours later wrapped in a leaf as soft as velvet. Whispers rustled through the lanes like dried leaves. Pixie mischief, claimed one villager. A forgetful wind sprite, suggested another. But Clara felt a prickle of curiosity, not fear. These weren't harmful pranks, they felt thoughtful, almost helpful, just terribly confusing. One crisp morning, Clara decided to investigate. She packed a small basket, warm oatcakes dusted with cinnamon, a jar of golden honey, and a flask of sweet mint tea. Her first stop was Widow Honeysuckle's cottage, fragrant with the scent of lavender and rising dough. "The swirls, dearie," the widow sighed, showing Clara the butter crock. "They're beautiful, truly, but why and how?" Clara peered closely. The swirls weren't random, they spiraled inward with astonishing precision. She touched the cold butter gently. "Did you notice anything else, widow? Any sounds, any unusual scents?" The widow thought, her brow furrowed like a plowed field. "Well, just before dawn yesterday, I thought I heard the tiniest chime, like a bell no bigger than a bluebell, and the air smelled greener, like moss after rain." Next, Clara visited Master Crust's warm, flour-dusted bakery. He gestured to his gleaming rolling pin. "It comes back smoother than ever, and that minty smell like someone polished it with a meadow." He scratched his head. "Heard a soft shushing sound last night, like little feet brushing stone." At the forge, the blacksmith, a gentle giant named Borin, held up the velvety leaf that had wrapped his tongs. See, moonpetal leaf only grows deep in Whisperwood Glen. Who's climbing trees for my tongs? Clara's mind whirred. Tiny chimes, green scents, shushing sounds, moonpetal leaves, and objects returned improved. This wasn't malice, it felt like appreciation. Or perhaps a misunderstanding. She needed wiser counsel. She walked the winding path to the edge of the village, where Old Man Thistle lived in a cottage seemingly grown from the hillside itself. Vines clung to its stone walls, and the air buzzed with sleepy bees. Thistle wasn't a wizard, not exactly, but he understood the quiet language of roots, stones, and small creatures. He sat on a sun-warmed bench, carving a piece of fragrant cedar. "Ah, Clara," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves. "Come about the little disturbances, have you?" His eyes, bright as polished river stones, twinkled. Clara sat beside him, sharing her oat cakes and observations. She described the chimes, the scents, the shushing sounds, the moonpetal leaf, and the returned objects, the swirled butter, the polished wood, the cleaned tongs. Thistle listened, nodding slowly. He took a deep breath, smelling the air. Green scent like damp moss and crushed fern, chimes like tiny bells, shushing like soft fur on stone. He closed his eyes for a moment, and things returned better than before, touched by care. He opened his eyes. "Tell me, child, what do these things do? The butter, the rolling pin, the tongs." Clara thought. The butter is spread on bread. The rolling pin shapes dough. The tongs handle hot metal. Thistle stroked his beard, made more of moss than hair. Tools of creation and care, used to make things, to shape things, to handle things gently. He pointed a gnarled finger towards the whispering expanse of Whisperwood Glen. Deep in the oldest part of the glen, where the moon petals bloom, live the moss mice. Moss mice. Clara breathed. Tiny creatures no bigger than your thumb, Thistle explained. Fur like the softest moss, voices like tiny chimes, shy as shadows, gentle as dew. They revere things made by hand, things used with care and skill, especially things that shape. A spark ignited in Clara's mind. So the moss mice are taking these things. The butter is shaped in the churn, the rolling pin shapes dough, the tongs shape metal. Exactly, Thistle nodded. They see these objects as sacred tools of shaping. They take them, I suspect, to admire them, perhaps even to honor them. The swirls in the butter, likely their tiny paws tracing the beauty of its form, polishing the wood, an act of reverence, wrapping the tongs in moonpetal, a gift of their most precious leaf. But why return them? Clara asked. Because they understand deep down that these tools belong here, Thistle said softly. They don't mean to cause worry, they simply don't know how else to express their admiration. Their borrowing is clumsy, born of wonder, not mischief. Clara felt a wave of warmth. The mystery wasn't frightening, it was sweet, almost tender. How do we tell them, how do we thank them, but ask them to please leave the things where they are? Old Man Thistle smiled. With respect, child, and with something shaped just for them. That evening, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, Clara returned to Widow Honeysuckle. Together they churned a small, special pat of butter. Clara used a tiny spoon to carefully shape it into a perfect miniature sphere, smooth as a pearl. Master Crust carved a tiny rolling pin, no longer than Clara's finger, from a scrap of fragrant sandalwood. Borin, with surprising delicacy, fashioned a pair of minuscule tongs from a sliver of copper wire, perfect for handling a spark. Clara placed these 3 tiny tributes on a smooth, moss-covered stone at the very edge of Whisperwood Glen, just as the first stars blinked awake. Beside them she left a thimble-sized cup filled with the clearest honey and a single, perfect moonpetal leaf. She whispered into the gathering dusk, for the gentle shapers, with thanks for your care. Please enjoy these gifts made just for you. She retreated to the shadow of an ancient oak and waited, her breath held. The air grew still, filled only with the chirping of crickets. Then a soft, green scent drifted on the breeze. Tiny chimes, like a constellation of falling stars, tinkled softly. She saw, just for a fleeting moment, a flicker of movement, small, mossy shapes, fur gleaming faintly in the starlight, gathering around the stone. There were soft shushing sounds, gentle chimes of delight, and then silence. The tiny gifts were gone. The next morning, Widow Honeysuckle's butter was smooth and untouched. Master Crust's rolling pin rested heavily on its shelf. Boren's tongs hung firmly on their hook. The strange disturbances had ceased. But later that day, Clara found something on her own windowsill. 3 perfect, impossibly tiny circles of woven grass, each holding a single dewdrop that sparkled like a captured star. And the air around them carried the faintest, sweetest scent of moss and moonlight. The village of Meadows Whisper settled back into its cozy rhythm, warmed by the knowledge that they shared their valley with gentle, unseen neighbors who admired the quiet magic of skilled hands and caring hearts. Clara kept the tiny grass circles on her bedside table, a reminder that even the smallest mysteries could be solved with kindness, observation, and a willingness to see wonder in the world. And whenever the scent of damp moss drifted on the breeze, or a tiny chime seemed to echo from the glen, she'd smile, feeling the peaceful presence of the moss mice, the quiet guardians of shape and care, forever honored in the heart of their hidden home. The night wrapped around Meadows Whisper like a soft, familiar blanket, holding its gentle secrets close. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. The first time Milo heard the soft chime of the Silverwind chimes, he thought it was just the breeze playing tricks through the old oak outside his window. But on the third night, when the full moon painted his bedroom floor in liquid light, the sound grew clearer, a melody like ice crystals tinkling against glass, pulling him toward the forgotten path behind the village mill. Wrapped in his patchwork cloak, Milo followed the music into the whispering woods, where trees wore beards of luminous moss that cast gentle blue halos on the path. The air smelled of crushed mint and rain-kissed stone. Deeper he wandered until the trees parted to reveal the Glimmerglass Vale, a hidden valley where flowers bloomed like captured starlight, their petals pulsing with soft gold and violet light. Streams flowed with liquid moonlight, and mushrooms glowed like tiny lanterns along the banks. A gasp escaped Milo as a cluster of floating lights danced toward him. They resolved into tiny creatures, with wings of spun sugar and bodies like flickering candle flames. Glow wisps. Milo whispered, remembering his grandmother's tales. They chimed merrily, circling his head before darting toward a bridge woven from living vines. Crossing the bridge, Milo encountered the mossback guardians, 3 tortoises with shells like mossy hillocks and eyes like polished amber. They moved with the slowness of centuries, blocking the path to the valley's heart. Seeker, rumbled the eldest, its voice like stones rolling downhill. Answer this, I dance without feet, sing without breath, and guide wanderers home. What am I? Milo's heart fluttered. He glanced at the stream's shimmering surface, where the moon's reflection rippled like a silver coin. The moon, he ventured. The guardians remained still. Then he noticed the glow-wisps bobbing patiently above the water, their light painting the path. Fireflies. Again, silence. Suddenly a breeze swept through the vale, making the starflowers sway and the Silverwind chimes sing anew. Milo smiled. It's the wind. The guardians blinked approvingly. Wisdom blooms in stillness, said the eldest, lumbering aside. pass, little listener. Beyond them lay the vale's heart, a meadow where the silver-wind chimes hung from a tree with bark like woven moonlight. Each chime was a teardrop of frozen starlight, singing a different note in the breeze. Beneath the tree sat a creature like a rabbit sculpted from cloud and dandelion fluff, its eyes 2 drops of twilight. It nudged a smooth, opalescent stone toward Milo with its nose. "Thank you," Milo breathed, pocketing the stone. It warmed his palm, humming softly. The cloud rabbit twitched its ears, and Milo understood without words, "Share this courage." As dawn tinged the sky peach, the veil began to fade. The glow wisps escorted Milo back to the vine bridge, chiming a farewell tune. He crossed just as the first sunbeam struck the valley, turning the starflowers to dew and the luminous streams to ordinary water. Back in his room, Milo placed the humming stone on his windowsill. It glowed softly, mirroring the moon's rhythm. That night and every night after, he'd touch its warmth and remember, the world brims with enchanted corners for those who listen to the wind's song. And though his feet stayed in his cozy bed, his heart would wander back to the Glimmerglass Vale, where kindness was the compass, and wonders bloomed just beyond the edge of fear. He'd close his eyes, the stone's gentle pulse against his fingertips, and drift into dreams where mossback guardians whispered riddles, and cloud rabbits hopped through fields of endless starlight. And somewhere in the whispering woods, the silverwind chimes sang him a lullaby of brave beginnings and quiet returns. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. In the snug little village of Moss Grove, nestled between buttercup meadows and the whispering woods, something peculiar began happening just as the autumn moon waxed full. Young Theo, who loved polishing his collection of river stones each evening, noticed it first. His favorite stone, a smooth obsidian one that caught starlight, vanished from the windowsill overnight. Then Mrs. Bramble's copper teapot disappeared from her hearth. Finally, Mayor Thistle's brass weather vane, shaped like a leaping hare, spun right off the bakery roof. Each morning revealed the same clue, a faint trail of silver glitter dusting the cobblestones, sparkling like frozen stardust. The village murmured with gentle concern. Moss Grove was a place where hedgehogs delivered the mail on tiny carts, and lanterns glowed with captured fireflies, so mischief felt unsettling. Theo, with his curious heart and patchwork satchel, decided to investigate. He followed the glittering trail past cottages with crooked chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke, through gardens where pumpkins hummed sleepy tunes. The path led deep into the whispering woods, where trees rustled secrets and ferns unfurled like velvet cloaks. As twilight painted the sky lavender, Theo grew hesitant. That's when a soft hoo-hoo echoed. Perched on an oak branch was Oliver, a great horned owl whose feathers held the colors of twilight. "Lost your way, little observer." Oliver's voice was a low, comforting rumble. Theo explained the vanishing treasures. Oliver blinked his moon-gold eyes. "Strange glitter, you say, follow me, but tread softly as dandelion fluff." They ventured to a mossy clearing where a cottage crouched beneath weeping willows. Warm light spilled from its windows, smelling of chamomile and honey. Inside sat Granny Hazel, her hair a cloud of silver, knitting socks that changed colors with her mood. "Ah," she smiled, setting aside her needles. "The glimmer mystery. I felt the air shiver with it." She poured Theo spiced elderberry tea in a cup that warmed his palms. "Tell me everything." Theo described the missing items, all small, all shiny, and the silver dust. Granny Hazel nodded. Glitter trails mean glimmer sprites, tiny, shy folk, no bigger than acorns. They adore bright things but rarely take them unless troubled. Oliver fluffed his feathers. Their home is the crystal caves beneath the whispering woods. Perhaps something frightens them. Granny Hazel handed Theo a seeing stone, a lens of clear quartz. Look closely where the glitter falls. Sprites leave more than dust, they leave stories. Theo practiced in her garden, peering through the stone. Suddenly the glitter shimmered into tiny, frantic footprints. Some tracks seemed smudged, as if something had chased them. "They're scared," Theo whispered. Oliver hooted softly. "We must find their cave." Guided by the quartz lens, they followed the sprite tracks deeper into the woods. Moonlight filtered through leaves, casting lace patterns on the forest floor. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and pine. Soon they reached a hillside veiled by ivy. Behind it yawned the crystal cave's entrance, usually aglow with sprite light. Now it lay dark except for flickers of movement inside, like trapped fireflies. Suddenly, a low growl vibrated the ground. A shadow detached itself from the rocks, a massive badger, her fur matted, one paw swollen and caked with mud. She snarled, guarding the cave mouth. Theo's heart thumped, but Granny Hazel stepped forward, her voice a soothing balm. "Easy, dear one, you're hurt." She opened her palm, revealing a honeycomb cake from her pocket. The badger sniffed, whimpering. Gently, Granny Hazel examined the paw, a thorn deeply embedded. "Ah, no wonder you're cross. Let's fix that." As Granny Hazel worked, Theo peered into the cave with his seeing stone. Inside, dozens of glimmer sprites huddled, their wings drooping. They'd piled Theo's obsidian stone, Bramble's teapot, and the brass hair into a makeshift barricade. They thought the badger was attacking, Oliver realized. They stole shiny things to build a wall, scared she'd crush their home. With the thorn removed and her paw bandaged with spider silk gauze, the badger, named Thistleback, nuzzled Granny Hazel gratefully. She hadn't meant harm, pain had made her grumpy and territorial. Theo approached the sprite barricade, holding out a butterscotch candy. One brave sprite, shimmering like a sapphire, fluttered close. "We sorry," it chimed in a bell-like whisper. Our cave echoes were crumbling, then big rumbles came, her limping steps, so we hid. The solution bloomed in Theo's mind. "The glitter, it's not just dust, it's crystal folk magic. When you fly, you sprinkle it. What if you mend the echoes with it?" The sprites blinked, then buzzed excitedly. Together they fluttered around the cave, wings shedding glitter onto the cracked walls. Where the silver dust settled, the crystals pulsed, healing like knitting bones. The cave filled with soft, chiming music, the restored echoes. To thank the villagers, the sprites returned every treasure, polished brighter than ever. But the surprise came at dawn. The sprites had woven the leftover glitter into a shimmering bridge between Thistleback's den and their cave, so she could guard them properly and share honey cakes. Moss Grove celebrated with a moonlit feast. Mrs. Bramble brewed tea in her copper pot, Mayor Thistle's hair weather vane leapt happily on the mended roof, and Theo's obsidian stone sat gleaming on Granny Hazel's mantle, a reminder. As stars blinked awake, Theo curled by Granny Hazel's hearth, Oliver purring on the rafters. "Fear makes walls where bridges could be," murmured Granny Hazel, her knitting now a soft rainbow. "And kindness," added Theo sleepily, watching firelight dance on his stone, "is the shiniest treasure of all." Outside, silver glitter dusted the path home, glowing like a promise in the peaceful dark. Story 82. Story 83. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Story 84. In a secluded woodland, cradled between gently rolling hills and a silver-threaded brook, lay a world untouched by time. The air was sweetened with the scent of cedar and pine, mingling with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of golden warmth, while the whisper of leaves in the breeze sang a lullaby known only to those who listened closely. In this enchanted place, where reality and magic danced hand in hand, lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was a tapestry of green and brown, as if painted by the forest itself. Thistle had lived many years and had seen the seasons change countless times, each cycle teaching him the delicate balance of nature's rhythm. One crisp autumn morning, as mist clung to the edges of the brook and the world seemed wrapped in a soft, silvery light, Thistle set out on his daily walk. His path led him through a carpet of fallen leaves, their vibrant hues of amber and crimson a cheerful contrast to the muted greens of the underbrush. As he ambled along, his eyes, wise and gentle, took in the subtle shifts of the forest preparing for winter's rest. Alongside Thistle, a sprightly squirrel named Pippin hopped from branch to branch, his bushy tail flickering like a flame in the morning sun. Pippin was young and full of curiosity, his eyes wide with wonder at the world around him. He had befriended Thistle in the early days of spring, drawn to the tortoise's calm demeanor and endless stories of the forest's lore. As they journeyed together, Pippin, with an infectious enthusiasm, asked, "Thistle, how does the forest know when to change? The trees shed their leaves, the air grows cold, and the animals prepare their nests. It seems like magic." Thistle chuckled, a rich sound that rumbled like distant thunder. "Ah, young Pippin, the forest indeed holds its magic, but it is a magic born of wisdom and time. Each creature, each tree has its role, guided by the whispers of the seasons." Their walk took them to the edge of the brook, where the water's surface mirrored the sky's shifting colors, a canvas of blue and white with hints of orange and pink. Here they paused, listening to the gentle babble of the stream as it wound its way through the forest, carrying secrets from the mountains to the sea. Thistle continued, "The forest listens to the wind, to the sun, and even to the stars. It understands when the days grow shorter and the nights longer. The trees, with their deep roots, feel the change in the earth, and they speak to one another through whispers of the soil." Pippin's eyes sparkled with fascination. "Do they really speak, Thistle?" "In their own way, yes," Thistle replied. "The trees share their wisdom, passed down through generations. They tell of storms weathered and sunlight embraced, teaching resilience and patience. Just as I share stories with you, the forest shares its tales with those who choose to listen." As they spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a hint of winter's chill. The leaves rustled, a soft symphony that joined the brook's song, and in that moment, Pippin felt the harmony of the forest, a living, breathing entity, where each part played its role in a grand, eternal dance. With a newfound understanding, Pippin scampered ahead, eager to share this wisdom with his friends. Thistle watched him go, a fond smile on his lips, knowing that the young squirrel would carry the forest's magic into the future. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of lavender and rose, Thistle turned back toward his home. The forest, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight, felt alive with possibility. For in this hidden world, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the wisdom of the ages was entrusted to those who cherished and respected its secrets. And so the forest thrived, a testament to the beauty of balance and the power of friendship, where each creature, great and small, played their part in the wondrous cycle of life. As night fell, the stars emerged, twinkling in the velvet sky, their light a promise of the dreams yet to come, and the stories yet to be told. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced through sycamore leaves, and the air always smelled of damp earth and wild thyme. In this quiet corner of the world lived a boy named Leo, whose favorite pastime was combing the pebbled shores of the singing river. Leo had eyes the color of storm clouds and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, the way dew clung to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, or how the old stone bridge hummed when the wind blew just so. One misty morning, Leo's fingers closed around a pebble unlike any other. It was no larger than a hazelnut, milky white, with a single amber streak swirling through its center. As he wiped away the river silt, the stone pulsed warmly against his palm. Then, clear as birdsong, a tiny voice whispered, "Carry me to the Whispering Woods." Keeper Leo nearly dropped it in surprise. The pebble, it seemed, was no ordinary stone. It was a heartstone, a fragment of the world's oldest magic, and it had chosen him. That night the heartstone glowed like captured moonlight beneath Leo's pillow. Its voice, soft as dandelion fluff, explained its purpose. "The woods are fading, their songs grow faint. You must restore the balance." Leo packed a satchel with crusty bread, a wedge of cheese, and his coziest woolen scarf. With the heartstone nestled in his pocket, radiating gentle warmth, he slipped into the dawn-lit forest. The Whispering Woods had always been a place of rustling secrets, but now an unsettling silence hung between the birches. Leaves curled brown at the edges, and mosses lay dull as faded velvet. Leo's first helper appeared as he tripped over a gnarled root. "Mind the ankles, young traveler," chuckled a voice like dry leaves. A badger named Bramble emerged, stout, gray-muzzled, and wearing spectacles perched precariously on his snout. Bramble, a historian of forest lore, explained the crisis. The wood's heart song, a melody woven from roots and rain, had frayed. "Something stolen its harmony," he sighed, polishing his spectacles anxiously. Their path led deeper, where shadows pooled like ink. Here they met Piper, a kingfisher whose feathers shimmered teal and copper. Piper could hear the faintest vibrations in the air, the music of the unseen, she called it. "The sadness comes from the crystal caves," she trilled, landing on Leo's shoulder. "But the way is guarded by the thicket of thorns. It bites." True enough, ahead loomed a wall of brambles, each thorn glistening like black ice. The thicket wasn't merely sharp, it was sorrowful. As Leo approached, the heartstone pulsed, translating the vine's mournful creaks. "Alone, always alone, no sun, no song," Piper fluttered nervously. "We could find a way around. It might take weeks." Bramble suggested digging under, but the roots ran fathoms deep. Leo knelt, heartstone glowing in his cupped hands. Wisdom stirred within him, not force, but understanding. "They're not guarding the caves," he realized softly. "They are lonely." He placed the heartstone gently against a gnarled stem. Instantly the vine trembled, its thorns retracting slightly. Leo hummed the lullaby his mother sang, a simple tune of comfort. Bramble joined in with a rumbling bass, Piper with a fluting descant. Slowly the thicket parted, not in submission, but in relief. Vines curled like welcoming fingers, revealing a path dappled with sudden sunlight. You listened, murmured the vines, their voices now soft as ferns uncurling. No one ever listens. Beyond lay the crystal caves, where geodes sparkled like frozen starlight. But the caves wept. Tears of liquid quartz dripped from the ceiling, pooling in silent misery. At the center stood the source of the woe, the harmony spire, a crystal column that usually pulsed with light. Now it was fractured, its glow dimmed. Perched atop it was a small, shivering creature, a rock wren named Shale, whose nest had crumbled in a tremor. Each time she shifted, her claws scraped the spire, deepening its cracks. "My home," she chirped desperately. "All broken." Piper darted forward. "Shoo, silly bird, you're hurting the woods." But Leo raised a calming hand. He felt the Heartstone's warmth spread through him, weaving together the threads of what he'd learned. Bramble's lore, Piper's attunement, the thicket's loneliness, and now Shale's fear. Force would only shatter the spire further. Wisdom whispered a different solution. "Your home isn't gone, Shale," Leo said gently, pointing to a crevice brimming with soft moss. "It's waiting for you." He placed the Heartstone at the spire's base. Amber light bloomed, touching the fractures. "Bramble, tell her the story of the Cave of Echoes, where nests never fall." As Bramble spun tales of resilient stone nests, Piper trilled a soothing melody. Shale cocked her head, curiosity replacing panic. She hopped toward the mossy niche, and as she settled, the spire's cracks sealed with a sound like chimes. Light swelled, warm and gold, flooding the caves. Outside, the woods sighed. Leaves unfurled emerald bright, mosses plumped like velvet cushions, and the air thrummed with 1,000 rustling harmonies, oak bassoons, fern flutes, brook babble percussion. The heart song was restored. As thanks the woods gifted Leo, Bramble presented him a spectacles cloth woven from spider silk, for seeing clearly. Piper dropped a blue kingfisher feather, for hearing deeply, and Shale chirped a new lullaby into his heart. Leo returned to Willowbrook as dusk painted the sky lavender. The Heartstone, its amber streak now a contented glow, nestled once more in his pocket, a quiet guardian. That night, as crickets sang outside his window, Leo understood. Magic wasn't in grand spells or roaring power. It lived in listening, in kindness that mended broken things. He fell asleep smiling, the forest's lullaby woven through his dreams, knowing the world hummed with secret wonders waiting for a gentle heart to hear them. And in the whispering woods, if you press your ear to the oldest birch, you might still hear 3 friends, a badger, a kingfisher, and a boy, singing the world whole again. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. The little town of Bramblewood, nestled between whispering pines and a slow, chuckling river, was known for two things: exceptionally good blackberry pie and exceptionally predictable weather. Milo, a boy with perpetually muddy boots and eyes that missed very little, felt the town was rather too predictable. He longed for something extraordinary. He often lingered near the dusty window of Mr. Thimble's curiosity shop, gazing at the peculiar jumble inside a music box shaped like a badger, a compass that pointed insistently towards the bakery, and a particularly unremarkable dark blue umbrella leaning forgotten in a corner. One rainy Tuesday, Milo was caught in a sudden downpour. Ducking into Mr. Thimble's for shelter, he noticed the blue umbrella. "Just borrowing it, Mr. Thimble," he called out, snatching it before the shopkeeper could protest. Stepping back into the deluge, Milo popped the umbrella open with a satisfying whoosh. Immediately, the drumming rain softened to a gentle pattering. But it wasn't just quieter. The world changed. The gray pavement beneath his feet shimmered like wet obsidian. Raindrops didn't just fall, they danced, tiny prisms of light catching within each droplet, turning the air into a swirling kaleidoscope. The scent wasn't just petrichor, it was the deep, green breath of ancient forests and the sweet tang of wild honeysuckle carried on the breeze. Milo gasped. He lifted the umbrella higher, turning slowly. With each turn, the ordinary street transformed. The baker's sign glowed with warm, buttery light, the butcher's awning rippled like velvet, and the cobblestones hummed a low, comforting tune. This was no ordinary umbrella. It was a key to seeing the hidden magic woven into the very fabric of Bramblewood. Milo's heart hammered with excitement. He had to explore. He followed the humming cobblestones down a side alley he usually ignored. It led him past the whispering pines, deeper into the woods bordering the town. Here, the umbrella revealed even more wonders. Moss glowed emerald on ancient bark, fireflies pulsed in complex, silent rhythms, and the river, glimpsed through the trees, sang a complex, bubbling melody. But as the woods grew denser, a different sensation crept in, a chill, a dampness that clung despite the umbrella's canopy. The vibrant colors dimmed, the cheerful hum faded, replaced by a low, mournful sighing in the wind. The magic felt sad. A small, prickly ball rolled directly into Milo's path. It unfurled to reveal a hedgehog with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, made of acorn caps and spider silk. "Lost the sparkle, hasn't it?" the hedgehog sighed, adjusting his spectacles and peering at the gloom. "Name's Pip Quilton, been tracking this melancholy miasma for days. Gets into everything, dampens the magic, something dreadful." Milo explained about the umbrella and the fading wonder. Pip nodded gravely. The revealer knew it had to be about. This gloom, it's not natural. Comes from the heartwood spring deep in the woods. Used to sing the sweetest song, kept the magic flowing. Now it's just sighing. We need to find out why. He gestured with a tiny claw. "This way, but mind the whisper willows. They amplify sadness." Their path led them alongside the now subdued river. Its song was a mere gurgle. Suddenly, a sleek, silver head popped up. An otter with bright, curious eyes and a necklace of smooth river stones grinned at them. Hullo heard the sighing, not like the old spring, is it? Name's Marina Ripple, bit gloomy for a paddle. She effortlessly swam alongside them as they walked the bank. "Heard you talking about the Heartwood Spring. I know the quickest way. Follow the stones that glow faintly blue when the rain hits them, the spring's old tears they are." With Pip navigating the whisper willows, urging Milo to hum cheerful tunes to counteract their amplifying effect, and Marina guiding them via the faintly glowing blue stones, they journeyed deeper. The melancholy deepened too. Flowers drooped, their colors muted. Even the light filtering through the canopy seemed tired. Finally, they reached a small, mossy clearing. In its center, bubbling feebly from between ancient roots, was the Heartwood Spring. But its water was murky, and instead of its legendary song, it emitted only a continuous, heart-wrenching sob. The source of the sadness was immediately apparent. A massive, ancient weeping willow, its branches heavy and low, draped over the spring like a shroud. Its roots had grown thick and gnarled, choking the spring's outlet. Tears, actual shimmering tears, rolled down its silvery bark and dripped into the water, clouding it. "The grand willow," Pip whispered, his voice thick with sympathy. "She's grieving, lost her oldest sapling in the last great storm, her sorrows choking the spring." Marina paddled closer to the choked outlet. "Look at those roots, like giant fingers squeezing the life out. We need to free the water." Milo felt a surge of helplessness. The roots were thicker than his arm. He couldn't possibly chop them. Pip couldn't dig them out. Marina couldn't pull them loose. Force wasn't the answer. He remembered the umbrella's revelation, the hidden magic, the connections, the feelings beneath the surface. He closed his eyes, holding the umbrella tightly. He focused not on the choking roots, but on the immense sadness radiating from the grand willow, the deep, ancient love she felt for her lost sapling, and the spring's own muffled song of life beneath the murk. Wisdom, Milo murmured, opening his eyes. Not force, understanding. He stepped forward under the revealer's canopy. He didn't try to move the roots. Instead, he gently placed a hand on the grand willow's weeping trunk. "We see your sorrow," he said softly, his voice carrying the warmth the umbrella seemed to amplify. "We see how much you loved your sapling. It's okay to grieve, but your tears are clouding the spring that nourishes you and all the magic here. Your grief is choking the life you helped create." He poured his understanding, his compassion, through the touch. Pip scurried close, pressing his small, warm body against the bark. "We remember your sapling too," Pip squeaked. "Strong and bright, its memory lives in every new leaf." Marina swam to where the willow's longest branches trailed in the water. "Let your tears flow through," she urged gently, nudging a branch, not into. "Let the spring carry your sorrow away, clean and clear." A tremor ran through the grand willow. A deep sigh rustled her leaves, less mournful, more releasing. The tears still fell, but as Marina guided, they flowed along the trailing branches, dripping onto the mossy bank beside the spring, not directly into it. Milo kept his hand on the trunk, a steady anchor of empathy. "Let the spring breathe," he whispered. "Let its song return. Your love isn't gone. It's part of the forest now." Slowly, miraculously, the massive roots seemed to soften, not move away, but to relax their crushing grip. They shifted almost imperceptibly, settling deeper into the earth rather than constricting the stone. With a sound like a contented sigh, clear, sparkling water bubbled up freely from the heartwood spring. It gurgled, then swelled into its old, joyous melody, a song of pure, cool water and ancient, living stone. Instantly, the gloom lifted. Color flooded back into the clearing. Flowers straightened, glowing with vibrant hues. The air hummed with pure, clean magic. The grand willow's branches lifted slightly, her leaves catching the dappled sunlight. She still wept, but the tears were lighter now, flowing clear and joining the spring's song, transformed from choking sorrow into a gentle, healing stream. The journey back was a revelation. The woods pulsed with renewed vibrancy under the revealer's canopy. Fireflies danced intricate ballets, the river sang a triumphant chorus, and the moss glowed like scattered emeralds. Pip chattered excitedly about documenting the phenomenon, while Marina did joyful flips in the sparkling water. When Milo returned the umbrella to Mr. Thimble, the shopkeeper simply winked. "Knew it found the right hands," he murmured, placing it back in the corner where, to ordinary eyes, it looked perfectly unremarkable. Milo walked home, the ordinary streets of Bramblewood now humming with a secret music only he could truly appreciate. He saw the baker's warmth not just in his pies, but in the golden light spilling from his windows. He heard the river's song even from his doorstep. He understood now. The magic wasn't just in the umbrella, it was everywhere, woven into the world, waiting to be seen with the right kind of heart, a heart open to wonder, ready for kindness, and wise enough to listen. That night, as the gentle rain pattered against his window, Milo drifted to sleep, the soft melody of the heartwood spring singing in his dreams, a lullaby of magic seen, sorrow soothed, and the extraordinary found nestled deep within the heart of the ordinary. And the cozy warmth of that understanding wrapped around him like a well-loved blanket, promising peaceful dreams. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, strorting his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the Whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. "Fireflies don't burn leaves," she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. "Moon moth silk," he declared. "Only night gardeners weave it." Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. "Frogs don't wear crowns," giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the nearsighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. "I," he admitted, scratching his head, "thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box." Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds. Bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in misses, Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. The village of Wicker Hollow was the sort of place where cobblestones held the warmth of the afternoon sun long into the evening, and the scent of baking bread and wood smoke wove through the air like invisible ribbons. In a small cottage tucked beneath a willow tree's sighing branches lived a quiet boy named Silas. Silas noticed things others missed, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the different songs of the wind through the oak versus the pine, and the way Mrs. Thimble's cat, Marmalade, always blinked twice before pouncing. But mostly Silas noticed the forgotten things, the chipped teacup at the back of the cupboard, the single button gleaming in the dust beneath the dresser, the worn-out boot left by the garden gate. One misty Tuesday, while searching for a lost marble near the old stone bridge, Silas noticed something truly forgotten. Half buried in the mossy bank, nestled amongst smooth river stones, lay a book. It wasn't grand or leather-bound. It was small, its cover faded to a soft, indeterminate gray, the edges worn smooth as sea glass. There was no title, no author. When Silas picked it up, it felt unexpectedly warm, like a stone left in the sun, and it hummed faintly against his palms, a vibration more felt than heard. Intrigued, Silas brushed off the damp moss and carried it home. That evening, curled in his favorite armchair beside the crackling hearth, the orange firelight dancing on the worn pages, he opened it. The first page was blank. So was the second. Disappointment prickled, but then, as he turned the third page, something shimmered. Not ink, but light. Delicate, silvery lines began to weave across the paper, forming not words, but pictures. They were fleeting, like reflections on water, a glimpse of a soaring bird, the curve of a winding path through tall grass, the wink of a distant star. As Silas watched, mesmerized, the images shifted, responding to his quiet thoughts. When he thought of the river, the page showed minnows darting over pebbles. When he thought of the willow tree, its long leaves swayed in an unfelt breeze across the paper. The book, he realized with a gasp, didn't contain stories, it showed them. It reflected the world, but only the parts unseen, the hidden wonders, the secret heart of things. This discovery sparked a quiet yearning in Silas. The book showed him glimpses of places beyond Wicker Hollow, a forest glowing with bioluminescent mushrooms, mountains capped with clouds that looked like spun sugar, a meadow where flowers chimed like tiny bells. He longed to see these wonders himself, to understand the book's silent language. So one crisp morning, with the book tucked safely in his worn satchel, Silas set off, following the faint, shimmering path the book had shown him winding eastward from the village. His journey began gently, through sun-dappled woods. He hadn't gone far when he encountered his first helper. A large, rather drowsy badger named Barnaby was attempting to dig up a particularly stubborn truffle near the path. Barnaby had spectacles perched precariously on his snout and spoke in a slow, rumbling voice. Trouble with the subterranean aromatics, he grumbled, blinking at Silas. The scent is strong, but the earth, she clings. Can't quite triangulate the epicenter, you see. Silas, remembering the book, gently opened it. The page shimmered, showing not the truffle, but the intricate network of roots around it, and a single, bright earthworm wriggling near its location. Silas pointed. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles, squinted, then dug with renewed vigor. Ah, foundational disturbance, excellent cartography, young fellow. Barnaby, grateful for the help and intrigued by the shimmering book, decided Silas's quest sounded far more interesting than truffles. He became Silas's guide through the deeper woods, his knowledge of hidden trails and edible roots invaluable. Deeper into the ancient forest, where the trees grew tall and silent, they met Thistle. Thistle was a hedgehog, but unlike any Silas had seen. Her spines weren't just brown, they shimmered with tiny flecks of iridescent green and gold, like moss catching the light. She moved with surprising swiftness, darting between ferns. Thistle was incredibly observant, but terribly forgetful. "Oh, hello, lovely morning for the thing with the leaves," she'd chirp, then zoom off, only to circle back moments later. "Barnaby, Silas, have you seen the shiny pebble? No, oh well." She remembered every hidden spring, every patch of rare moon mint, and the exact location of the singing stones, which hummed when the wind blew just right, but couldn't recall what she'd had for breakfast. The book helped Silas understand her fragmented thoughts. It would show fleeting images of the things she'd forgotten: a blue pebble near the oak stump, a patch of clover she'd admired. Silas, with gentle patience, would help her find them, and Thistle, delighted, shared her knowledge of the forest's secret paths and moods in return. The trio traveled for days. The book showed them wonders: a waterfall where the water fell upwards into a cloud, a grove where trees whispered ancient secrets in rustling tongues only the book seemed to translate into shimmering images of long-gone travelers, and a lake so still it reflected not the sky, but a sky from another time, dotted with unfamiliar constellations. Silas felt himself changing. He grew braver navigating unknown paths, quieter in his observations, and kinder in understanding his companions' quirks. The world felt larger, yet more intimately connected, every rustle and scent holding potential magic revealed by his humble book. Their journey led them to the Whispering Peaks, jagged mountains veiled in perpetual mist. The book showed a path winding steeply upwards, towards a hidden valley where the most wondrous sight shimmered faintly. A tree made entirely of light, its branches holding tiny, pulsing stars. But the mist wasn't just mist. It was thick, swirling, and alive with confusion. It was the gray murk. As they entered its embrace, disorientation struck like a physical blow. Paths seemed to shift underfoot. Sounds became distorted echoes. Barnaby's usually precise directions faltered. East, or was it southwest, the olfactory markers are, scrambled. Thistle darted in frantic circles. "My pebble, I mean the path, it was here, or was it there?" Even the book flickered uncertainly, its images blurring and fading, reflecting only the swirling gray confusion surrounding them. Panic threatened to rise in Silas's chest. Force was useless against the formless murk. Shouting only made the echoes louder and more confusing. Pushing forward blindly led them in exhausting circles. Silas sat down on a cold rock, pulling the book close. He closed his eyes, ignoring the disorienting swirl. He thought not of the destination, but of his journey. He remembered the warm hum of the book in his hands that first day. He pictured Barnaby's earnest face as he studied his truffle maps, Thistle's spines shimmering like captured sunlight. He thought of the willow tree sighing outside his window, the scent of misses, thimbles baking, the comforting crackle of his hearth. He focused on the feelings: warmth, kindness, quiet wonder, friendship. He poured these feelings into his thoughts, holding them steady like a candle flame in the disorienting gray. He opened the book. Instead of showing the confusing mist or the distant light tree, the pages began to glow with a soft, steady, golden light. It wasn't a bright beam, but a gentle, unwavering radiance that emanated warmth and calm. The light didn't push the mist away, it simply held its space. Barnaby stopped his frantic sniffing. Thistle stopped her dizzy circling. They both looked at the book, then at Silas, whose face was calm, reflecting the golden glow. The disorienting whispers of the mist seemed to soften, the swirling slowed. The golden light from the book acted like a beacon of clarity, not by fighting the confusion, but by offering a calm center. "Follow the warmth," Silas said softly, his voice steady amidst the muffled echoes. He didn't shout directions, he simply held the book aloft, its gentle light a focal point. Barnaby, taking a deep, calming breath, focused on the light. Thistle, her forgetfulness momentarily stilled by the calm, darted not randomly, but towards the warmest patches of light reflecting on the damp rocks. Step by deliberate step, focusing only on the calm, golden light and the feeling of quiet connection it represented, they moved through the murk. The path didn't magically appear. They found it by ignoring the confusion and moving towards the warmth and steadiness Silas held within him and projected through the book. The swirling gray thinned, the disorientation faded, and finally they stepped out of the murk onto a sunlit ledge. Below them lay the hidden veil. It was bathed in soft, pearlescent light. Flowers like spun glass chimed softly in the breeze. And in the center, its roots deep in starlight, stood the tree of Lumina. It wasn't merely bright, it pulsed with a gentle, living light, each branch a constellation, each leaf a tiny captured sunbeam. The air hummed with pure, peaceful energy. The book in Silas's hands blazed with a matching light, no longer showing images, but resonating with the tree's serene song. They spent hours in the vale, resting in the peaceful glow. The tree didn't speak, but Silas understood. It wasn't just a wonder to be seen, it was a reminder. A reminder that the greatest light comes from within, from kindness, from calm, from friendship, and from truly seeing the quiet magic woven into the ordinary world. The book hadn't just shown him hidden wonders, it had helped him see with his heart. The journey back to Wicker Hollow was easier. The book still shimmered, showing hidden wonders, a family of foxes playing in moonlit ferns, an owl with feathers like polished moonstone, but Silas saw them differently. He saw the connection, the quiet beauty inherent in everything. Barnaby returned to his truffles with a new appreciation for the subterranean cartography. Thistle still forgot her pebbles, but now she'd forget them with a happy chirp, remembering instead the feeling of the Lumina tree's light. Silas returned to his cottage beneath the willow. The worn gray book sat on his windowsill now, catching the morning sun. It still shimmered sometimes, showing the dew on a spiderweb like diamonds, or the secret path a ladybug took across a leaf. But Silas didn't need it to see the magic anymore. He saw it in the steam rising from Mrs. Thimble's teacup, in the way marmalade blinked twice before purring, in the familiar creak of the floorboards. The world hadn't changed, he had. He'd learned that the most extraordinary secrets aren't found in distant, hidden valleys, but in the quiet noticing, in the warmth of friendship, and in the gentle light of kindness that can guide you through any fog. And sometimes he'd open the book for a child visiting Mrs. Thimble, and together they'd watch the shimmering story of a dandelion seed sailing on the breeze, or the secret dance of fireflies in the twilight, a reminder that wonder is always just a heartbeat away, waiting to be seen with a quiet and kind heart. The gentle hum of the book blended with the crackle of the hearth, a soft lullaby of hidden wonders and peaceful hearts, perfect for drifting into dreams. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Leela tended to the moss grove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories, and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Leela had been chosen as the moss grove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the moss grove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Layla's side. "The frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the moss grove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time and never loosen its grip. Leela knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. How do we stop it? Seek the emberleaf, Thistle said. A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the Chamber of Echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves. But the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously. Determination kindled in Leila's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Aria, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves, a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. The Chamber of Echoes remembers, Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words. The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the emberleaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. "Why do you seek the emberleaf?" it intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Leela stood tall, though her heart fluttered. "To save the moss grove, the frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer." The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. "And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance?" She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the moss grove's own branches. "This," she said softly, "it's the first thing the forest ever gave me. Without the moss grove, its song would be silence anyway." The guardian's fiery gaze softened. "Your heart understands reciprocity." It stepped aside, and the emberleaf floated into Leela's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the frostfang's blight spreading. Icicles clawed at the moss grove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Leela placed the emberleaf against the tree's heartwood. Aria gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the emberleaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The moss grove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. By dawn, balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the moss grove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. "The forest thrives not by one will, but by many," Thistle said, toasting Leela with a thimble of dewdrop cider. "You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold." As seasons turned, the tale of the emberleaf wove itself into the moss grove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Leela still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the moss grove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stood like wise, wrinkled sentinels and the air hummed with secrets older than time, the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as cobwebs glistening with dew. Here the rustle of leaves wasn't just the wind, but the murmured conversations of moss weavers. The patter of rain wasn't merely water, but the tapping rhythm of the rain singer's song. Life thrummed in every sunbeam that pierced the emerald canopy, every root that snaked through the rich, dark earth. Among the towering roots of grandmother oak lived Thistlefoot, a squirrel whose fur held the silvery sheen of moonlight and whose eyes sparkled with the deep wisdom of countless remembered seasons. He wasn't the swiftest climber anymore, his movements deliberate and thoughtful, but his knowledge of the Whisperwood's intricate dance was unparalleled. He often sat on his favorite moss-covered branch, overlooking the sunbeam glade, where fireflies performed their twilight ballet and shy, velvet-nosed deer came to sip from the crystal spring. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Thistlefoot sensed a discordant note in the forest's symphony. The air, usually carrying the sweet scent of decaying leaves and ripe berries, held a faint, sharp tang like burnt sugar. The vibrant tapestry of reds, golds, and oranges seemed muted, the leaves falling too soon and too listlessly. More troubling was the silence. The cheerful chirping of the sparrow sisters was absent. The industrious hum of the bark borer beetles had ceased. Even the crystal spring seemed to murmur less joyfully. Young Pip, a bright-eyed rabbit with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts, bounded up, his nose twitching anxiously. "Thistlefoot, have you seen the sparrow sisters, and the spring it tastes, strange, flat like old water?" His large ears drooped. Thistlefoot closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Past the burnt tang he detected something else, a brittle dryness, a lack of the deep, loamy richness that usually underpinned the forest's scent. "The balance is tilting, young Pip," he murmured, his voice a soft rasp like dry leaves. "The heartwood sap, the lifeblood that flows beneath us all, feels thin. The autumn weaving is troubled." The autumn weaving was the ancient magic that guided the seasonal shift. It was performed deep within the forest's heart by the moss weavers, tiny, shy creatures woven from lichen and twilight. They spun threads of golden light and russet shadow, orchestrating the graceful fall of leaves and the gentle preparation of the earth for winter's sleep. Their magic was tied intrinsically to the health of the forest, drawing strength from the heartwood sap and the collective harmony of its inhabitants. Thistlefoot gathered the worried forest folk near the crystal spring. Fern, a deer with eyes like deep forest pools, lowered her head to touch the water. "It lacks its usual sparkle," she sighed, the scent of damp earth and crushed ferns rising from her coat. Pip shivered, the cool, damp air suddenly feeling oppressive rather than refreshing. Even the fireflies, usually shyly hidden by day, hovered anxiously, their tiny lights casting nervous, fleeting glows on the worried faces. "The moss weavers are fading," Thistlefoot explained, his gaze sweeping over his friends. "Their magic weakens because the heartwood sap is stressed. Something disrupts the deep roots, the quiet flow beneath our feet." He described the subtle signs, the brittle leaves falling without their final burst of color, the unnerving silence replacing the forest's chorus, the spring's diminished vitality that tasted like dust on the tongue. "The autumn weaving is incomplete. Without it, winter's sleep will be harsh and unforgiving. The deep cold might bite too deep, the snows might smother the seeds waiting beneath." "But what can we do?" piped up a tiny voice. It was Willow, a young field mouse barely bigger than an acorn, peeking from beneath a large, heart-shaped leaf. "We're not magic." Thistlefoot's eyes softened. Ah, but the greatest magic, little one, often lies not in grand spells, but in tending the roots of harmony. The moss weavers draw strength from the forest's wholeness. Our fear and worry drain them further. Our neglect of the small things weakens the sap. He recalled stories passed down from his own grandmother, tales of droughts and blights overcome not by force, but by collective care and restored connection. We must remind the forest and ourselves of the balance. And so, under Thistlefoot's gentle guidance, the creatures of the Whisperwood embarked on a quiet mission of restoration. Fern and her kin walked the dear paths, their hooves pressing fallen leaves gently into the earth, their breath warm mist in the cool air, releasing calming scents of pine and wild mint. Pip and his rabbit kin sought out hidden patches of late-blooming clover and tender bark shavings, leaving them as offerings near the roots of the oldest trees, their sweet, green fragrance mingling with the damp earth. Willow and the other mice gathered the strongest, most resilient fallen acorns and nuts, carefully burying them in soft, protected spots, ensuring the promise of spring was securely tucked away, the rich scent of disturbed soil rising around them. The Sparrow sisters, once they cautiously returned, sang their sweetest, clearest songs from the highest branches, their melodies weaving through the trees like threads of liquid silver, countering the brittle silence. Thistlefoot himself visited the moss weaver's hidden grove. He didn't enter their sacred space, woven from living moss and dappled sunlight, but sat patiently outside. He hummed an old, grounding tune, a sound like deep roots growing and stones settling. He spoke softly to the ancient oaks, sharing stories of resilience, of winters past endured and springs faithfully returned. He breathed deeply, focusing on the scent of rich earth, the feel of cool, velvety moss beneath his paws, the sound of water trickling somewhere deep below the essence of the Whisperwood's enduring life. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the discord began to soften. The sharp, burnt tang in the air faded, replaced by the familiar, comforting perfume of damp leaves and wood smoke carried on a gentle breeze. The crystal spring's murmur grew stronger, sweeter, tasting once more of cold stone and hidden minerals. One evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in hues of apricot and lavender, Pip noticed something miraculous. High in the canopy, where only Thistlefoot usually ventured, a single leaf detached. But instead of falling listlessly, it drifted down in a slow, graceful spiral, catching the light and blazing with the purest, deepest crimson Pip had ever seen. It landed softly on the moss at Thistlefoot's feet. A collective sigh, soft as the wind through pine needles, seemed to ripple through the forest. The Sparrow sisters' song gained new strength. The fireflies emerged in greater numbers, their golden lights bobbing confidently like tiny, joyful lanterns. The air felt crisp and clean, filled with the comforting scent of woodlands preparing for rest. That night, under a sky dusted with 1,000,000 diamond stars, the autumn weaving reached its crescendo. The moss weavers, their tiny forms glowing with renewed emerald and amber light, spun their threads with vigor. A gentle rain began to fall, not the heavy downpour of summer, but the soft, steady, life-giving rain of true autumn. It carried the clean, sharp scent of petrichor, the perfume of earth welcoming water. It drummed a soothing rhythm on leaves, rocks, and the thatched roof of Thistlefoot's den. The crystal spring swelled, singing a clear, bright song that mingled with the rain's gentle percussion. Pip, Fern, Willow, and the others gathered near Grandmother Oak, sheltered by her vast canopy. They watched the rain fall, washing away the last traces of dryness and worry. The fireflies danced in the raindrops, creating shimmering arcs of gold and silver light. The air was cool and damp, filled with the soothing sounds of water and the deep, rich smell of the forest breathing easily again. Thistlefoot joined them, his silvery fur glistening with droplets. He didn't need to speak. The restored harmony spoke for itself in the steady drumming of the rain, the vibrant scent of wet earth and renewed life, the comforting darkness lit by gentle, dancing lights, and the deep, peaceful silence that now felt full, not empty, a silence of contentment, not absence. The greatest strength, Thistlefoot finally murmured, his voice blending with the rain song, lies not in resisting the storm, but in tending the roots so the tree stands firm. The deepest magic is woven not by solitary power, but by countless small acts of care passed down like precious seeds from generation to generation. Remember this, little ones, when the seasons turn. Tend your roots, sing your songs, offer your kindness, for in harmony we find our enduring warmth, even in the deepest winter's sleep. As the gentle rain continued to fall, washing the Whisperwood in silver moonlight and liquid starlight, the creatures nestled closer. The scent of wet fur, damp moss, and the faint, sweet aroma of unseen night-blooming flowers wrapped around them. The rhythmic lullaby of the rain and the soft, contented sighs of the forest wove a blanket of profound peace. The autumn weaving was complete. Balance was restored. And nestled deep within the ancient, magical Whisperwood, surrounded by the quiet symphony of nature's harmony and the gentle glow of fireflies, a deep, restorative sleep settled over all, warm and safe as a promise kept. The soft hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was the only sound in the vastness of Sector Nebula 7. Aboard the small scout vessel, Tick, a small, furry mammal from the lush forests of Felnar, adjusted her navigation console with nervous pause. Her large, dark eyes scanned the unfamiliar star patterns. She was on a simple botanical survey mission, collecting samples of resilient space moss, when an unexpected gravity surge sent the Weaver careening off course, its systems flickering. Emergency protocols kicked in, jettisoning her towards the nearest habitable zone, the uncharted moon, Lyra's Tear. Her landing was rough, the pod skidding through silvery blue grass that shimmered like liquid metal under the twin moons. Tick stumbled out, her thick brown fur ruffled, clutching her precious sample case. The air was cool and crisp, smelling faintly of ozone and something sweet, like crushed mint. Towering crystalline formations, glowing with internal light, dotted the landscape. It was eerily beautiful and utterly silent. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A massive figure emerged from behind a cluster of glowing spires. Tick froze, heart pounding against her ribs. It stood easily 3 times her height, its body composed of smooth, interlocking plates of what looked like polished obsidian and amber crystal. 4 long, multi-jointed limbs ended in delicate, claw-tipped appendages. Where a face might be, a cluster of deep blue crystals pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light. This was Core, a mineralogist from the molten core world of Xylos, whose own survey craft had been damaged by the same gravity anomaly. Stranded and scanning for usable mineral deposits, Core had detected Tick's landing. To Tick, Core was a terrifying, silent monolith. The way the crystals pulsed felt like a threatening glare. She chittered a warning, baring small teeth, and scrambled backwards, hiding behind her overturned escape pod. Her fear was a sharp, acrid scent in the air. To Core, Tick was a chaotic, vibrating bundle of unpredictable energy. The high-pitched chittering sounded like aggressive static, and the sudden movements were jarring against the moon's natural harmonic resonance. Core emitted a low, subsonic rumble, a sound of confusion and caution that vibrated through Tick's bones, amplifying her fear. Core took a step closer, a long limb reaching out slowly. "Stay back," Tick squeaked, throwing a small pebble. It harmlessly bounced off Core's crystalline chest. The pebble's strike registered to Core not as pain, but as a sharp, discordant note disrupting the ambient harmony. Core recoiled, the blue crystals flaring brighter for a moment. Aggression, Core thought, interpreting the vibration. A profound misunderstanding settled between them, thick as the moon's strange fog. Night fell swiftly on Lyra's Tear, bringing a deep chill and a howling wind that swept across the plains. Tick shivered violently in the meager shelter of her pod's wreckage. Her fur was good for Felnar's humidity, not this biting cold. Across the clearing, Core stood motionless near a large crystal formation, seemingly unaffected. Tick watched, teeth chattering, as the wind whipped around the giant being. Then she noticed something. Core's crystal plates were subtly realigning, channeling the wind into a low, resonant hum that generated warmth. The air directly around Core shimmered slightly with heat haze. Desperation overcoming fear, Tick inched closer, drawn by the promise of warmth. Core, sensing the small creature's approach and its intense shivering, understood its distress cold. Core shifted slightly, angling a large, flat crystal plate towards Tick. Instantly, a wave of gentle, radiant heat washed over her. It was blissful. Tick cautiously sank down near Core's massive foot, the warmth seeping into her bones. She looked up at the pulsing blue crystals. The light seemed softer now. She tentatively reached out a paw, not to touch, but to feel the heat radiating from the crystal surface. Core remained perfectly still, observing. The next day brought a shared challenge. A violent ionic storm, common on Lyra's tier, rolled in with terrifying speed. Jagged forks of purple lightning split the sky, and the howling wind turned ferocious, threatening to sweep Tick away. Rain, cold and stinging, lashed down. Tick huddled against Core's warm leg, terrified. Core, however, perceived the storm differently. The intense electromagnetic bursts were painfully loud, a cacophony of screeching frequencies that vibrated Core's very core, threatening to shatter delicate internal structures. The wind's roar was physically jarring. Core needed shelter from the sound. Tick needed shelter from the elements. Core scanned the terrain with senses attuned to mineral densities and spotted a cave entrance partially hidden behind a curtain of glowing vines, nestled within a large crystal mountain. Core pointed a long limb towards it, emitting a series of low, pulsed rumbles that Tick felt as vibrations in the ground. This time, Tick didn't interpret it as a threat, but as communication. She saw the cave. Shelter. Go. Tick squeaked, pointing frantically at the cave as a particularly fierce gust nearly lifted her off her feet. Core understood the gesture. Moving with surprising swiftness despite the buffeting wind, Core scooped Tick up gently in one large, clawed hand, shielding her from the worst of the rain and wind with the other. Tick gasped but didn't struggle, feeling the secure enclosure. Core lumbered towards the cave, the chaotic storm frequencies causing visible distress, small cracks appearing on some of Core's outer plates. Tick felt the vibrations of pain through Core's hand. Inside the cave, it was blessedly quiet and dry. Bioluminescent moss coated the walls, casting a soft green glow. Core carefully set Tick down, then retreated deeper into the cave, pressing large crystal hands against the walls. A deep, resonant hum filled the space as Core tried to ground the painful frequencies, small fractures spreading further on Core's limbs. Tick watched, understanding dawning. Core wasn't immune, Core was hurting. Tick remembered her sample case. Among the space moss was a rare Felnarian plant, the whisper root. When chewed, it emitted a powerful, localized field of harmonic dampening, used to calm agitated flora. Tick hurriedly dug it out, a gnarly brown tuber. She broke off a piece and cautiously approached Core, who was shuddering with the residual vibrations. She held up the root, making chewing motions with her mouth. Core's blue crystals pulsed slowly, observing. Tick took a small bite herself, then offered the larger piece. Trusting the small creature who shared warmth, Core took the root. As Core's crystalline mandibles ground the fibrous material, a wave of profound silence washed over the cave. The painful resonance of the storm faded to a distant murmur. Core straightened, the cracks on the plates stopping their spread. The blue crystals pulsed with a warm, steady light relief, gratitude. Core looked down at Tick and emitted a soft, harmonious chime, like glass bells underwater. It was the first sound Core had made that wasn't a rumble or a vibration felt through the ground. It was beautiful. In the quiet sanctuary of the cave, warmed by Core's presence and the soft moss light, the barriers dissolved. Tick, emboldened, pointed to herself. "Tick," she said clearly. She then pointed at her furry arm, then at the cave wall, mimicking digging. Felnar plants. Core watched intently. Then Core pointed a claw tip at Tick. A soft, complex harmonic resonated, like two notes played simultaneously. Tick. Core then touched a large crystal plate on its chest, producing a deeper, richer chord. Core gestured towards the ground, then upwards, mimicking flight, followed by a low, grinding sound. Xylos. Minerals. They spent hours like this, sheltered from the storm. Tick showed Core samples of Felnarian moss, explaining through gestures and simple sounds how it stored starlight. Core showed Tick how to tap certain crystals to make them glow brighter or resonate with different pitches, demonstrating the musical geology of Xylos. Tick learned that Core's glare was often just focused observation, and the rumbles were attempts at communication or expressions of emotion Core couldn't vocalize like Tick. Core learned that Tick's quick movements weren't aggression, but curiosity or anxiety, and her chittering could mean many things depending on the pitch. They laughed, Tick with a series of high-pitched giggles, Core with a cascade of shimmering chimes that vibrated pleasantly in Tick's chest. When the storm finally passed, revealing Lyra's tear bathed in serene moonlight, they emerged together. They worked as a team to gather materials. Tick, with her small size and dexterity, collected edible glowing berries from high vines and soft, insulating moss for bedding. Core, with immense strength and mineral senses, broke off specific resonant crystals to repair critical components on Tick's escape pod beacon, and located rare minerals needed for Core's own craft's power core. One afternoon, while searching for a specific conductive ore, Core's massive foot dislodged a rock slide near a precarious cliff edge where Tick was foraging. Tick shrieked as the ground gave way. Without hesitation, Core lunged, a long limb snapping out faster than thought. The powerful claws closed gently but firmly around Tick, lifting her to safety just as the rocks tumbled into the abyss. Tick clung to Core's claw, her heart hammering, not with fear of Core, but with gratitude. Core set her down carefully, the blue crystals pulsing rapidly with concern. Tick patted the cool crystal surface reassuringly. "Safe, Core, safe, Tick." Later, when a territorial, six-legged reptilian creature, attracted by the glow of Core's crystals, lunged from the undergrowth, Tick didn't freeze. She remembered Core's sensitivity to sound. She let out a piercing, sustained shriek, a sound specifically designed on Felnar to startle predators. The frequency was agonizingly high for the reptile, which screeched and retreated. Core, protected by the dampening effect still lingering from the whisper root, watched in astonishment as the tiny creature defended the giant. Core chimed a melody of profound thanks. The day came when both their crafts were repaired enough to send signals. A Felnarian recovery ship and a Xylosian mineral barge responded, homing in on their beacons. As the ships descended through the lavender sky, casting long shadows on the shimmering grass, Tick and Core stood side by side near the cave entrance. Tick felt a pang of sadness sharper than the moon's chill. She looked up at Core, her large eyes glistening. She reached into her sample pouch and pulled out her last, perfectly preserved whisper root, the one that had eased Core's pain. She held it up. Core understood. The giant crystalline being knelt, bringing its cluster of blue crystals level with Tick. Core carefully pried off a small, perfect shard from an inner plate not damaged, but deliberately chosen. It pulsed with a warm, steady blue light. Core offered it to Tick with infinite gentleness. Tick placed the whisper root into Core's large claw. Core placed the glowing blue crystal shard into Tick's small paws. It was warm to the touch, radiating a soft, comforting hum that resonated deep within her. It wasn't just a crystal, it was a piece of Core's harmony, a tangible memory of shared warmth in a cold cave, of protection, and of understanding forged in silence and storms. The recovery teams found them like that, the small, furry botanist from the green world, holding a pulsing blue crystal, and the towering crystalline geologist from the molten core, cradling a gnarled brown root. They exchanged no words their rescuers could understand, only a look that spoke volumes. Tick's eyes soft with affection, Core's crystal light pulsing with a gentle, steady warmth. As Tick's pod lifted off, she pressed the blue crystal shard against the viewport. Far below, Core stood, a dark silhouette against the glowing landscape, holding the whisper root. Core raised a limb in farewell, a single, pure harmonic note rising through the air, reaching Tick even through the pod's hull, a sound of friendship, clear and true. Tick settled back in her seat, the crystal's soft hum a constant, soothing presence against her chest. It was a reminder that across the vast, silent gulf of space, under different suns and moons, friendship could bloom in the most unexpected soil. It wasn't about understanding every word, but about listening with the heart, sharing warmth in the cold, and offering shelter from the storm. The universe felt less lonely, filled not just with stars, but with the quiet, resonant echo of an unlikely, precious bond. And as the stars blurred past, Tick knew the true treasure she brought back wasn't moss or samples, but the warm, humming memory of Core, a friend written not in words, but in light and harmony, forever held close. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart. The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you. With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Marin began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Marin's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Marin found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. In the shimmering expanse of the Andromeda Nebula, where stars twinkled like diamonds scattered on velvet, two unlikely companions found themselves navigating the vastness of space. The first was Tala, a gentle creature from the verdant planet of Lyra, known for her luminescent skin that glowed softly like moonlight through mist. The second was Zor, a rugged, metallic being from the rocky world of Krylon, whose deep, resonant voice echoed like distant thunder. Their meeting was as improbable as it was serendipitous. Tala had embarked on a journey to collect rare star blooms, ethereal flowers that only blossomed in the zero gravity of space. Meanwhile, Zor was on a mission to repair the ancient satellites that orbited his mineral-rich homeworld. Fate, it seemed, had decreed their paths to cross when a cosmic storm sent their ships spiraling into an uncharted sector of the galaxy. At first, their differences posed a considerable challenge. Tala, with her delicate touch and gentle demeanor, found Zor's brusque manner and clanking footsteps unnerving. Zor, in turn, struggled to understand Tala's quiet whispers, which floated like soft breezes, but often got lost amidst the hum of his mechanical circuits. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings, each misinterpreting the other's intentions. One day, as they drifted near a cluster of luminous stars, a small collision with a rogue asteroid left Tala's craft damaged, and her precious star bloom collection scattered into the abyss. Desperate and worried, she found herself in tears, her glow dimming with her spirits. Zor, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of empathy ripple through his metal frame. Though he was unaccustomed to such feelings, something about Tala's sorrow stirred a new resolve within him. With a clumsy tenderness, Zor extended a mechanical arm to gather the scattered blooms. His usually booming voice softened as he reassured Tala, "We will recover them together." It was the first time Tala saw beyond his steely exterior, recognizing the kindness that lay beneath. As they worked side by side, a tentative friendship began to blossom. Tala showed Zor how to handle the delicate blooms with care, teaching him the art of patience and gentleness. In return, Zor shared stories of his rugged planet, where resilience was forged amidst harsh conditions. Their shared challenges, from navigating treacherous asteroid fields to repairing their damaged vessels, became opportunities for growth and understanding. Gradually, their conversations flowed more easily. Tala learned to appreciate the deep, rhythmic tones of Zor's voice, finding comfort in its steady cadence. Zor, in turn, grew attuned to the subtleties in Tala's whispers, recognizing the wisdom and warmth they carried. Through laughter and occasional mishaps, they discovered the joy of companionship. One evening, as they floated in the tranquil glow of a distant sun, Tala confided in Zor about her fears of returning home empty-handed. Zor, pondering her words, replied, "Perhaps the blooms are not the only treasure you have found." His words, simple yet profound, resonated with Tala, who realized that her journey had gifted her something far more precious than star blooms, a true friend. As their adventure drew to a close, they stood together, gazing at the star-speckled horizon. The cosmic storm that had once seemed a misfortune now felt like a blessing in disguise. Their time together had taught them the true meaning of friendship, understanding, acceptance, and the ability to see beyond appearances. With their ships finally repaired, Tala and Zor prepared to part ways, their hearts full but heavy with the prospect of farewell. Yet they knew that their friendship would endure across the vast distances that separated their worlds. As they exchanged parting glows and echoes, Tala and Zor promised to meet again, somewhere in the galaxy's glittering embrace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, two unlikely companions set forth on their separate paths, forever bound by the luminous bond of friendship they had forged in the depths of space. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. The ancient starship drifted silently through the velvet expanse of space, its hull scarred by micrometeorites and dusted with starlight. Within its cavernous botanical garden, a forgotten oasis of towering ferns and bioluminescent flowers, two very different explorers first laid eyes on each other. Pip was a small, furry being from the mist-shrouded forests of Veridia. With large, luminous eyes adapted to twilight and delicate paws that barely disturbed the moss beneath them, they communicated through soft chirps and expressive ear twitches. Across a bubbling stream of liquid starlight stood Kale. Born on the crystalline mountains of Solara Prime, their bodies shimmered with embedded geodes that refracted light into rainbows. Kale spoke in deep, resonant hums that vibrated through the metal floor plates. "Sure whistle," Pip trilled nervously, flattening their silver-tipped ears. They'd never seen a walking mountain before. "Who and Brumble," Kale responded, mistaking Pip's cautious posture for aggression. A protective layer of sharp quartz spines emerged from their shoulders with a sound like cracking ice. Thus began the great misunderstanding. For 3 planetary rotations, they avoided each other. Pip hid among weeping willow ferns when Kale's heavy footsteps echoed through the garden's overgrown paths. Kale, believing the tiny creature to be a territorial pest, deliberately took wide detours around the berry thickets Pip favored. Pip thought Kale's crystal glow was a predatory lure. Kale assumed Pip's shimmering fur was a warning of toxicity. Both were desperately lonely. The turning point came when the ship's decaying gravity generator faltered. Floating pollen became dangerous projectiles, and a massive century-old glowwood tree tore from its roots, crashing toward Pip's nest. With a panicked squeak, Pip scrambled only to get tangled in vine tendrils. Kale, without thinking, lunged forward. Their crystalline arms braced against the trunk with a sound like grinding glaciers, stopping the tree centimeters from Pip's head. Quartz spines shattered against the bark. Whir. Pip trembled, staring at the glittering shards. Regret hum Kale resonated softly, retracting their damaged spines. Not harm. Slowly, Pip nudged a fallen starberry toward Kale. The crystal being hesitated, then absorbed the offering through a palm facet, emitting a surprised ping of delight. Pip's ears perked up the universal sound of sweetness. Their shared challenge began hours later. A klaxon wailed the ship's failing core, threatened to implode. Lights flickered as emergency bulkheads slammed down, sealing them in the engine access corridor. Pip's sensitive nose wrinkled at the acrid stench of melting conduits. Kale's facets dimmed under stress. Escape, Pip chirped, pointing delicate claws at the ceiling vent. Too small, Kale hummed mournfully, too large to fit. Fix core. Pip gestured at the pulsing, erratic energy sphere behind cracked shielding. Too dangerous, Pip shivered one energy surge could vaporize them. They huddled together as the corridor heated. Pip noticed Kale's facets glowing erratically, not with fear, but with concentrated data streams. You know machines. Memory stones, Kale tapped their chest, where ancestral knowledge crystallized. But cannot reach panel. The control interface was behind a warped door only Pip could squeeze through. And the manual override. A heavy lever requiring Kale's strength. Silence hung between them, thick with unspoken trust. Then Pip nuzzled Kale's rough hand. Show. Kale projected holographic schematics from their palm. Pip watched, whiskers twitching in concentration. Hot wires blew to gold. A firm hum. Danger close. Pip took a shuddering breath and darted through the gap. Inside the chamber, radiation alarms screamed. Following Kale's projected instructions, Pip's tiny paws reconnected frayed neural cables, singing fur in the process. Kale now. Outside, Kale threw their full weight against the lever. Metal shrieked in protest. Hurry. Pip's pained chirp echoed. With a roar that shook dust from the ceiling, Kale shattered a facet pouring crystalline energy into the mechanism. The lever slammed home. Coolant flooded the chamber. Pip tumbled out, fur smoking. Kale gathered them gently, applying soothing mineral paste to burns. For the first time, Pip heard Kale's true voice beneath the hums, a melody of sorrow and solitude from a shattered homeworld. In turn, Pip shared their own loss through chirped lullabies how Viridia's forests burned, leaving them adrift. As the ship stabilized, they sat beneath a holographic Nebula projection. Kale carefully repaired Pip's singed fur with adhesive gem dust. Why help? Pip chirped. You small, but heart big. Kale pulsed warm amber light. Alone no more. Pip nestled against Kale's sturdy form, purring a harmony to Kale's grounding hum. They didn't notice the ship's navigation system reactivating, charting a course toward an uncharted green and blue planet. Nor did they see the ship's central display flicker to life, revealing its original mission, arc of understanding seeking common ground. What mattered was the quiet understanding flowing between them, Kale's strength sheltering Pip's fragility, Pip's agility mending Kale's broken facets. When Pip offered a foraged moonmint leaf, Kale didn't absorb it. Instead, they cradled it in a palm, marveling at its delicate veins. When Kale shared a memory stone's soft glow, Pip didn't flinch. They curled within the light, bathing in its warmth. The true test came upon landing. Hostile native fauna surrounded the ship, screeching, clawed creatures drawn by the crash. Pip froze, terror-stilling their song. Kale stepped forward, spines extended, but the creatures swarmed. One lunged, fangs snapping toward Pip. Without thinking, Pip darted up Kale's arm and stood atop their head, puffing their fur and emitting an ear-splitting, ultrasonic shriek, a Viridian forest warden's cry. The creatures recoiled, confused. Seizing the moment, Kale struck the ground, creating a harmonic tremor that scattered them. Afterward, Pip trembled against Kale's neck. Never made big noise before. Courage found, Kale hummed proudly, their facets glowing sunset orange. Together, they built a shelter from salvaged ship panels. Kale lifted and shaped, Pip wove insulating vines. Kale learned to read Pip's subtle ear lifts and tail twitches. Pip deciphered Kale's complex hum spectrums. When Kale accidentally stepped on Pip's favorite moss garden, instead of fleeing, Pip guided their massive foot away with gentle pats. When Pip fell ill from alien pollen, Kale stayed awake for days, humming healing frequencies learned from Solara's wind-hewn caves. One evening, as twin moons rose, they shared stories. Kale projected holograms of crystalline cities, singing under auroras. Pip chirped tales of emerald canopies, alive with firefly symphonies. They realized their homes weren't gone, they lived in each other's memories, made brighter by sharing. Friends. Pip asked softly, placing a paw on Kale's warmest facet. More, Kale resonated, enveloping Pip in a gentle, light-filled embrace. Family found. Years later, their shelter had blossomed into a thriving homestead. Solar vines climbed walls Kale had forged. Pip's terraced gardens cascaded down hillsides. Galactic travelers would visit, marveling at the crystalline wood structure and the legends of two beings who spoke different languages yet shared one heart. Pip would greet them with a chirp, perched safely on Kale's shoulder. Kale would hum a welcome, their facets glowing with contentment. And on quiet nights, when the moons cast silver paths across the meadow, they'd sit beneath the stars, Kale's resonance a steady heartbeat against Pip's purring melody. No words were needed. The ship's final log, discovered long after, said it best. Understanding is not the absence of difference, but the gentle bridge built across it. Sometimes the bridge begins with a berry and ends with a shared sky. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion, deep within the whispering woods. Here lived a young dewkeeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, it allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens, not to examine a jewel, but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections, but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terror warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. The air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dew-keeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then, the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Arinia. I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web, it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Arinia's gaze directly. I am Rowan, Dewkeeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Arinia dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewel's daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Arinia's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it, towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago, it slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch, but it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. Someone must go, Arania said softly. Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels in your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself. Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. I will go, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. Tell me what to do. Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. Stay with Arania, little light, watch for me. The firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the night shard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The night shard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. Show it, he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. Show it what it is, show it the emptiness it creates. The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the night shard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the night shard not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The night shard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the night shard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. "Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror." "The jewel," Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone. The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care, more than before." She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. "My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost." Rowan looked at the 2 remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light. Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger? Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. "The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could." She looked at the dew lens. "And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin." A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dew-keeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the 2 remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. and I offer my threads, she resonated. When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do. She gestured towards the path leading out. Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight. The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. Rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Arinia would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift, a tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely, a dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Arenia's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the Dewkeeper, and Arinia, the weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come, bright and jeweled. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that. but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries. be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled. "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger-snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by whispering hills, a place where cobblestone paths wound between houses with thatched roofs that glowed softly under the moon. Magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the warm scent of cinnamon buns drifting from Mistress Gable's bakery at dawn, the way fireflies pulsed in perfect harmony with the village clock tower's chime, and the gentle hum of contentment that seemed to rise from the very earth. Young Theo, whose freckles looked like scattered cinnamon dust, loved Willowbrook most of all for its quiet magic, especially the nightly dance of the fireflies that painted the dusk with streaks of warm gold. But one cool autumn evening, as Theo sat on his doorstep watching the sky deepen from lavender to indigo, he noticed something unsettling. What could be dampening magic? "That," Silas said, standing up and brushing cedar shavings from his worn trousers, "is the heart of our little mystery. An observation, young Theo, is the key to any puzzle. Are you ready for a moonlit walk?" Together, with Fern flitting ahead like a shadow, they followed the path alongside the brook. The water, usually chuckling merrily, seemed to flow more sluggishly. As they neared the crystal springs, the air grew cooler still, and Theo felt a strange hush fall, like the woods were holding their breath. The familiar, comforting hum of magic was faint, muffled. The springs were a small, clear pool fed by water trickling down a mossy rock face. Moonlight should have fractured into 1,000 dancing diamonds on its surface. Instead, the pool looked dull, lifeless. And clustered on the rocks surrounding the pool, Theo saw them, hundreds of fireflies. But they weren't flying. They sat huddled together, their lights flickering weakly, like distant stars obscured by cloud. "They're here." Theo breathed, his heart aching at their dim glow. But why won't they fly? Silas knelt by the water's edge, his brow furrowed. "Look closely, Theo, not just at the fireflies. Look at the water, look at the rocks. Listen." Theo knelt beside him. He looked. The water wasn't just sluggish, it seemed thicker, almost syrupy near the edges. He saw patches of a strange, dark, slimy substance clinging to the rocks below the waterline. It looked like thick, wet ash. He sniffed the air. Underneath the clean scent of pine and damp earth was a faint, unpleasant odor, sour and metallic, like old pennies left in the rain. He listened. The gentle trickle of the spring was almost silent, choked. "What is that slime?" Theo whispered, pointing. "And that smell, it's wrong." Fern, the moss spriggan, chittered anxiously from Theo's shoulder, pointing a tiny finger emphatically at the dark patches. "Ah," Silas murmured, a spark of understanding in his eyes. "That, Theo, is bog-rot sludge, very rare, very troublesome. It seeps up from deep underground where minerals clash poorly. It's like a heavy blanket thrown over magic. It dampens sound, dims light, and makes the water heavy and lifeless. It explains everything. The fireflies need the pure, lively water and the bright magic of the springs to power their flight and light," Theo realized, the pieces clicking together. "The sludge is smothering it, but how do we get rid of it? It looks stuck fast." Silas smiled gently. "Bogrot sludge is stubborn, but it has a weakness. It fears pure vibration, clear sound, like laughter or music, especially music played with true heart, which carries its own kind of magic, but it needs to be focused right at the source." Theo thought hard. He wasn't much of a musician. He patted his pocket, his fingers closing around his smooth, worry stone. Then he remembered something. "Silas, the village bell, the harmony bell in the clock tower. It rings pure and clear every hour. Could its sound reach here?" Silas's smile widened. "An excellent thought, Theo. The harmony bell's sound carries far on the night air, but it needs a little encouragement to reach this deeply into the woods with enough strength. We need an amplifier, a conductor for its pure note." Fern suddenly leapt from Theo's shoulder and scurried towards a cluster of tall, slender reeds growing near the spring. Moonlight glinted off their smooth stalks. Fern tapped one reed, then another, making a soft, hollow talk sound. "The whisper reeds," Silas exclaimed. "Of course, they channel sound, make it travel farther and clearer. Fern, you clever sprout, if we can get the sound of the harmony bell to resonate through these reeds, aimed right at the sludge." The plan formed quickly. Silas knew the woods and could move silently. He would hurry back to the village square, timing his arrival just before the next hour. He would explain the plan to Old Man Hemlock, who tended the clock tower. When the bell struck, Silas would focus all his quiet intention, his deep connection to Willowbrook's magic, on sending that clear, resonant bong towards the crystal springs. Theo's job was to stay with Fern. As the bell's sound approached, Silas assured him he would feel it coming. Theo needed to gently stroke the whisper reeds in sequence, starting from the tallest, guiding the sound wave towards the pool, just like directing water down a channel. Fern would help him know which reed to touch next. Theo waited nervously by the silent pool, the huddled fireflies casting only the faintest glow. Fern perched on his knee, a comforting, velvety weight. The woods felt vast and quiet. Then, just as the moon reached its highest point, Theo felt it. A faint tremor in the air, a deep, pure feeling rather than a sound, vibrating through the ground and up his legs. It was the distant echo of the harmony bell, carrying Silas's focused hope. "Now, Theo." Silas's voice seemed to whisper on the vibration itself. Theo took a deep breath, remembering his grandmother's calm wisdom. He focused on the pure note resonating within him, the sound of home and harmony. Gently guided by Fern's tiny nudges, he began to stroke the whisper reeds. Tallest first, with a soft, steady sweep of his hand. Swoosh. Then the next tallest. Swoosh. Then the next. Swoosh. As Theo touched each reed, it seemed to hum, capturing the distant bell note and sending it onwards, clearer and stronger. The focused wave of pure sound, amplified and directed by the reeds, swept over the crystal springs pool. It hit the dark bog-rot sludge clinging to the rocks. A remarkable thing happened. The sludge didn't melt or vanish in a puff of smoke. Instead, it shivered, like a ripple moving through thick jelly. Then it began to contract, pulling away from the rocks, retreating from the clear water. It shriveled slightly, losing its oily sheen, turning drier, grayer. As it shrank back, the clear spring water bubbled up more vigorously, pushing the retreating sludge aside. The sour, metallic smell lifted, replaced by the clean, mineral scent of fresh water and damp moss. The hush dissolved, replaced by the joyful gurgle of the spring and the rustling of leaves in a suddenly fresher breeze. The effect on the fireflies was instant and magical. As the sludge retreated and the pure magic of the springs surged back, their dim lights brightened. One by one, then in joyful clusters, they lifted from the rocks. Their wings, no longer heavy with stifled magic, buzzed with renewed energy. Their lights pulsed first tentatively, then stronger, brighter, warmer, until the clearing was filled with a swirling constellation of gold. They danced above the now sparkling, diamond-dusted pool, their light reflecting brilliantly in the pure water. Theo laughed, pure relief and wonder bubbling up inside him. Fern chittered happily, doing a little jig on the moss. The fireflies swirled around them in a silent, luminous thank you. Silas appeared at the edge of the clearing, a broad smile on his face. "Well done, young observer, well done indeed. You listened, you looked, you thought, and you acted with a calm heart. That's the best kind of magic." Walking back towards Willowbrook, Theo, Silas, and Fern were accompanied by a glorious escort. The fireflies flew ahead and alongside, a river of golden light flowing back towards the village. As they emerged from the woods, the villagers, drawn outside by the returning glow, gasped in delight. The golden light washed over the meadow, touching the tightly closed buds of the night-blooming glories. As the fireflies pulsed in their familiar, comforting rhythm, the beautiful white flowers began to slowly, gracefully unfurl, releasing their sweet, calming perfume into the night air. A collective sigh of peace settled over Willowbrook. Restless dreams were soothed away. Later, sitting again on his doorstep with a cup of warm milk, Theo watched the fireflies dance. He held his worry stone, now warm not from worry, but from contentment. The mystery had been solved not with force, but with careful watching, kind help from friends like Fern and Silas, and the pure, shared magic of their home amplified by a bell and some clever reeds. He learned that sometimes the quietest things, a strange smell, a dim light, a hush in the woods, hold the biggest clues. And that solutions often lie in connection. Connecting observations, connecting with wise friends, and connecting with the gentle, resilient magic all around. The air was sweet with night-blooming glory, the fireflies painted golden paths on the velvet dark, and the soft chime of the harmony bell echoed faintly, a reminder of the pure note that had cleared the shadows. Theo smiled, the cozy magic of Willowbrook wrapping around him like a soft blanket, and knew that all was well. The gentle hum of the sleeping village was the most comforting sound of all. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumin's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumin's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. In the shimmering valley of Whifflewisp, where rivers flowed uphill on Tuesdays and clouds tasted faintly of peppermint, lived 3 dearest friends. Barnaby Bumblecrumb, a bear-sized baker with oven-mitt paws, could make pastries pirouette midair when he whistled. Posy Puddleduck, a tiny girl with fern-green hair, spoke exclusively in rhyming couplets and carried a parasol that sprouted fresh daisies hourly. And Figaro, a nervous firefly whose tail flickered rainbow hues whenever he told fibs, which was often accidentally. Their home, Puddington Village, thrived under the glimmer globe, a floating crystal that sprinkled stardust each dawn to keep the cobblestones bouncy and the toadstool houses giggly. But one misty morning, disaster struck. The glimmer globe hiccuped violently, showering everything in soggy tapioca pearls instead of stardust. Houses drooped, streets stuck like taffy, and worst of all, Barnaby's cinnamon swirl croissants lay heavy as bricks. "Oh, crumbs," he wailed midst flapping. "The grand sugarplum parade is tomorrow." Posy twirled her daisy parasol thoughtfully. "When magic goes quite lumpy thick, / we must find why the globe feels sick." Figaro's tail blushed violet. I might have seen something. Yesterday, while chasing a waffle-scented breeze, I spotted sparkly sneezes near Whisperwood woods. Barnaby gasped. Sparkly sneezes, that sounds like Snufflekins. Snufflekins was a reclusive, woolly creature shaped like a teapot, who powered the globe with dream snorts from his mossy cavern. Racing past caramel quicksand pits and bridges made of licorice laces, the trio found Snufflekin's cave eerily silent. Inside, the poor beast lay buried under mountains of rainbow lint, sneezing feebly. Achoo. Glitter puffed weakly from his trunk. His dream snorts are clogged, realized Posy. To fix this fuzzy plight, / we must unmess his snoozes right. But how? Barnaby tried vacuuming with a souffle pump. It just blew raspberry cream everywhere. Figaro attempted organizing the lint by color, but his fibbing tail turned everything polka-dotted. Posy pondered, watching her parasol bloom anew. Suddenly, she beamed. "When daisies drink the morning dew, / they whisper wishes, maybe you." She plucked petals, scattering them over Snufflekins. "Dear daisies, please make lint unstick, / with tickles light and feather quick." The petals quivered, then zipped about like giggling hummingbirds. They dive-bombed the lint piles, tickling them into floating, wriggling shapes, butterflies of Angora, bunnies of cashmere, even a sweater swan that honked merrily. Snufflekins snorted awake with a tremendous KACHOOOO. A glitter storm erupted, sweeping the lint creatures out the cave in a joyous parade. The glimmer globe overhead pulsed back to life, showering proper stardust that dissolved the tapioca mess instantly. Next morning, the sugarplum parade began with Barnaby's croissants waltzing on flaky tiptoes. But the real surprise came when Snufflekins arrived, riding a lint giraffe, leading a procession of yarn puppies and channel caterpillars. Figaro's tail blazed honest gold as children fed lint creatures gumdrop treats. and posy. She danced atop Barnaby's hat, singing, "When troubles seem too sticky slow, slash just tickle them with daisies, ho." As moonbeams painted the valley in marmalade hues, the friends snuggled under Barnaby's quilted apron, now magically stretchy. They chuckled, remembering how the sweater swan tried nesting in Figaro's antennae, and how Barnaby's floating eclairs formed a conga line. Snufflekins snoozed nearby, his snores puffing miniature constellations that winked above the drowsy village. All was sweet and soft, like the inside of a just-opened macaron, proving that even the fluffiest troubles unravel beautifully with friends, daisies, and a well-timed tickle. And so Puddington drifted into dreams, where lint bunnies hopped through candy cane forests, and every sneeze ended in a shower of sherbet stars.